Chapter 1401 Conversation. Shinsisi opened her eyes, and found herself lying on a bed in a small clinic. Rabbit was lying beside her bed, and had fallen asleep. But her eyes were red. Obviously she had just cried. Li Bai was reading online novels on his phone. He heard the noise coming from the bed. Looked up, and saw Shinsisi trying to prop herself up. He was surprised and said, "Sister Sisi, you're awake." Shinsisi hummed softly, and lowered her head to see where she was stabbed. But she didn't find any wounds on her body. Li Bai seemed to know what she was thinking, and said, "After you fainted, Rabbit and I rushed to the master bedroom immediately. The situation was too dangerous. We saw that crazy woman riding on you. But she was subdued by me and Rabbit before she could do anything. What about the needle in my hand? You didn't wake up. So the doctor gave you N4. Rabbit was also awakened by the two people's voices at this time. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Shinsisi couldn't hold back and burst into tears again. And then he threw himself directly into Shinsisi's arms. Shinsisi touched her hair. "I'm sorry to have worried you. By the way, that group of people. I followed what you taught me and asked the 3 people in the room to tell me what they had done. And then threw them and the video at the door of the police station. As for the others, I educated them as police officers and told them not to participate in similar activities and clubs. And then let them go home. Well done," Shinsisi praised. Then pulled out the needle in her hand and pressed the needle hole with her other hand. "Let's go. After all, we pretended to be police officers. Maybe the police are already looking for us. Don't stay in this city any longer." "Where are we going?" "In Shenzhen. There have been a series of deaths of employees of Fukong Group. I suspect there are similar societies there," Shinsisi said as she put on her sneakers again. But when she stood up, she found that Rabbit and Li Bai did not move. "Why? Do you have any questions?" Shinsisi asked. Tuzi and Li Bai looked at each other, and then finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Sister Sisi, we have actually wanted to talk to you for a long time. Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Okay. Let's get back in the car and talk while we're on the road." Shinsisi didn't seem to take Rabbit's request for a conversation too seriously. She had always played the role of a leader in the team. And neither Rabbit nor Li Bai questioned her decisions. Sometimes, the 3 of them together didn't look like a team of players, but more like a sister with a sister and a brother. But what she didn't expect was that Rabbit, who had always been well-behaved, actually raised an objection this time. "No, we don't want to talk in the car." Shinsisi was startled when she heard this, turned around, and looked at Tuzi and Li Bai again, finally realizing that the 2 were serious this time. So she nodded. "I know. But this is not the place to talk. Let's go out first." "No problem." Tuzi and Li Bai were relieved to see Shinsisi finally agreed, because it was late now. Most cafes and restaurants were closed, and the 3 finally found a 24-hour internet cafe and asked for a private room. The front desk even sent an extra fruit plate. When the waiter left the room, Rabbit spoke again. "Sister Sisi, Li Bai and I both feel that we can't go on like this." "What do you mean by continue like this?" "It means continue to pursue these things related to that guy. We know that you have been feeling guilty about your decision that day. But no matter how hard you try to make up for it, you can't change what has already happened. So, should I pretend that nothing happened?" Shinsisi asked. "No, that's not what I meant. I want to say." Rabbit seemed a little nervous when questioning Shinsisi for the first time, and the words he had prepared were stammering. "We want to say that what you are doing now is of no use except to torture yourself." Li Bai suddenly took over the conversation. "These societies are endless, and even the police don't have any good solutions. The 3 of us have been running back and forth for more than a month, working day and night, and have only knocked down a dozen, which is not worth mentioning compared to the total number. And you actually know that these believers can't be detained in the police station for a few days. And they can even go home in a swagger after writing a letter of guarantee after a few hours. And those ordinary people you let go, they may be fine now. But as time goes by, sooner or later they will become the same as the people who were arrested. With your intelligence, it is impossible to ignore these things. But you have never mentioned them until now. Is it because you can't solve them?" Shinsisi opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but Li Bai stopped her with a hand. "Let me finish. Sister Sisi, usually you point east, and I will never go west. Don't you always hope that I can think more? This time I have thought so much." "Well, then go on. You must think that we don't want to continue because we can't see hope and are afraid of suffering. But that's not the case. The real reason why we feel that we can't go on like this is you. Me? Yes. We all know. The characteristics of the Lord of Raya. The more things you come into contact with him, the more your mind will be polluted. To use the concept of the popular board game before. That is, the faster the value of something will drop. Sand value. Rabbit added in a low voice. Yes. Psi value. We were all there when he descended on that small valley that night. And we have been tracking those societies that worship him for more than a month. Especially you. As the leader and brain of the team. You have been collecting and studying relevant information. And your spirit has reached the limit. This is why you suddenly fainted in the bedroom this afternoon. Tell us honestly. Sister Cece. Have you had nightmares recently? No. Shinsisi answered quickly. As if she hadn't thought about it at all. Li Bai stared at Shinsisi's eyes. Trying to see something from her. But this kind of thing was not what he was good at. So he had to give up in the end and continue to persuade her. Stop it. Sister Cece. While it's not too late. But it's too late. Shinsisi said. You are right. If this continues, soon everyone will become the guy's believers. Chapter 1402 Deep Sea Hunter. Seeing the room fall into silence again, Shinsisi suddenly changed the subject. But what you said makes sense. It is too dangerous to continue chasing. And it is indeed meaningless. So are you willing to stop? Rabbit said happily. No. I plan to join the Deep Sea Hunters and go out to sea with them. Shinsisi said. The Deep Sea Hunter is not a profession, but a newly established player organization. Unlike those guilds and chambers of commerce, the Deep Sea Hunter is just a temporary organization and does not seek long-term existence. In fact, the players who join the Deep Sea Hunters wish that the Deep Sea Hunters would disband tomorrow. It was founded by the Guardian, a mysterious human organization that has only recently emerged. There are not only players, but also some ordinary people who have received professional training. However, no matter who they are, everyone joins the Deep Sea Hunter for the same purpose, which is to stop the thing in the Ice City from destroying the world at all costs. The price of this at all costs also includes the lives of the members. So in a sense, this is an organization of the nature of a death squad, representing the indomitable spirit of mankind and the courage to fight to the end, and also carrying the last hope of mankind. Shinsisi had actually considered joining the Deep Sea Hunters before, but at that time she didn't think she had enough courage to face the Lord of Raya, let alone take action, because the other party was using Zhang Heng body. So she chose to track down and fight against those societies that sprang up like mushrooms after rain. It was not until she was exposed by Li Bai and Rabbit that Shinsisi realized that she had been just avoiding it. Use this seemingly busy and proactive action to paralyze herself. But Shinsisi didn't want to run away again tonight. She said to Rabbit and Li Bai, "You go. I can't take you with you to join the Deep Sea Hunters." Rabbit looked like she was about to cry. "Is it because we didn't listen to you, Sister Cece?" "No. It's because we don't have much time left. Whether it's the Deep Sea Hunters or the gods. They have actually tried their best before. But they still can't do much to deal with that guy. This is probably the last battle. We must concentrate all our strength." But to be honest, I don't think the chances of winning are great, since the odds of winning are slim. Why did Sister Cece join the Deep Sea Hunters? Because some things have to be done by someone. Shinsisi touched the rabbit's head. "This is why I didn't let you come with me. Go home and spend more time with your parents and relatives in the remaining time. Cherish every second with them. And don't wait until you lose them to regret it." After Shinsisi finished speaking, he turned to Li Bai and said, "I give you a task. Can you help me send her home safely?" "I'm not a child," Rabbit said dissatisfiedly. "I've been on the front line all this time." "I know." Shinsisi nodded. "I just want you to stay for a while." Rabbit's face flushed when she heard that. But she became worried again. "Are you sure, Sister Cece, that you want to fight with Brother Zhang Heng?" "Yes. I also want to believe him like Fan Meinan and his father. But I have been waiting for more than a month. In this month, I have only seen innocent people die continuously. And the worship of that guy spread rapidly in human society like a virus. Although I don't want to admit it, I actually have the answer deep in my heart. He is gone. Completely gone. There is no trace of him in that body. It is time to face this reality and move on," Shinsisi said with a firm look. Shinsisi, who had made up her mind, acted quickly. After sending Rabbit and Li Bai away, She submitted an application to the deep-sea hunter. Without waiting for a reply, she flew directly to the deep-sea hunter's base in Sanya the next morning. The gray-white 7-story building in front of her originally belonged to a travel agency. But when P2P became popular, the travel agency owner envied the high profits and pulled in a few partners to start microloans. Unfortunately, it collapsed in the end, and the travel agency, which had originally done good business, could not pay wages and had to declare bankruptcy. This office building was later bought by the Guardian. It was originally a secret base of the Guardian. Now it is used by the deep-sea hunters, but the address is no longer kept secret. Shinsisi glanced at the Anchor logo on the glass door, then stepped in and went straight to the front desk. "Hello. Is there anything I can ask you?" The receptionist at the front desk smiled. "I am here to join the deep-sea hunters. I sent an application email yesterday." Shinsisi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Okay. Can you tell me your name or code? I check it for you." Shinsisi. The receptionist had already picked up the phone. But when she heard the name, her hands paused. Shinsisi waited for about 5 seconds. "Are there any questions? Aren't you going to help me check the progress?" "Oh." The receptionist came to her senses and quickly reported Shinsisi's name and purpose. The other party responded quickly. Not long after, the receptionist hung up the phone again and gave Shinsisi a somewhat forced smile. "Sorry. Your application was not approved." "Why?" Shinsisi frowned and asked. "This." The receptionist didn't know how to answer. "I don't want to embarrass you. Who is in charge here?" Shinsisi continued to ask. "Usually it's Frankie, but he hasn't come today." The receptionist just finished speaking when a man wearing beach pants and a flowered shirt holding a surfboard walked in from outside excitedly. "The weather is good today. I plan to go surfing this afternoon. Cindy, do you want to join us?" The man in the flowered shirt also noticed Shinsisi at this time. The main reason was that Shinsisi's appearance was so outstanding that he didn't see the hint from the receptionist's eyes and directly started to chat with her. "This beautiful lady, are you here to join the deep-sea hunters? Why do you look familiar to me?" "Yes. I came to join the deep-sea hunters, but I was rejected for some reason. I was planning to find Frankie, the person in charge here. Coincidentally, I am Frankie." The man in the flowered shirt rubbed his nose and said with shining eyes, "Who rejected you? I will help you decide." After he finished speaking, he finally noticed the embarrassed expression on the receptionist's face. "Why? You don't want to say that I rejected her application?" "I rejected an application recently." "Wait. I know who you are." "Shinsisi. You are Shinsisi, Jong Hung classmate and friend. And it seems that they have a relationship beyond friendship." Chapter 1403 Route to Hell. "Since you know who I am, you should also know my strength," Shinsisi said. "Why? Is the threshold for deep-sea hunters to recruit new members higher than I thought?" "Well, the threshold for deep-sea hunters to recruit new members is not high. At this time, we can't be picky anymore." The man in the flowered shirt handed the surfboard to the receptionist at the front desk while speaking. "Your name is known to everyone among the players, and your strength is obvious to all. Not to mention becoming a member of deep-sea hunters. Even becoming the commander of this operation will not be a problem. So you're afraid I take your place?" "No. I didn't reject you because of your strength." The man in the flowered shirt smiled. "Let's be frank. You and Jong Hung are too close. It's rumored that you led people to block your teacher, the goddess of justice Justitia, that night in the valley, and prevented her from participating in the siege of Jong Hung. In a sense, you are responsible for the world being like this now. However," the man in the flowered shirt changed the subject, "I'm not bringing this up to blame you. Otherwise the deep-sea hunter wouldn't have stayed away from you for so long. We know that you've been dealing with those messy societies with your 2 men recently. I think this is good. Why don't you continue? Because this kind of thing is meaningless," Shinsisi said calmly. "Oh, did you realize this only yesterday? I thought you knew it all along, and just tried to keep yourself busy to relieve your guilt, or to chase the footprints left by your crush in this way. Some people say that he has no feelings at all. Is that true? So this is destined to be just a one-sided love. Will mocking me help the deep-sea hunter save the world successfully?" Shinsisi asked back. "No. I said this just to let you know why I refused you to join the deep-sea hunters." "What reason?" Facing Shinsisi, who was determined to get to the bottom of it, the man in the flowered shirt sighed. Because how do I know if you will do what you did in the valley that night after joining the deep sea hunters? Sorry. Although I am willing to believe you and give you another chance, I have to be responsible for my team members. If you said this from the beginning, I might still be willing to treat you as a man. Shinsisi's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. Of course you can mock me. Just think of it as paying back for my mocking you before. It's fair. The man in the flowered shirt shrugged. But after you scolded me and vented your anger, you'd better leave here honestly. Go home to spend time with your parents and friends. Or find a little wolf dog to experience physical pleasure. In short, make your last life more meaningful. If necessary, we could also help you book a flight ticket. After all, this place used to be a travel agency. The man in the flowered shirt told a joke. But it didn't work. Then he saw Shinsisi throw the travel bag to the ground. Not really. Is it necessary to make the scene so ugly? The man in the flowered shirt was also dumbfounded. Are you going to say that if I don't accept you, you will live and eat here? You are an out-and-out coward, Shinsisi said. This title is quite unfamiliar to me. Those who are willing to join the deep sea hunters have already put their own lives aside. They are real warriors. Do you think these warriors are willing to accept the leadership of a coward? The man in the flowered shirt shook his head and said, Okay, I don't want to argue with you anymore. It seems like I'm bullying you. Cindy, book her the nearest flight and call a taxi to take her to the airport. After that, he turned around and prepared to go upstairs. However, just as he took a step, he heard Shinsisi's voice behind him. I said you are a coward. Because you keep saying that you don't intend to pursue the things I did in the valley before. But you don't accept me to join the deep sea hunters. In fact, you want to punish me. And you don't even dare to admit it in front of me. Oh! For an arrogant man like you. You probably think that all women will be unable to extricate themselves from your charm as soon as they see you. So when you found that I had no interest in you, you felt that your male dignity was deeply offended. The man in the flowered shirt was so angry that he laughed. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Shinsisi. Don't say such nonsense for the safety of your men and the smooth operation. I just want to ask you a question. What do you think the human side has a chance of winning this operation? Less than 10%. When it comes to business, the man in the flowered shirt finally becomes serious. We have missed the best time to kill him. He will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. That's the problem. You are already doing something to get yourself killed. One more traitor won't make the journey any worse. On the contrary, if you let me on board, I can at least provide some help. You said that the current situation does not allow you to be picky. Even if it only increases a little hope. You should seize it. Right? Shinsisi said. I have to admit that you are really good at speaking. You almost convinced me. Really? Just a little bit short. The man in the flowered shirt used his index finger and thumb to measure an almost imperceptible distance. Don't you want to know who is more attractive between you and him? If you don't let me get on the ship, how can I compare? Shinsisi said lightly. Heh. The man in the flowered shirt finally laughed out loud. Everyone says that your intelligence is not inferior to the presidents of the 3 major guilds. I finally saw it today. Although I know that you are just using my male self-esteem to get on the ship. I really can't seem to find a reason to refuse. So I can join the deep sea hunters? Shinsisi asked. No, said the man in the flowered shirt. You still have to do a checkup before that. But don't worry. These checkups are just to confirm whether you can withstand a long sea voyage and whether you have decided to sacrifice your life to fight against evil forces and save the world. After all, we will be out to sea soon. And there is a high probability that we will never come back. As long as you can pass the physical examination, you will be a member of the deep sea hunters. I will pass the test. When will we set off? Shinsisi asked. We will set off in 2 days when all the people and equipment are ready. The man in the flowered shirt said, and continued to walk upstairs. However, when he had one foot on the stairs, he turned back and said, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. What? Welcome to the Route to Hell. Chapter 1404 Eden Project. 2 days later, Shinsisi stood on the deck, looking at the land that was gradually disappearing from sight in the distance. The man in the flowered shirt had just checked the sailing route and walked out of the captain's room. I read your medical report. Everything else is fine. Only your mental state seems a little tired. Is it because you have been too busy recently? Well, my team and I have been driving around for the past month and a half, and we haven't had much rest, Shinsisi said. taking a cup of hot coffee from the man in the flowered shirt. Then you can have a good rest now. This journey is expected to be very long. The man in the flowered shirt said. Of course. If you feel bored and want to find some entertainment, you are always welcome to come to my room. Thank you. But I don't need any entertainment, Shinsisi replied. Although I knew you were using me a long time ago, it was still beyond my expectation that you turned against me so quickly. After boarding the ship, your attitude towards me became visibly colder. It was really sad. No matter how nice you said, I also took a lot of pressure to get you on board. Not all people on this ship are as generous as me, and are willing to forgive you for what you did in the valley that night. It doesn't matter. I didn't come on board to make friends. Shinsisi paused, then continued. Instead of complaining there, why don't you tell me my next plan? You said it should be kept secret on land before. But now we are out at sea. So we can tell you now. Of course, you are also a member of the deep sea hunters. So this request is reasonable. The man in the flowered shirt touched his chin. I have always been a person who doesn't doubt people. And I don't doubt people who I use. Since I have decided to let you on board, I will not look at you with tinted glasses like others. What do you want to know? How do we find the target? We don't go looking for him. The man in the flowered shirt said leisurely. After Poseidon was killed, the gods have lost track of him. Although we have all kinds of modern technology, it is probably useless. So we need to change our thinking and let him come to us. How to do it? The man in the flowered shirt smiled mysteriously. By bait. Shinsisi's expression moved slightly when she heard this. The man in the flowered shirt seemed to guess what she was thinking and laughed. It's not you. Although you are related to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng is dead, and only a body is left. The one occupying that body now is the Lord of Raya. He will not have the memories of Zhang Heng before his death. Even if I use you as bait, it will be useless. What is the bait? The man in the flowered shirt did not answer in a hurry this time. I can tell you now. But this journey is so boring. And you clearly don't plan to do any entertainment during this period. So I leave you a puzzle to guess. Shinsisi didn't dwell on this question after hearing this, and continued to ask. If Zhang, the Lord of Raya, really appears, how should we deal with him? This cargo ship was modified before departure, and equipped with torpedoes and missiles. 1 main gun and 3 secondary guns, all hidden under the deck, will be raised when they reach a place where there are no people. Hasn't it been proven that these thermal weapons have little effect on the target before? Shinsisi asked. Yes. So the key this time is the ammunition. Whether it is torpedoes, missiles, or ammunition for the main and secondary guns, all are provided by the Guardians. What is this? An oversized god-killing bullet? Shinsisi frowned. Yes, as far as I know. The blood of the gods used alone weighs several tons. It is said that the Guardians have found the most precious healing props. Bleeding the gods day and night, and then healing them, bleeding again, repeating 24 hours a day. Only then did we gather all the necessary materials. The man in the flowered shirt said something that made people shudder without changing his expression. But if he appears directly on our ship, won't all your weapons be useless? Don't worry. We have definitely considered this issue. And you will know when the time comes. The man in the flowered shirt said as he took out a fishing rod from somewhere. Are there any other questions? You don't need entertainment. But I do. Yes. Do the gods know about our actions? How do they plan to cooperate with us? Those guys are not reliable at all. So don't count on them. The man in the flowered shirt shook his head and said, the final battle this time will most likely be between us humans. There are 6 more ships like this, departing from different ports. As long as one of our teams can succeed, we can save the whole world. Just as the deep sea hunter ship sailed out of the harbor. On the other side, in Pluto's mansion, a meeting was also held at the most critical point. The war with the Lord of Raya went badly, causing the gods to split into 2 factions. One faction advocated continuing to fight in order to protect the world and their own source of power, while the other newly emerged faction proposed a new plan. Eden Project. Are you serious? The god of war Ares' face turned pale, and he suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Admit it. We have no way to deal with him. Odin was seriously injured. Zeus's artifact Thunder was destroyed. And the spirit of the god of science was also polluted. I don't know when it will recover. We suffered heavy losses in the previous battles. The goddess of life Isis said solemnly. But we still have a lot of people. And we still have enough strength to fight on. It's far from time to give up. Ares said angrily. Even those small, Short-lived humans have the courage to continue to fight. Are we, as gods, not as good as them? This is not something that courage can solve. Ares, the god of tarot, also interrupted. We also want to continue fighting. But the premise is that this battle is meaningful, not pushing us to the brink of destruction. While there is still time, we can select a group of human children who have not been polluted by the spirit. Take them to a safe place where he will never find them. And teach them carefully. This is the only thing we can do. And what about the billions of people outside? Ares felt like he was going crazy. There's no other way. We can't take the risk. As long as one person's mind is polluted and brought into the Garden of Eden, he will eventually go in. On the contrary, as long as we can ensure the purity of the Garden of Eden, the humans outside will soon die. Because that guy will bring destruction to the earth. When everyone outside dies, he will naturally not be able to exist anymore. But we can still rely on the humans in the Garden of Eden to survive until we return to this land. Chapter 1405. Hope is our most powerful weapon. Your so-called survival is to stay in that shitty Garden of Eden and linger? Ares sneered. Yes. In the Garden of Eden, we will become weaker than ever before and lose most of our strength. But at least we can survive. Given the current situation, this is the most rational choice. Isis' words were also agreed by many gods present. And some people have even begun to study the location of the Garden of Eden. Because the Master of Raya can invade a person's mind through dreams. It is not easy to find a place that can be completely isolated from the outside world. Some gods who supported Isis even mocked the war faction led by Ares. The reason why you don't want to support the Eden Project is because you are unwilling to give up your power. After all, the reason why you are stronger than us is just because of your popularity. But when you arrive in Eden, everything will start again. Everyone is standing on the same starting line. And everything after that will depend on their own abilities. Ares was so angry that he laughed. Oreads, don't forget who saved you from the hands of the new gods. Without us, you trash would have been eaten alive by those hungry new gods. Freya was also a member of the war faction. But she did not speak much at the meeting until Ares, in a rage, said this. Freya's heart sank. And she knew that Ares had made a fatal mistake. Sure enough, after the god of war said this, many centrists who were still wavering began to lean towards the Eden Project. After all, no one wants to be a waste forever. They may have a hard time in Eden at first. But as Isis said, everyone will be on the same starting line again this time. This is a rare opportunity. Especially for those gods, who are getting worse and worse, and their power is constantly weakening. It is hard not to be moved. Seeing that things were not going well, Freya decisively requested a half-hour adjournment. Although this proposal was accepted by the meeting host Justitia, the pro-war faction led by Ares understood that the split was inevitable. This kind of meeting is a complete waste of time. Those cowards have already been scared out of their wits. Even if we talk them out of their mouths, they will not continue to fight. On the lawn outside the house, seeing that most of the people around him were his own people, Ares couldn't help but complain. Then do you have any good ideas? Freya's expression was relatively calm, as if she was not surprised by the result. She just asked. Now most gods tend to support the Eden Project. And we are the only ones left. We really can't compete with that guy. If Game was still here, it would be great. Badur suddenly sighed. Although Game, the god of games, is a new god, he is one of the few who is welcomed by the new gods and respected by the old gods. The game rules he set ended the 1,000-year-long war among the gods and established a new order for the gods. Although many people usually complained that he was too nosy and missed the barbaric and free times in the past, when it came to the critical moment of life and death, everyone still thought of Game first. It was just that Game disappeared at this critical moment. If he was present at this meeting, the gods would definitely reach a consensus whether to fight or flee. No. If he was there might not be this meeting at all. Because Game had already dealt with the Master of Raya when he first descended into Zhang Hung body, and was still weak. Seeing the time slipping away, the war faction could not come up with any sufficient reasons to convince others except to continue complaining. And Ares found that Freya seemed to be distracted, while other gods were trying to find a solution. She just looked silently at the other end of the lawn. Sitting on the bench, there was a short and fat man wearing a suit and tie, with his hair combed meticulously, and an exaggerated mustache on his mouth. He looked like he had walked out of an old photo in the 19th century. At this moment, he neither participated in the discussion of the war party nor mixed with those who wanted to implement the Eden plan. He just held a piece of toast that had just come out of the kitchen, enjoying the sunshine, while occasionally pinching some crumbs to feed the group of sparrows in front of him. But just when he was about to throw the last bit of bread in his hand, the group of sparrows on the ground suddenly spread their wings and flew away. The mustache man raised his head and saw a group of gods led by Ares walking in front of him. "Are you guys here to bask in the sun?" "No. We want to know where game is now," Ares said, although the other party was a new god. Ares' attitude was very polite. "Not just you. I want to know too." The mustache man spread his hands, looking helpless. The next moment, Freya stood up. "Some people say that Game fled early because he was afraid of the Lord of Raya. This statement is quite interesting." The mustache man raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "What do you think?" "I think this is nonsense. Apart from Game, no other god is willing to spend so much effort to mediate the conflict between the new and old gods after sitting on the throne. I don't think such a leader will really abandon us when we need him the most." "Well, when he first told me that he was going to use games instead of war to resolve the disputes between the gods, I was also quite surprised. I thought that otaku like him would find this kind of thing too troublesome, and I laughed at him at the time. I told him that war and peace are like two sides of a coin. You can't eliminate one side and keep the other. The game may bring peace temporarily, but conflicts are still accumulating. Sooner or later, the new gods and the old gods will have a battle. Of course, I didn't expect that the battle would end in this way. I have to say that this ending is quite black humor." The mustache man smiled. "Did he leave because he was disappointed with us?" Ares said. "So he wants to give up on us, just like those guys over there want to give up on humans? From what I understand about him, he shouldn't be that kind of person. Don't keep us in suspense. You have the best relationship with him. What exactly does Game want to do? Can't you tell us now?" Apollo seemed the most anxious. "Every second we delay, the guy in the sea will become stronger. By then, even if Game is willing to take action, it may be too late." The mustache on the chair just smiled slightly when he heard this. "No matter what happens, we should have hope, because hope is always our most powerful weapon." But his old talk obviously did not satisfy the gods in front of him. In the end, seeing that they could not ask anything, Ares and others could only leave in disappointment. Chapter 1406, Sparring. The man in the flowered shirt did not lie. Life on the sea was indeed boring most of the time. After leaving the coast, the cell phone lost signal, so the whole ship became a closed little world. The time on the ship was infinitely stretched, and each day seemed to be no different from the previous day. The days were just a simple repetition of meaninglessness. The man in the flowered shirt originally thought that Shinsisi was just talking, but he didn't expect that she really didn't find any entertainment activities, not to mention knocking on his door. She hadn't even fished once in such a long time. Many people on the boat disliked her, but Shinsisi didn't seem to care. She rarely communicated with others. She went to the training room on time every day to do various training. The man in the flowered shirt went to see her several times and had to admit that this woman was definitely not a vase. She was very hard on herself. Whether it was strength training, explosive power, or speed training, her training volume was 2 to 3 times that of others, and she would spend several hours in the training room every day to perfect her swordsmanship. The swordsmanship teacher on the ship was convinced by her beating and even had a psychological trauma. He had to take 3 days off to recuperate. Shinsisi did not give up practicing, but she had no one to practice with her. She could only repeat the swinging movements in front of the mirror and constantly correct her posture. It was obviously a very boring thing, but her expression was consistent, and she didn't seem to feel bored at all. However, just after she finished practicing a set of movements, the door of the training room was pushed open from the outside. Shinsisi was a little surprised. Normally, there was no one in the sword training room after 9 o'clock in the evening, so she usually came to train at this time to avoid being annoyed by other people. The next moment, a set of protective gear was thrown in front of her. Then the guy opposite, who had already put on a full set of protective gear and wrapped himself tightly, said, "I will practice with you." Shinsisi recognized the voice coming from under the helmet as coming from the man in the flowered shirt. But she did not pick up the protective gear at her feet, but just wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "I thought I had made it clear enough before. I'm not trying to flirt with you." The man in the flowered shirt interrupted Shinsisi. "I know my frivolous behavior may have left you with some bad impressions, but I'm not an animal who only thinks with my lower body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the boat for such a long time without bothering you. Shinsisi put away the bamboo sword in her hand and waited for the man in the flowered shirt to continue. I just like to have some fun from time to time. This is something we both agree on. Even if you are my mother, you can't control my private life. The man in the flowered shirt shrugged. Why don't you continue to have fun instead of practicing swords with me? Shinsisi asked. Please, do you think I really forgot what this voyage is for? Of course. I also hope to have reliable teammates around me at the critical moment. Although we are in danger of death on this trip, it is always good to increase the chance of survival. Otherwise, why should I accept your application and let you get on board? You don't really think I am jealous of that dead guy, do you? Stop talking nonsense and get started. The man in the flowered shirt issued an invitation to fight. Shinsisi did not hesitate to pick up the armor on the ground and put it on, then held the bamboo sword again. And his temperament changed. Please teach me. The man in the flowered shirt felt a huge pressure enveloping him from afar. He understood why the swordsmanship trainer on the ship had to take a leave. But he was not afraid, but even more excited. He licked his lips and said, Come on. For 2 weeks afterwards, the two of them had been sparring with each other. The happiest person was the swordsmanship trainer on the ship, because he was pleasantly surprised to find that his vacation was extended, and he was free from the previous sparring hell. At the same time, he was mourning for the man in the flowered shirt in his heart, because he didn't believe that there was really a man in the world who could withstand Shinsisi's torture. But it turned out that the man in the flowered shirt was also a madman who was cruel enough to himself. Shinsisi's impression of the man in the flowered shirt has indeed improved a lot now. In a sense, the latter's dissolute temperament is more like a disguise. If you are confused by his appearance and really despise him because of it, it will play into his hands, and you will definitely pay a heavy price. In the training room, two figures were moving at high speed, blocking each other's attacks while looking for flaws in each other's moves. The intensity of the battle has been very high since the beginning. The training suits have long been wet with sweat, but the two are still concentrating. The crackling sound of bamboo swords colliding echoes in the training room. Shinsisi's eyes never leave the shoulder of the man in the flowered shirt. Is he going to attack the left-hand side? No. This is just a feint. The real target should be his throat. But after seeing through the opponent's movements, Shinsisi did not retract his sword to block it. Instead, he let the tip of the sword swing slightly to the left, pretending to be fooled and ready to defend the left-hand side. But in fact he was preparing to quickly stab the opponent's right wrist, holding the sword after blocking the attack of the man in the flowered shirt. Fighting is never a simple competition of speed and strength, but also a spiritual contest. The two have fought like this for thousands of times, but they have won and lost, and neither can defeat the other. But the next moment, Shinsisi felt that her eyes suddenly went dark, and she couldn't avoid the stab at her throat by the man in the flowered shirt. However, the man in the flowered shirt obviously noticed Shinsisi's abnormality at the moment, and stopped his movements at the critical moment, and then asked with concern, Are you okay? After this period of competition and contest, the two have already become friends. Of course, this kind of friends is not the kind of friendship between men and women, but simply mutual appreciation, and the willingness to believe in each other's strength. Although the man in the flowered shirt put out a small bait before making a move, he did not think that Shinsisi would be completely unable to see through his seductive moves with his strength. Not to mention that Shinsisi was completely unprepared just now, as if she had lost her mind. I'm fine. I just might be a little tired. Let's stop here today. Can you leave me alone for a while? Shinsisi rubbed her forehead and said, Okay. The man in the flowered shirt stood up without further ado and said, You've been working hard lately. You can take a break. Come to me whenever you want to practice swordplay. Thank you. Shinsisi forced a smile. However, when the man in the flowered shirt left, Shinsisi couldn't hold it in any longer. She hugged the trash can in the training room and vomited, because just now she looked at the man in the flowered shirt wearing a helmet, but only saw a huge octopus head. In fact, it wasn't just the man in the flowered shirt. Shinsisi was alone in the training room now. When she looked at the ceiling above her head, she felt that the ceiling had also changed. It was covered with shells, and something was constantly wriggling. Shinsisi knew that she had a mental problem. To be more precise, she had a mental problem after a month and a half of tracking and cleaning up those mysterious societies. But she had held on until now without telling anyone. Shinsisi now only hoped that this final battle would come sooner, before her mental breakdown completely. Chapter 1407. It's not him. It's them. Shinsisi didn't remember how she got back to the room. She took out the bottle of sleeping pills she bought before boarding the ship from her backpack. She opened the bottle cap and found that it was empty. So she could only wash up and lie on the bed. After a day of high-intensity training, her body and mind were extremely tired. But she still couldn't fall asleep. Shinsisi didn't know why. This time the hallucination lasted longer than the previous ones. Now no matter where she looked, she would see strange scenes that ordinary people couldn't bear. When Shinsisi tried to close her eyes, her imagination became sharper. Those indescribable things filled her mind, as if they were going to swallow her up. At this time, Shinsisi inexplicably thought of Zhang Heng. The latter should have also suffered from this kind of horrible hallucination, especially during the days of seclusion in the mountains. Shinsisi didn't know how Zhang Heng survived. Although compared to her, Zhang Heng still had the immunity crystal on him. But the immunity crystal only had 3 uses, and Zhang Heng had 1 left at the end, which he used on the little girl who had been with him for a few weeks. So where did he use the 2 chances before? Since Zhang Heng's death, Shinsisi has been avoiding recalling things related to Zhang Heng. In addition to being unable to accept Zhang Heng's death, there is also a knot in her heart, which is Zhang Heng's final choice. Shinsisi sometimes feels that she can understand Zhang Heng. After all, he was forced into a desperate situation that night. Except for a few people, the whole world hoped that he would die in that valley. So he naturally had enough reasons to retaliate against the world. This was a very fair thing. But Shinsisi felt that the Zhang Heng she knew should be more than that. But her reason could not let her convince herself like Fan Meinan and Zhang's father did, to believe in something illusory. So she could only hide this matter in her heart silently. Until tonight, when her spirit was on the verge of breaking because of those uncontrollable hallucinations. But she couldn't control herself and remembered many things. Those details that should not have been ignored with her observation ability. Shinsisi realized that there were too many inexplicable factors in Zhang Heng's death that night. Why did he run into the mountains alone in the last 2 weeks of his life? What did he do during this time? Looking at the traps he had set up in the mountains before, it was obvious that he had anticipated the battle that night. In that case, why didn't he escape before? Even the villager who tipped off before, with Zhang Heng caution, he should not have ignored this unstable factor. Shinsisi put herself in Zhang Heng's position, trying to think and understand Zhang Heng's mentality and thoughts at the time. But now she has been tortured by those ubiquitous hallucinations, and it is difficult to concentrate completely. In addition, for some unknown reason, the sea was particularly rough tonight. The deep-sea hunter ship was rocking and shaking in the waves. The people inside felt like they were riding a pirate ship in an amusement park. Even many people who had already fallen asleep were woken up from their beds by the storm. The sailors were also nervously waiting at their respective posts. Shinsisi had already felt a little nauseous. And now she had to get up from the bed again and look for a trash can. As a result, not long after Shinsisi had vomited, a sudden alarm sounded throughout the cabin. From the length of the alarm, Shinsisi heard that it was an enemy attack. So the next moment, she was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Heng came? If so, it would explain why the hallucination lasted so long tonight. Is it because the real owner is nearby? When Shinsisi thought of this, she didn't feel scared, but instead had a faint expectation. She knew her own mental condition best. It was getting worse day by day. If it dragged on, she might die in this vast ocean before she saw the real owner. Shinsisi came under the bed, took out the small balance that Justicia gave her, pushed open the door, and walked to the deck. The corridor was now very lively, and the doors of almost all rooms were open. The players in the guest rooms were either getting dressed or checking their weapons, because the ship was shaking all the time. And there were odds and ends like beer bottles and toilet paper rolling on the floor. The captains of each team were counting the team members, and everyone looked very nervous. Although they knew that this day would come before they boarded the ship, it did not mean that when this day really came, everyone would be able to remain calm and face it. Shinsisi rarely interacted with other players. Now that the war was about to start, no one cared about her. So Shinsisi just walked all the way to the deck. At this moment, the sky seemed to have a big hole poked by something, and heavy rain poured down from the hole. The dense raindrops had completely connected into one piece, coupled with the terrifying wind and thunder. Even if the people on the deck were only a few meters apart, they had to shout to barely communicate. Shinsisi held onto the turret beside him to steady himself, and quickly scanned the area. finding the man in the flowered shirt among the figures on the port side deck. Although the ship was constantly tossed by the storm and huge waves, the man in the flowered shirt stood firmly there, like a reef, standing firm in the wind and rain. Seeing his figure, the sailors on the deck didn't seem so scared anymore. The man in the flowered shirt held a telescope and looked at a certain place. The next moment, Shinsisi's voice came from behind him. "Is he here?" "It's not him. It's them." The man in the flowered shirt looked stern. He handed the telescope in his hand to Shinsisi. Shinsisi took it, put it in front of her eyes, and looked in the direction where the man in the flowered shirt had looked before. However, the visibility on the sea was very low now. As far as Shinsisi could see, there were only surging waves, until a thick lightning struck the sea and lit up the night sky. With a fleeting light, Shinsisi saw a group of dense black shadows in the sea. They were a group of ugly half-human, half-fish and frog monsters. The number was unknown, at least thousands, and they were swimming towards them quickly. For a moment, Shinsisi thought it was also his illusion, but the next moment she heard the man in the flowered shirt utter a word. "Deep diver." His voice was colder than the raindrops falling on his skin. And then he issued a combat order to the adjutant beside him. "Prepare to drop depth charges." "Do you want to drop all of them?" "No. Use half. And keep the other half to deal with the main target." After a pause, the man in the flowered shirt added, "If we can survive this wave of attacks." Chapter 1408 Fierce Battle. With a loud bang, the high explosive in the depth charge was detonated. The shock wave and fragments were ejected rapidly in all directions, forming several waves rising to the sky on the water surface. You should know that these depth charges were all loaded by the Guardians, and were specially used to deal with supernatural creatures. Almost all the half-human, half-fish frog monsters within the explosion range died on the spot without exception. Soon, corpses floated on the sea surface. However, before the people on the boat could cheer, they saw a new group of black shadows joining the team. The number of those monsters increased instead of decreasing. The man in the flowered shirt looked more serious. After thinking for a moment, he ordered 2 more depth charges to be dropped and tried to launch a torpedo at the same time. Unfortunately, except for the depth charges that could be detonated at a fixed time, the heavy torpedoes were easily avoided by the monsters. Moreover, compared with the number of these deep divers, the damage caused by the depth charges was not enough. The man in the flowered shirt had realized the seriousness of the problem. In order to save ammunition, he did not even authorize the main guns and secondary guns to fire. He did not give the order to attack until the monster swam closer. The shells and bullets fell down, and the black shadow in the sea was choked. However, they reacted quickly and disappeared from the sea surface after leaving dozens of corpses. Of course, the players were not naive enough to think that they could drive away all the monsters with this round of attacks. In fact, when they saw the deep divers disappear, many people's faces changed. They had already figured out where these monsters were running to. The deep divers moved from the surface to the bottom of the water, avoiding the fierce artillery fire. According to the display on the sonar detector, these monsters are now about 20 meters underwater. And at the same time, they continue to approach the deep-sea hunter's ship at the same speed. The man in the flowered shirt reacted simply to the aggressive enemy, just saying lightly, "Get ready for battle." Then, he took the lead in accepting a submachine gun handed over by the person next to him. After hearing the alarm and experiencing a brief chaos, the players on the ship quickly calmed down and gathered into teams according to the previous division. Under the leadership of the captain, they came to the deck one by one, including the extremely cold ghost who had frozen the pool before. He walked to the side of the ship, stretched out a hand and pressed the guardrail. And soon, a thin layer of ice formed on the entire bottom of the ship. Those deep divers dived to the dead corner where the main and secondary guns on the ship could not hit them before emerging from the water again. However, when they wanted to climb onto the ship, they found it difficult to find any force points. The places where their limbs were released were extremely slippery. So the first batch of deep divers, as the advanced team, immediately suffered. They jumped high, but soon slipped and fell into the water, and a series of bullets fell with them. The first wave of attacks from the deep divers had just begun, but had to be hastily ended, and dozens of bodies were handed over. But the players on the boat were not very excited, and everyone understood that the battle tonight had just begun. Sure enough, the deep divers were silent for a while, and then they came up with a new trick. Tonight, the sea was windy and the waves were high, even up to dozens of meters high. The deep divers could actually calculate the trajectory and use those huge waves to throw themselves from the water to the boat. Just a wave that was almost as high as the side of the ship sent at least 40 deep divers onto the ship. But several of them were killed by players who discovered them before they landed. And there were also unlucky ones who hit their heads on the turrets and fainted directly, and were killed. However, the rest of them finally managed to board the ship, setting a good example for their companions. But unfortunately, they were too outnumbered and were quickly killed by nearby player teams before they could last long. However, their success also pointed the way for the deep divers. More and more half-human, half-fish frog monsters used the waves to throw themselves onto the ship, and the battle became more intense. Once the battlefield was transferred from the sea to the ship, neither torpedoes nor artillery could be used. The most reliable weapon in the hands of the players was the god-killing bullet, especially now that the god-killing bullet has been upgraded to the 3rd generation. It has amazing lethality. It is difficult for gods below level B to withstand it. Not to mention the deep divers, a supernatural creature at the 1st level of servants. Basically, once it is hit, it will lose its combat effectiveness. But the problem is that there are too many monsters, as if they are endless. At the beginning, the players still have an absolute advantage. But not long after, casualties began to appear one after another. At the same time, the man in the flowered shirt had to remind the deep-sea hunters to save bullets. Although the Guardians suffered heavy losses this time and provided a considerable number of god-killing bullets, the average amount per ship was not as much as expected. Moreover, this plan was to deal with the Lord of Raya, and the bullets only played a role of distraction. At the current speed of consumption of desperate shooting, it is likely that they will not last even a quarter of an hour. After hearing the warning from the man in the flowered shirt, some players decisively reduced their firing rate and began to pursue shooting accuracy, while also using other weapons to assist in the battle. However, more players understood the consequences of running out of god-killing bullets. But at this moment, there were enemies in front, behind, and on both sides of them. And if they didn't shoot desperately, they would die. In this situation, even if they wanted to save bullets, they couldn't do it. Shinsisi took the sword thrown by the man in the flowered shirt. This sword was different from the bamboo sword used in previous training. It was forged from high-carbon steel and had a sharp blade. As Shinsisi raised her hand and swung the sword, a deep diver was stabbed through by her. Then Shinsisi quickly scanned the surroundings and moved towards a team in a more urgent situation. 3 of the 6-man team had already died in the battle, and 2 of the remaining 3 were injured. They were just struggling to hold on, but their bullets were almost exhausted. Fortunately, Shinsisi arrived in time and cleanly chopped down the 5 deep divers besieging them. Then he threw his magazine to them, without waiting for the 3 to thank him. Shinsisi had already waved the high-carbon steel sword in his hand again to meet the next deep divers. The man in the flowered shirt on the other side was also killing like crazy. No one could stop them wherever they went. No deep diver could get close to them. Besides them, there were also other players with special abilities who showed their power one after another, turning the situation that had been tilted towards the deep diver back. But as time went on, the numerical disadvantage of the players was magnified, facing the almost endless monsters around them. Even the strongest people could not help but feel a little desperate. Chapter 1409, The First Requirement. Faced with the 2 monsters that rushed over from the left and right, Shinsisi first retreated a small half step to leave enough space for herself, then swung the high-carbon steel sword in her hand. And the next moment, the heads of the 2 monsters were cut off. After dealing with the enemies in front of her, Shinsisi chopped off the hind legs of a deep diver lying on the turret. However, when she stabbed a deep diver on her left-hand side that was covered with barnacles and was larger in size and looked like the leader, she stabbed nothing. Shinsisi immediately realized that it was just her illusion. She wiped the rain off her face, took a breath during the battle, and looked elsewhere. At this moment, the battle on the deck was still going on. There were corpses everywhere. The players had given up most of the space. The survivors gathered together spontaneously and surrounded the ladder to the deck to block the monster's attack. Shinsisi also saw the man in the flowered shirt. The latter was still fighting at the front. Like her, his clothes were soaked by the heavy rain. The blood on the high-carbon steel sword seemed to be unable to be washed away forever. There were at least a dozen bodies of deep divers around him, all killed by a single sword. And there were also bodies of human players. in order to let the guy whose neck was bitten off suffer less. The man in the flowered shirt had to end his pain in advance. After drawing the sword, he seemed to have sensed something, looked back at where Shinsisi was, and smiled at her. Even though the situation had become so critical, the man in the flowered shirt still did not change his previous dissolute temperament, as if nothing in the world could scare him anymore. However, Shinsisi's expression suddenly changed. She saw that a mass behind the man in the flowered shirt was full of deep divers, so dense that they looked like bees living in a hive. Accompanied by a roar of thunder, they seemed to have received a signal and jumped down from the mass together, targeting the man in the flowered shirt. In the face of absolute numbers, skill has completely lost its meaning. The teammate next to the man in the flowered shirt also realized the danger and was shooting desperately, trying to stop these monsters falling from the sky. But even if they emptied their magazines in just a few seconds, they could only kill a limited number of monsters. Seeing that the man in the flowered shirt was doomed, the next moment, a golden light suddenly shone on the deck. And then the half-man, half-fish frog monsters fell straight from the sky like a remote-controlled airplane whose batteries had been removed. It stands to reason that with the speed and agility of the man in the flowered shirt, he should be able to avoid these deep divers who had lost their ability to move. But at the moment the golden light appeared, his head seemed to be hit by something, and he lost consciousness. Then, he was unable to dodge, and was pressed under a falling deep divers. In fact, it was not just him. Basically, everyone else on the boat was also attacked from the soul. But the degree was different. And the instigator of all this, Shinsisi, could no longer hold the small scale in her hand, and knelt on one knee. The AoE skill of the Justice Scale, Evil Judgment, was originally fair to everyone, even her user. If it was her before going to the valley, it would not be a big problem. But now, the judgment of the Justice Scale seemed to be that she was guilty of a serious crime. In addition, her mind was already in a mess due to the sudden hallucination, and now she was judged by an evil judgment, and her whole head seemed to be about to explode. In a daze, Shinsisi only saw a few players, who recovered the fastest, dragging the man in the flowered shirt, who was knocked unconscious from under the body of the deep diver. The man in the flowered shirt was covered in blood, and was quickly sent to the cabin below. The other players probably felt that the deck could not bear it anymore, so they supported each other and retreated. In such a chaotic time, no one noticed Shinsisi kneeling on the other side. Or if someone noticed, they pretended not to see it. Shinsisi wanted to get up and retreat to the cabin with the other players. But now she had a terrible headache and couldn't even move a finger. The next moment, a huge wave hit the deck, and Shinsisi's body was also blown away. Her head hit something unknown, and then her eyes went black and she completely lost consciousness. Shinsisi thought she was dead. After all, if you faint at this time, whether you are targeted by those half-human, half-fish frog monsters or fall into the sea, you will basically die. However, when she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a lifeboat. Not far from her, the battleship of the deep-sea hunter was sinking little by little, with only a raised bow still on the water, and it was crawling with deep divers, as if swearing who is the master of this sea area. Shinsisi subconsciously reached around, trying to find her high-carbon steel sword, but she touched nothing. A voice came from behind her. "It's over." Shinsisi turned around and saw the smoking figure at the stern. She was not unfamiliar with that person, because she had dealt with him many times before in the game. The bartender's drinks were so weird that they were well known in the player circle. After the battle in the valley, her other identity was no longer a secret. Shinsisi asked the bartender, "Why did you save me? You should know that I, like everyone else on that ship, came to kill him." "Just you? Don't dream." Hydra exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the sunken ship in the distance, and shook his head. "You couldn't even force me to take action, and were wiped out by a group of deep divers, let alone him." Shinsisi was silent after hearing this, as if knowing what she was thinking. Hydra continued, "Don't count on others. I know you brought 7 ships this time, but unfortunately you are the last one left. Oh, by the way, there are also the gods. I received the latest news that they have finally made up their minds to run away." "Run away? Where to? How can they survive without humans?" Shinsisi frowned. It is said that a genius among them proposed a plan called the Garden of Eden, which plans to select 900 newborn babies, half male and half female, and take them to a place we can't find before their souls are polluted, where they will silently wait for us to destroy the world, and then destroy themselves, and then return to this land when everything is gone. What is this? The 21st century version of Noah's Ark? Are the remaining billions of humans just ruthlessly left behind by them? Shinsisi found it difficult to understand. Hydra seemed very calm. Survival is the first need of all life forms. Chapter 14:10 The Departing Gods. When Apollo looked up for the last time and looked at the red fireball above his head, he finally couldn't help but shed tears. And then he plucked the lyre in his hand. The melodious and mournful music flowed from his fingertips. And the gods who heard the music also stopped their actions. The youngest of them was born less than a year ago, while the oldest god had lived on this land for thousands of years, witnessing the prosperity and decline of countless civilizations, and had already merged with this land. However, now they are all forced to migrate for survival and become rootless fallen leaves. Thinking of this, many people's eyes became moist. The group of gods, led by Isis, who first proposed the Garden of Eden project, are busy with the final stage of work, selecting babies as fire seeds and arranging construction tasks after arriving in the new world. It is not an easy task to build human civilization from scratch. Moreover, there are many gods arriving in the new world. Not only old gods, but also new gods. How to balance the interests of all parties and reach a result that everyone is relatively satisfied with is even more difficult. As of now, after countless fierce negotiations, which were even tense to the point of restarting the war, both sides finally made concessions and barely reached an initial consensus in less than 3 months. This is already a pretty incredible speed, because just 3 months ago, the two sides were still at war. In fact, if it weren't for the external threat of Cthulhu, the new gods and the old gods who were already at loggerheads would never have reached any agreement at the negotiation table. Finally, Zeus and the god of science shook hands, marking that a fragile balance had finally been reached among the gods. And then came the collective migration. This was a big project that had already begun a month ago. The first to go in were a group of relatively weak gods, because they were most worried about being contaminated by Cthulhu, followed by slightly stronger gods. Until today, only the last group of passengers remained. However, just as Apollo and other gods were reminiscing about their last days on this land, an uninvited guest who had never appeared before suddenly appeared in front of the gods. Kronos, the god of time. Compared to more than 3 months ago, he looked much older. His eyes were full of anger, and he was no longer as calm as before. He strode towards the man in a suit, tie and exaggerated mustache. The latter was still standing a little further away from the other gods, feeding the birds with bread crumbs leisurely, as if he didn't hear Apollo's sad piano music, until Kronos stood in front of him. Long time no see, Kronos, the mustache man greeted. I hope you can get rid of that bad habit of eating sweets soon. Kronos sneered. You can be proud as you want. Where is Game? I want to see him. The mustache man sighed. Why are you all looking for Game? Why are you all here to ask for him? He is so old. I don't care where he goes. Your tricks can deceive others, but not me, Kronos said coldly. I know what John Hung was doing in the mountains for 2 weeks. Well, I heard that you were there at that time, in order to ensure that your long-prepared plan could be successfully carried out to the last step. You kept an eye on him to ensure that there would be no accidents, and waited until he had no choice but to accept your request for blood transfusion. The man with the mustache said. You are still as shrewd as ever, and full of patience and caution. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. Humans are different from us. They have always been unpredictable. Kronos completely ignored what the man with the mustache said and just repeated. I know what he did in the mountains for 2 weeks. He was playing games on the game console he got in a proxy war. There was a game called Endless Journey on it, and Game was in it. He used that game console to contact the missing Game. Right? Kronos stared at the mustache man's eyes, as if he wanted to read the answer from them. However, the latter just stroked his beard and said, I can understand your feelings, Kronos. No matter who it is, if they spend 18 years preparing a dish, but in the end they can't eat it, they will feel angry. Many people think I'm crazy, and I dare to go after the owner of the city under the ice. But in my opinion, you and Game are the real crazy ones. I admit that I covet his power, but at least I'm not crazy enough to really let him out. It's entirely your and Game's fault that things have developed to this point. Guess what other gods will think if I tell them this? In fact, when Kronos suddenly appeared and rushed to the mustache man angrily. Many gods' attention was attracted by the two, but it was difficult for them to come over and eavesdrop. The mustache man shrugged, as if he didn't hear the threat in the words of the god of time at all, and said softly, "Kronos, you need to take a good rest and stop thinking about it." The god of time was unmoved. "I admit that I lost this game. From the moment the Lord of Raya descended into Zhang Heng's body, I lost completely, and there was no possibility of a comeback. So now I just need an answer." "What answer? What tricks are you playing? Why are you so sure that Game and I are playing tricks?" The mustache man asked with interest. Game has always hoped that the new gods and the old gods can live in peace. But this time everyone knows that a war between the two camps is inevitable, and even he can't reconcile. As a result, because of the arrival of the Lord of Raya, the new gods and the old gods suddenly have a common enemy and have to join hands again. The war just started and ended in a way that no one could have imagined. The current result may be sad for others, but it is just what you want. However, the price is too high. And do you really treat other gods as fools? We don't treat other gods as fools. The mustache man shook his head, but he finally stopped avoiding the question of the god of time and sighed. "Kronos, your intelligence is top-notch among both the new and old gods. But unfortunately your vision is a little narrow, which is probably why you can't understand Game." Chapter 1411. This area is not open yet. I may not know Game, but I know Zhang Heng very well, Kronos said. He is not the kind of person who will be manipulated by others. Since he rejected my proposal, there is no reason for him to accept Game's arrangement. Not to mention that doing so will kill himself. What bargaining chips did you give him? We didn't offer any bargaining chips, said the mustache man. This is his story, and he should have written it himself. The other people in the story, including Game and me, are just his supporting roles. I don't want to play any more riddles with you. Kronos shook his head. I will tell the other gods what you have done. This Eden project sounds full of conspiracy. The people who went there have lost contact. Who knows where they went? The mustache looked innocent. The place was chosen by Isis and her friends. She picked a tulip and created a piece of pure land on a high mountain that no one could find. It is enough for us to survive until the world is destroyed. But the premise is that they need to be completely isolated from the outside world. Don't mention Isis to me. We all know what kind of woman that is. As long as the price is high, she can betray anyone. Kronos sneered. The mustache man spread his hands and made a gesture that there was nothing I could do. No matter what others choose, I will not go to the so-called Garden of Eden, Kronos said resolutely. He was about to say something else, but at this moment, the sound of the sun god Apollo's harp suddenly stopped. Then, as if someone pressed the pause button, the actions of all the gods present stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure who appeared at the dock at some unknown time. Finally, the limited edition Supreme co-branded wine glass of the god of luxury slipped from her hand first and fell to the ground. And the sound of the glass breaking was particularly harsh in the dead silence. The face of the god of luxury turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth and said in horror, "No, don't choose me." As a result, before she finished her words, her head exploded like the wine glass just now, and blood and brains were all over the lawn, like a wild oil painting. It was not until then that other gods reacted. A group of gods led by Apollo shouted angrily and took out their weapons, while other weaker gods reacted differently. Some wanted to fight, while others wanted to flee in all directions. The scene suddenly became chaotic, as if it was a concert with a gunman. Kronos didn't bother to find the mustache man to blame. He paused time directly and wanted to escape in the world of time stop. However, there were many gods present. It was very risky for him to use the time stop ability at this time. However, after less than 2 seconds of pause, this static world was already showing signs of collapse. Strictly speaking, powerful gods like Apollo and Ares were not completely frozen, but the flow of time around them was slowed down. However, what really frightened Kronos was the direction of the dock. Zhang Heng was not bothered by the time stop at all and moved freely. Kronos then remembered that he still had a large part of his ability in the other party. The agency contract was not so easy to regret, so Kronos had not been able to give back his part of the ability until now. It can be said that he suffered a great loss this time. He failed to steal the chicken and lost half of his life. In this situation, Kronos stayed in the world of time stop for less than 3 seconds and took the initiative to withdraw. He did not want to become a target like the god of luxury goods, and his wise decision also allowed him to successfully escape. Zhang Heng had already looked at him, but as the flow of time around him returned to normal, Zhang Heng's eyes were attracted by a goddess who was about to escape into the woods nearby. However, Kronos could not escape as he wished. As Ares, the god of science, and others took the initiative to meet, Zhang Heng, Isis, and the mustache man were busy summoning other gods to enter Pluto's mansion. There was a door that led directly to the new world. At this time, no one was in the mood to miss their homeland. No one expected that this retreat would be so embarrassing. Even the last dignity was trampled underfoot. This was no longer an orderly evacuation, but a complete defeat, especially when they saw countless dense black shadows emerging from the sea, landing along the coastline, and then rushing towards them. Even without Isis urging them, everyone quickened their pace, ran towards the villa, and rushed to open the door. Kronos' face was also very ugly at this time. After all, he had just made a harsh statement not long ago, saying that he would never go to the new world no matter what. But now, he had no other way out except to open the door with others. Seeing that the deep divers had surrounded the villa, and even the fastest ones had reached the lawn outside, Kronos knew that he could not delay any longer. He stamped his feet, and finally walked into the door behind him. On the moment he pushed open the door, a dazzling white light shone in front of him, making it impossible for Kronos, who tried to open his eyes wide, to see the scene behind the door clearly. When his eyes adjusted to the environment again, he found himself standing in a place similar to the airport terminal, but he could not see the runway or the plane outside the window. There was only a foggy darkness. Standing with him were the gods who had just come in, all with bewilderment written all over their faces. This place was obviously very different from the new world and the tulips they had heard about before, and most people had not figured out the current situation. Moreover, after they looked around, they found that Isis, who had come in with them, was also missing. The latter was the only person here who could explain to them what had happened. However, the gods present were all well known, and after a short commotion, the gods began to spontaneously explore this building that looked like a terminal, hoping to find some clues from it. But Kronos did not join in. He just stood aside and sneered. Unlike other gods who were still kept in the dark, the god of time was sure that Game and the mustachioed man were behind this so-called new world of Eden. Sure enough, someone screamed soon after. It was Hercules, the god of Hercules. He punched a pillar in the center of the hall, but the pillar returned to its original state soon. At the same time, on the other side, the god of Tarot, who was about to push the door and walk out, heard a mysterious voice in his ears. Sorry, this area is not open yet. Chapter 1412 Game Compensation. 4 months ago, in the valley, Zhang Heng tried to start the engine removed from the Polo in his new home to charge the battery, and then took out a PS4 Pro from his luggage bag. This PS4 Pro was the prize he got from participating in the first round of the proxy war, and it was limited to the top 50. However, there was nothing special about the machine itself. It was exactly the same as what you can buy on the market. The only difference was that it was pre-installed with a game called Endless Journey. Zhang Heng connected the PS4 Pro to the battery. The game had disappeared more than a month ago, but Zhang Heng still remembered what Game said when he and Game met for the first and last time in the Chernobyl dungeon. Game told him that if he wanted to contact him, he could use this PS4 Pro, without the other party's PSN account. There was no doubt that the contact information Game referred to was hidden in the game called Endless Journey. In fact, Zhang Heng has been playing the Xianxia game whenever he has free time recently, although the game process is surprisingly long, worthy of the name of Endless Journey. Zhang Heng himself has 24 more hours than the average person. After accumulating so much time, he is finally close to completing the game. On the first night after arriving at his new home, Zhang Heng completely completed the game. However, apart from the words "congratulations on completing the game," he got nothing. Zhang Heng put down the controller, moved his fingers and waist, thought for a moment, and got up to eat something. After that, he opened the game again and started playing the second round. Zhang Heng had already realized that this was not a game with a single ending. Perhaps the ending he got in the first round was not the correct answer. So in the second round, Zhang Heng deliberately made the opposite choice when faced with the options. He had previously taken the immortal path, but this time he chose the magic path. Compared with the immortal path, The magic path is much simpler in terms of gameplay. There are not so many tedious main quests. And the main quest is basically based on combat. You just need to fight all the way to the end. In addition, although the level is reset to 0, the equipment in the first round can be inherited. The artifact that John Hung worked hard to get in the half-hour boss battle finally came in handy. In addition, more powerful skills and characters were unlocked. Therefore, although the difficulty of the second round has increased, it is still within an acceptable range. After completing the magic path, John Hung received the same congratulations message, but still could not find any clues related to game. John Hung was not in a hurry to start the third round of the game. Not only because he was a little tight on time, but also because he began to realize that his previous solution ideas might not be correct. At this time, a week had passed since he entered the mountain. He had nightmares every night without interruption, and his mental state had become worse and worse. Even according to the most optimistic estimate, he could only hold on for another 10 days. Moreover, John Hung did not think that other people and gods would give him so much time. So John Hung knew that he only had one last chance to play the game. And if he wanted to carry out his plan, he had to find game first. John Hung boiled a pot of hot water, made a bowl of instant noodles to fill his diarrhea, and then started the game again. In the third round, John Hung did not care about the main line and branch line anymore. After successfully creating a character, he started to wander around the world. In the previous 2 rounds of the game, John Hung had discovered that the map of Endless Journey was very special, and was not unlocked with the plot. In other words, as long as you want, you can reach any corner of the world. Of course, there is also the possibility that the monsters there will be sent home in one move. But after playing the game for the first 2 weeks, John Hung's observation and memory have enabled him to remember the actions and attack methods of most monsters, as well as the hatred radius. So although he ran around on the map, he was rarely sent home. And without the constraints of the task, John Hung walked a considerable distance on the map of Endless Journey this time, and finally found what he was looking for in a small fishing village near the East China Sea. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset dyed the sea orange red. A fisherman wearing a straw raincoat sat motionless on the fishing boat, and it was quite artistic when seen from the back. But when John Hung controlled the character to go around in front of him, all the previous artistic conception was destroyed. And then John Hung found himself in the game, replacing his level 6 trumpet character. You are too foolish. John Hung jumped up from another fishing boat. Game in front of him made a simple small bracket and put the fishing rod on it, thus successfully freeing his hands to hold a GBA. This is the second generation of portable game console released by Nintendo in 2001. Although it was only on the market for 5.5 years, its sales were very impressive. It can almost be called the birthday gift that all boys dreamed of at that time. John Hung glanced at the screen and found that Game was still playing Pokemon. Game saw that John Hung also paused the game in his hand, and then said, "Congratulations on finding me in the third round." He did not immediately ask John Hung why he came, nor was he busy talking about the current situation outside. Instead, the first question was, "What do you think of my game?" John Hung told the truth. "The graphics are excellent. The combat is perfect. The game runs smoothly, and I haven't encountered any bugs yet. However, the plot is mediocre, and the character creation doesn't have many highlights. Although it is an open map, the degree of freedom is also average, which is far inferior to the dungeon games I played before. To be honest, if it weren't for finding you, I wouldn't have any interest in playing to the third round." Game nodded. "This is actually the situation of us gods." "What situation?" "We have great power, but we cannot escape the orbit of fate. Simply put, our degree of freedom is still too low." Game put down the GBA in his hand. "In comparison, you humans are like new characters in the game. Although the starting point is very low, you are full of growth. Later experiences and choices will sculpt you into different appearances. I don't have many choices. My life was arranged by different people shortly after I was born," John Hung said lightly. "But you still came here," said Game. "The main and side quests in this world have been written, but you still found this small fishing village that has nothing to do with any quest. So, tell me, what do you want to do with me? I helped you find a bug in the Chernobyl dungeon. You said you wanted to compensate me, but I didn't want anything at the time. Now I know what I want. What do you want? Let me make it clear first. I can't solve your problem," Game said. After all, I'm not omnipotent. Don't worry. What I want is very simple. John Hung said without hesitation. I want to play another round of the game. Chapter 1413. Round 11. You want to play another round? Gamum raised his eyebrows. But the proxy war is over, and the game has been shut down by the organizing committee. But you are the god of games, so you should be able to restart it. Right? That game is the best work I have made so far. No, strictly speaking, it is not my work alone, but the result of the joint efforts of a group of gods. In order to build that almost real game world, everyone contributed. Game finally decided not to be polite anymore, and changed the subject, nodding and saying bluntly, yes, you are right. Even so, I can still restart it, but it will cost me a lot of strength. It's okay at ordinary times. I basically stay at home and play games. It doesn't matter if I have more or less strength. But Cthulhu is about to wake up from his underwater palace and come to this world with your body. Although I don't like to meddle in other people's business, I can't watch him destroy the world. I won't let him destroy the world, John Hung said. How sure are you? About 40%. John Hung thought for a moment and said, 40% is not a number that can make people feel at ease. Game sighed. Or you can choose to kill me now. If you succeed, you will be 100% sure, John Hung said calmly. Game shook his head. This goes against the way of playing games that I have always advocated. If everyone's first choice when facing a difficult game is to cheat and take shortcuts, then naturally they will not be able to fully enjoy the fun of conquering the game. John Hung was not surprised by this answer. This was one of the reasons why he decided to find Game. John Hung had long discovered that the god of games always valued the process of the game more than the result of the game. So in the third round of Endless Journey, when John Hung decided to give up the pursuit of the perfect ending, he could meet Game again in this small fishing village. Sure enough, the god of games in front of him did not hesitate for too long, and stretched out a hand. 40% is 40%. Since you have chosen the game route, enjoy the fun of the strategy. I will. John Hung shook hands with Game. Thank you. Don't be polite. This is the game compensation I promised you before. Game waved his hand, then paused and asked, have you decided which dungeon you want to go to? I can help you with this. No, I have already chosen the dungeon, John Hung said. I only have one request. That is, no matter what era the dungeon is, there must be a usable computer in it. Game looked at John Hung again after hearing this somewhat strange proposal, and then did not ask any more questions, and picked up the GBA in his hand again. Your 11th round of the game will start on time at 11:55 tonight, so be prepared in advance. After turning off the PS4 Pro, John Hung looked at the starfish in his hand. There was less than a quarter of an hour left before 11:55, so he stood up and moved his wrists and ankles. Then he walked to the travel bag and took out a USB flash drive from it. Name, Edward's USB flash drive. Quality, F. Function, your IP can never be tracked when inserted into the computer. This USB flash drive was a small gadget that John Hung got in the leaker's copy. It was only of F-level quality, although its functions were quite practical. It had always been just a bonus. It had not been used much before, but this time John Hung put it in his pocket first. Then John Hung took out some relatively small props that were easy to carry. As for the combat props that he had always relied on, such as Arrow of Paris, Hidden Sheath and Plague Bone Bow, John Hung did not take any of them, because John Hung knew that Kronos must be somewhere nearby, watching him. John Hung did not want Kronos to know that he had played this round of the game. The next prop he took out was Immunity Crystal. This D-level prop had 2 uses left. John Hung had not used it again after trying its effect, just to save it for tonight to help him get through tonight's nightmare, so that he would not be troubled by nightmares in the next dungeon, and could concentrate on the game. The last thing John Hung took out was a fountain pen. This fountain pen was given to him by a man with a mustache who looked like Conan Doyle in the deduction law copy. But the subsequent identification results showed that it was not any prop. But this time John Hung chose to carry this fountain pen with him when he entered the game copy. At 11:49, John Hung made all the preparations, lay on the bed, and fell asleep normally. Then the nightmare also attacked him. But then the immunity crystal emitted a soft white light in his hand, wrapped his soul, and floated all the way to a white room. However, John Hung did not stay in this white room for too long this time. Soon, the familiar dizziness came over him. Player identity verification. Verification passed. Randomly drawing the 11th round of copies for player number 07958. It was detected that the player holds a special token, Conan Doyle's pen, and the player will be linked to the designated copy. Link completed. The current copy is Literary Salon. You are a new writer who has just emerged. You have successfully published your first novel, won several small awards and some praise from professional book critics, and have a group of readers who like you. Just when you are complacent about your achievements and are eager to make a big move, you receive a letter from a mysterious club. The owner of the club invites you to join their salon. You are a little hesitant at first, but soon curiosity overcomes the uneasiness caused by the unknown, and you decide to participate in their salon. Mission goal: defeat all opponents and win a salon story meeting. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 2,400. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 100 days in this game. After 500 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. When Zhang Heng heard the system prompt, he knew that he was right. The pen worked, but the content of the dungeon still surprised him a little. Zhang Heng originally thought that he would meet Conan Doyle with a mustache, and Zhang Heng had already made plans to hone his writing skills with him. However, after he really heard the dungeon description, he realized that this dungeon was even more lively than he imagined. However, in this case, it would be more difficult to pass the level. Chapter 1414 Salon. Zhang Heng opened his eyes and found himself in a slightly dim alley. At the end of the road was a small brick building with 2 high floors on both sides. It looked quite old. Zhang Heng could only barely infer from the building materials and style that it was a building after the 19th century. He did not rush in, but looked around again, saw the pedestrians passing by the alley, the cigarette vendors, and the grocery store opposite. Just when he wanted to continue looking, there was a thunder in the sky, indicating that there would be a rainstorm soon. So Zhang Heng did not stay there any longer, and finally took another step and walked towards the small brick building. The small building was much quieter than Zhang Heng imagined. There was only orange light coming through the crack of the door, and there was no noise. Zhang Heng knocked on the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler poked his head out of the door. "Is there anything I can do for you? I received an invitation to come here to attend the salon." Zhang Heng paused here. His eyes bypassed the middle-aged man who looked like a butler and fell on the living room behind him, and found that it was empty, and there were no guests. "Sorry. Am I early?" "No." The middle-aged man who looked like a butler smiled. "The salon has already started, but it's not here. Can I see your membership token?" "Membership token?" Zhang Heng frowned slightly. He had checked his pockets on the way here. Apart from the props he brought with him, he didn't find anything extra. However, Zhang Heng quickly thought of something and took out the Conan Doyle pen. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler took the pen, put on his glasses, looked at it carefully, and then handed it back to Zhang Heng respectfully with both hands. "Welcome to join the House of Geniuses. Please follow me." Zhang Heng followed the middle-aged man who looked like a butler into the house, and then the two of them walked through the living room and into the yard. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler opened a gloomy cellar that looked like the kind of gloomy cellar that the murderous villain in horror movies would use to imprison the protagonist, and then made a gesture of invitation. "Seriously?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Don't look at me. Bluffing and dramatic treatment have always been the favorites of authors." The middle-aged man who looked like a butler shrugged. "To be honest, I have never really understood this kind of bad taste." Zhang Heng looked at the big iron lock at his feet again, and there was some red on it that looked like blood. "Don't worry. It's a pigment made from ochre." "Very impressive," Zhang Heng commented. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and strode in. It must be said that although the atmosphere in front of the cellar door was created to be very scary, the environment inside was actually not bad. Just a little damp, but the air was unobstructed, and there was no peculiar smell except for some fishy smell of soil. You can't ask for more for a tunnel. The two walked for about 5 minutes, and the terrain began to rise again. Then the middle-aged man who looked like a butler stopped in front of a pair of iron ladders, handed the oil lamp in his hand to Zhang Heng for safekeeping, and he pushed open the manhole cover above his head. At this time, raindrops were already falling from the sky. The two returned to the street from underground, and as soon as they climbed out, Zhang Heng saw a carriage on the side of the road. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler took the oil lamp back from Zhang Heng's hand. I can only accompany you here, and Martin will take you to the salon next. Martin? Is this a joke from the Adventures of Goose? And what about you? I haven't asked for your name yet. Cancel. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler smiled and bowed. I sincerely wish you a daily flow of inspiration. 20,000 leagues under the sea. It's really appropriate. Thank you. After saying goodbye to Cancel, Zhang Heng boarded the carriage. When he closed the door, the coachman Martin also grabbed the reins. As soon as Zhang Heng got on the carriage, he smelled the fragrance of jasmine, and then he began to feel drowsy. However, this drowsiness was different from inhaling a large amount of anesthetics. Zhang Heng knew that he could wake up at any time. This was more like a means of entertainment prepared because he was worried that his journey would be too boring. So Zhang Heng also relaxed his body, leaned his head against the carriage, and took a short nap. I don't know how long it took. The carriage stopped again. This time it stopped on a lawn. Martin opened the door for Zhang Heng, and in front of Zhang Heng was a huge mansion, which was built on the hillside and covered an astonishing area. Zhang Heng just took a quick glance, and he saw a garden courtyard, a swimming pool, a forest, and even a golf course. This time, a female housekeeper stood at the gate to greet him. However, she was extremely short, less than 4 feet tall, petite, with pointed ears, but big feet, and made almost no sound when she walked. A name immediately popped up in Zhang Heng's mind. Hobbits. This is a fantasy race created by the British writer and poet Tolkien in his novel The Lord of the Rings. It seems that you have recognized my origin. Distinguished guest, the female hobbit housekeeper said. I just don't know how to address you. Before Zhang Heng could speak, she immediately added, You don't need to tell me your real name. Here, everyone calls each other by their pen names or the names of their characters in their books. Zhang Heng. The female hobbit housekeeper looked a little surprised when she heard this. Actually, I'm preparing a novel. This is the name of the protagonist of my new novel. Zhang Heng said calmly. Then I believe you will find a lot of inspiration here. The female hobbit housekeeper opened the door behind her while speaking. This time, before entering the door, Zhang Heng heard a messy sound coming from inside. If you ask me, all popular novels are shit. The authors of popular novels are the dogs that produce shit. The only thing they can do is wag their tails and cater to the public's poor aesthetics and deformed appreciation ability without any bottom line. It is because of their existence that the threshold of this industry has been infinitely lowered. A high-pitched male voice said. I disagree, Mr. Bastard. The purpose of our writing is not to be hostile to the public. I do not deny that some excellent works ahead of their time were seriously underestimated at the time. But you cannot hate those authors who made money just because you did not make much money during your lifetime. A strong female voice said. Don't doubt it. I'm talking about you, Professor McGonagall. You and the things you wrote just prove what I said. Chapter 1415 Debate. Zhang Heng originally thought that he would be surrounded by people when he entered the room. But he didn't expect that except for a few people near the door who noticed him. The rest of the people basically didn't react and continued to do their own things. The debate in the room has entered a white-hot stage. Zhang Heng has recognized the fantasy best-selling female writer who spoke earlier. But her opponent, a man with a red neck and a high-pitched expression who was pointing out the world. Zhang Heng didn't know his origins. But judging from his dress, he should be a poet and novelist active in the 17th or 18th century. In addition, a man with a beard and a slick back hair also joined the debate. He also stood opposite the best-selling female writer. I read your novel, ma'am, with all due respect. But I couldn't read it after only 3 chapters. I believe that any creation should be based on one's own life experience. Because only the truth can move people. Before I wrote Moby Dick, I worked as a sailor on the sea for 4 years, and went to sea with a whaling ship. I watched those strong men who made a living on the sea, how they overcame fate, and how they dealt with storms. That's when I made up my mind to write a story about them. But, the bearded man's voice went low. This book was not well received at the time. I guess no matter what era, people like to read those weird, popular stories with no substance. My story also comes from my own life. I just put a magical coat on it. I believe Mr. Gandalf will agree with me. The woman turned her eyes to a thin, white-haired old man, looking for an ally. The latter did not disappoint and said, Fantasy is a type of literary subject matter. Behind the absurd story at the beginning, there are also hidden the true emotions of the creator. He seemed to have thought of something, sighed, and poured himself another glass of red wine. But still, entertainment is more important than artistic value. Another voice spoke. It was a man with Jewish appearance. Big eyes, high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and thin ears, making him look a bit like a vampire. I don't care about the readability of the article, because my work is first and foremost for me to explore the value and meaning of life. As for whether other people can understand it, what does it have to do with me? My mentor always told me that storytelling should have a beginning and an end, with a time and place, and clear values. But to be honest, I don't care about that kind of thing at all. I agree that it is reasonable to use exaggeration and absurd writing techniques. But this kind of thing is not for the general public to understand. That sounds too arrogant. The woman frowned. But genius is arrogant. The Jewish man spread his hands. Just when everyone was arguing, someone finally noticed John Hung, who had just walked in, and shouted, "Great! There is a new face here. He should be a newcomer who has just come to the salon. We should ask him for his opinion." "Go ahead. I don't care anyway." An American man who was curled up on the sofa, smoking and hugging a girl dressed like a hippie, yawned. But there were still many people waiting for John Hung's answer besides him. Although he knew that many people would sneer at his words and even feel unhappy, John Hung still didn't hesitate, because he had already thought of the answer to this question before he entered the dungeon. "I want to write a book that everyone likes to read and can quickly become popular." Boring. This kid has gone astray. That's too polite. It should be said that he is hopeless. Another piece of shit. Who invited him? Newcomers are too utilitarian nowadays. Some people shook their heads immediately after hearing this, looking heartbroken, as if John Hung had done something outrageous. But on the other hand, some people started to like John Hung. Well said. I think this young man's wish is good. No one says that everything popular is wrong. Don't forget that even if you guys are stubborn, your works have become popular after your death. John Hung was mentally prepared for this. If it were in a traditional game, this would probably be a lineup selection event. After the lineup is established, the people in the same lineup will have an increased favorability towards you, and vice versa. The favorability of people in the opposing camp will drop sharply. Of course, there are also players who want to get along with both sides. When encountering such a situation, they can be cunning and ride on the wall. If the operation is good, the favorability of both sides can remain the same. But John Hung didn't need to do that, because he didn't lie, and what he said before was what he really meant. If you want to discuss the secrets of popular novels, you can come to me. I live in room 207. The fantasy bestseller female writer said enthusiastically. And after a pause, she said mysteriously, "Do you have time tomorrow morning? I can introduce you to someone. He is the greatest writer in human history. Everyone knows him. His plays are well known. Even hundreds of years later, every novel we write has the shadow of his story." Although Professor McGonagall did not say the name of the person, John Hung already knew who she was talking about. William Shakespeare. Although there has always been a saying that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, Shakespeare can indeed be called the most influential author. If you can listen to Shakespeare's personal explanation of the writing method of novels, you will definitely benefit a lot. Even though Shakespeare created those plays based on the market environment and the preferences of the audience at that time, the methods are actually common, and Shakespeare's plays have lasted for hundreds of years, which is probably the real popularity. Just as John Hung was about to sit down and chat with the fantasy bestseller, the messy hall suddenly became quiet. Then everyone's eyes gradually gathered on the fireplace. The firewood inside had been burning and crackling, and John Hung then noticed that the fantasy bestseller also showed a hint of excitement on her face. She sat up straight and said to John Hung, "It's here. It's about to start." "What's starting?" "The monthly salon storytelling session." The fantasy best-selling female author blinked her eyes. "The winner can meet the owner of this place, have dinner with him, and then get the qualification to leave here." "Leave here?" "Of course. Although this place is very good, with food and drinks, and you can meet many masters, both living and dead, and everyone gathers together to talk and chat. Well, of course, sometimes we will also scold each other like we just did. After all, every author has his own characteristics and insistence. If we are so easily convinced by others, then there is no need for us to do this business. But no matter how good the place is, You will get tired of it after living for a long time. The fantasy best-selling female writer seemed to have thought of something when she said this. By the way, how is your writing level? Although it is difficult to have an evaluation standard for this kind of thing. The owner here still managed to rank everyone. I am probably between LV2 and LV3. And you are? John Hung glanced at his character panel, where the writing skills are still LV0. It seems that I have to stay here for a while, John Hung said. Chapter 1416 Storytelling Session. The so-called storytelling session is, as the name suggests, a gathering to tell stories. However, the people gathered in this mansion at the moment may be the best storytellers in the entire history of mankind. It is not much easier to stand out from this group of people and win than the first moon landing. In fact, although the fantasy best-selling female writer next to John Hung became the most profitable writer at the time with a series of works, and had a terrifying net worth of nearly £7 billion in 2018. With her current writing skills that are not even level 3, she is definitely at the back of the pack, if not the bottom of the room. From this point of view, it is unrealistic for her to leave here. But John Hung noticed that after the storytelling session began, the fantasy best-selling female author showed an eager look. You can certainly interpret this as the self-confidence of each creator. After all, even if a person whose works are so popular, including movies, toys, games, and theme parks, lacks confidence in himself, he should have been cultivated by the solid sales data. However, when this episode of the storytelling session really started, John Hung knew where the confidence of the fantasy best-selling female author came from. The Hobbit housekeeper walked to the fireplace and bowed to the writers in the room. Welcome to this month's storytelling. Before the story begins, I would like to introduce a new friend to you. The Hobbit housekeeper paused and looked somewhere. John Hung. He is a rising star in the literary world who has recently begun to emerge. His published novels have been well received by readers and critics. There was little applause from the crowd. In addition to the fact that no one had heard of this name, it was also because John Hung had chosen a camp as soon as he entered the room, which made at least more than half of the people here dislike him. Fortunately, the fantasy bestsellers and others applauded enthusiastically, which kept the atmosphere from getting dull. Then the Hobbit housekeeper stopped talking nonsense. At the end of last month's storytelling session, we announced that the theme of this session is eye-opening. I believe everyone has prepared their own stories. So, who is willing to be the first to share? John Hung also understood that each storytelling session would have a theme, which would be announced in advance. And then, the writers could create stories based on this theme in the next month. The advantage of using this propositional essay-style method to compete is that the chance of an upset is greater. It does not mean that authors with strong writing skills will definitely win, because most authors have their own subject matter they are good at. If they happen to encounter a subject they are not good at, then the strong ones may also overturn. On the contrary, people with weaker writing skills, such as fantasy best-selling female writers, will also have a greater chance of turning the tide when they encounter a suitable subject. For example, the theme of this eye-opening is obviously more inclined to test the author's imagination, and the fantasy best-selling female writer became famous for this. So it is no wonder that she looks so impatient. However, the first person to come on stage was not her, but a French man who looked a bit like Mr. Bean. He was wearing a jacket and a fur hat, looking like he had just jumped out of the cockpit of an airplane. Then, the pilot, with a melancholy look in his eyes, told a bizarre story in the first person that he encountered during his flight mission. His story did not have any fancy words or sophisticated rhetoric. It was just plain language that even children could understand easily. But everyone in the room listened very attentively, and no one interrupted. Everyone even had an illusion in a trance, as if there was a child soul living in the adult's body. Because if not, why would the story he told be so pure and innocent? When Mr. Pilot finished his story and left, many people were still immersed in his fairy tale. But at this time, the second person also walked up. John Hung roughly estimated that there were about 100 writers in the lobby on the first floor at the moment. If all of these 100 people went up to tell stories, then this storytelling session would probably take at least half a month to end. But I heard from a fantasy bestseller that the stories she experienced would only last for 3 days at most. Because not everyone is in a hurry to leave here. After all, not everyone has billions of pounds in their bank accounts. Especially for some authors, who don't have much money in their time, and are not well off. This place is quite comfortable to live in. Except that you can't leave. Whether you want to drink, taste various foods, exercise, or have group sex. Basically anything you can think of can be satisfied. Some people have even made up their minds to stay here forever. John Hung saw a man wearing a shirt and exuding a tough guy vibe sitting alone, drinking wine by himself, seemingly having no interest in the storytelling session. And Mr. Tough Guy seemed to have noticed John Hung's gaze, looked at John Hung, and raised his glass from afar. When the storytelling session ended, the fantasy bestseller female writer did not win as she wished. The final winner was a Frenchman, but not the first pilot, who lost to his fellow countrymen by 1 point. The other won the championship of this storytelling session with a science fiction story. John Hung was not surprised by this. After all, when talking about science fiction, this 19th century French prolific writer is a monument that cannot be avoided. The eye-opening theme of this storytelling session was tailor-made for him. After the 12-member jury announced the winner, the Hobbit housekeeper stepped forward again, holding an envelope in her hand. So the authors, who were just immersed in the ocean of stories, were immediately attracted by the small envelope. The Hobbit housekeeper did not keep the suspense and opened the envelope neatly. The theme of the next storytelling session is time. After that, she turned the letter over and showed it to everyone. Some people were happy, and some were worried. Time can be said to be an eternal proposition in literary works. Many well-known writers have created works with time as the theme. However, the more conventional the proposition is, the harder it is to write. Because there are too many excellent works before, it is not easy to go to the next level and write something new. Many people have been thinking hard. However, John Hung did not react much. The main reason was that with his current level 0 writing skills, the story of any theme would have nothing to do with him. It happened that the tough guy who had been drinking alone on the other side stood up, grabbed the leather jacket he had just taken off not long ago, walked in front of John Hung, and said to him, "Let's go." "Where to go?" "Go hunting. I know where there are the most prey in that forest." Chapter 1417, A Hunting Trip. The tough guy and John Hung were both very efficient. A quarter of an hour later, they had already walked into the woods with their hunting rifles. When the tough guy squatted down and studied the footprints of animals on the ground, John Hung also asked, "Why me? Is it because I chose the popular novel? I don't care about that kind of boring things at all." The tough guy shook his head and said, "The reason I chose you is because you look different from the nerds in there. You should be able to use a gun. And hunting requires a gun." John Hung found it hard to refute this reason. But after a pause, he said, "The first pilot who went up should also be able to use a gun. Why not find him?" "Him? I don't like him. Just like I can see that he doesn't like me either. To be more precise, he doesn't like all adults. And don't think his stories are warm. He actually has serious problems here." The tough guy pointed to his head. Of course, if he hadn't been troubled by depression, he wouldn't be able to write the kind of words that can heal people's hearts. Talent is sometimes a kind of torture, especially for people in our industry. Most of them have some mental problems, and I am no exception. If I stay with him for a long time, I'm afraid I will blow my head open with the shotgun in my hand. The tough guy pulled his boots out of the mud and continued. "Besides, you are a newcomer here. I guess you should accept my invitation." The tough guy's implication is that anyone who has been in this villa for a long time will not accept his invitation to hunt. But it's normal to think about it. How can a madman go out hunting in the middle of the night after dark? Not to mention that it just rained today, and the forest is very muddy. The two walked on a trail, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, tracking the footprints left by an elk. And John Hung was able to confirm the identity of the tough guy at this time. This is not difficult to guess, especially for him, who has excellent observation skills. Ernest Miller Hemingway. As a writer who lived in the 20th century, Hemingway left many photos. Although he changed his hairstyle in the villa and shaved his beard, his personal characteristics were too strong. As a witness of World War I, he had many marks left by the military. In addition, he was a war correspondent, a boxer, a bullfighter, and even rumored to have been recruited by the KGB to become a spy. Unfortunately, he really had no talent in this line of work and never passed on any valuable intelligence. He survived several disasters in his life, including a plane crash. In a sense, his life was even more legendary than the stories he wrote. In the end, this alcoholic man who had experienced several wives chose to commit suicide at the age of 62. John Hung could find corresponding evidence for many of these experiences, such as the scars left by the plane crash. the influence of military and spy training on him, and the wedding ring on his hand. If he couldn't guess this, John Hung would have lived with Holmes at 221 Baker Street for so long in vain. Hemingway held a bunch of small branches and looked at the bite marks on them carefully. There was a rare excitement in his eyes. Then he drank the whiskey he brought with him and said in a low voice, "It's nearby." However, just as he was about to continue to move forward in the moonlight, he heard John Hung's voice behind him. "I come to accompany you to hunt. How are you going to repay me?" "Reward?" Hemingway was stunned. "What reward? We hunt together. Can't you enjoy the fun of it? I came here for a serious matter, not to accompany you hunting. And to be honest, I am not very interested in hunting." "Is it because your skills are too poor, and you can't catch any valuable prey?" "No. On the contrary. It's because my shooting skills are so good that it's not difficult to catch anything," John Hung said lightly. Hemingway didn't say anything, but his eyes betrayed his thoughts. John Hung didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly proved himself with his actions, raising the hunting rifle in his hand. Hemingway looked at the place he aimed at, but he saw nothing there. Although there was moonlight tonight, it was sparse in the forest and visibility was not good. Hemingway wanted to look again, but the next moment, gunshots were heard. Then Hemingway saw something shaking in the bushes. When the two walked forward, the American tough guy noticed the elk lying in the bushes. Having been to the battlefield, and more than once, he thought that there should be nothing in the world that could surprise him. After all, everything in the world is trivial except life and death. But he couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw the scene in front of him. Hemingway himself was also a sharpshooter, but that was why he knew more clearly how difficult John Hung's shot was. In such visibility, and at such a distance, he was killed with one shot. "How did you do this? Could it be that you are the same character as that housekeeper? A lone sharpshooter? Or a bionic man created by the guy who wrote the 3 laws of robotics?" "Unfortunately, I am just a new author who has just been invited to the villa." "Really? I've heard so many stories today, but none of them opened my eyes like the shot you just made." The tough guy squatted down while speaking, carefully admiring the muzzle on the elk's head, while muttering something like, "This is incredible. How about you teach me to write, and I teach you to hunt?" John Hung saw that he had successfully aroused Hemingway's interest, so he put away his hunting rifle and said directly. However, the tough guy shook his head when he heard this. "I can't teach you to write." After a pause, he added, "Don't get me wrong. I don't discriminate against your popular-oriented writing style. After all, my own novels are also quite popular. But to be honest, I really don't know why they are popular. I just write freely according to my own wishes. It's probably because humans have many common emotions." John Hung said. "You are right. For example, loneliness, whether poor or rich, from princes and nobles to poor vagrants. This is something that no one in the world can avoid." Hemingway said, "I always feel that I am too lonely, which is why I have been drinking. I used to be eager to receive letters, no matter who it is, just to confirm that I am not alone in this world. This is why I don't want you to be the second me." Young man. Chapter 1418, A blank sheet. "You may have misunderstood me," John Hung said. "I asked for advice on writing, not to become the second person, but to use these skills to write my own story." Hemingway seemed a little surprised. "From what you said, besides me, you plan to ask many people for advice? Why? Is there any taboo in this?" "No. In fact, most people in this manner hope that their writing style can be accepted by more peers, especially the younger generation of creators. Literature itself is passed down from generation to generation. We, each generation, actually stand on the shoulders of our predecessors and tiptoe to touch upwards. But," Hemingway changed the subject, "but those who can come to this manner are all authors who have formed their own style. In other words, everyone has found their own path. Generally speaking, unless there is a major change in the middle, everyone will go all the way. This is why I said before that I don't want to teach you. After all, discussion and communication are one thing, and learning is another." Hemingway paused. "And my personal style is too strong. I am worried that it will affect your path. Not to mention that you are planning to ask other people for advice. I can understand your mood when you first came here. In fact, you are not the first person to have such a plan. After all, it is rare to have a place that can gather the best writers in the world. And there may be people who have a profound influence on you and even lead you on the road of literature. But if you are confused by these, and give up your own path, then it will be more harm than good. Hemingway was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. In fact, if it weren't for John Hung's good shooting skills, his willingness to accompany him hunting in the middle of the night without saying anything, and his temper during the time they were together, he would not have bothered to say so much to him. However, what he didn't expect was that his earnest advice was exchanged for John Hung's simple sentence. "I haven't found my own way yet." Hemingway was choked by this sentence for half a minute. And then he said, "Haven't you published a novel and achieved good results? Although you do look very young. There is no shortage of young talents in this industry. No, it should be said that it is precisely because you are young enough that you can be invited to this manor, which proves your talent. In fact, it was a complete accident that I was able to come in." John Hung told the truth. "If the college entrance examination essay does not count, I haven't written any stories yet." A blank sheet of paper. Hemingway showed a strange expression on his face. "If you are not lying, kid, then what happens next will be very interesting." "What's interesting?" This time, Hemingway did not answer John Hung's question. He just said, "From today on, go hunting with me every Wednesday and Saturday, and teach me how to shoot as accurately as you." "Well, I'm not sure if I have enough time. And as I said before, I can't get much fun from hunting." John Hung said, "You must have enough time, because this is the tuition you need to pay for learning writing from me. And it's not just me. I will also bring my friends to teach you. Most of the people I met at the banquet in Paris were idiots. But it is undeniable that there were also a few guys with real talent. And some of them came to this villa. In addition, I have been here for so long, and although I don't participate in group activities very much, I have made a few new friends. But the rest of the people in the villa will rely on your own efforts." "Thank you." John Hung was just trying it out. But he didn't expect that not only did Hemingway agree, but he also got something extra. Apart from the authors Hemingway met in the villa, if John Hung remembered correctly, one of the close friends he made in Paris was F. Scott Fitzgerald. This man's life was very tragic. He was trapped in love all his life and died of illness in Los Angeles at the age of 44. However, no one could deny his unparalleled talent. Haruki Murakami especially admired him, and mentioned several times in Norwegian that The Great Gatsby was the most worth reading novel. Unlike his friend Hemingway, who used simple and straightforward words, Fitzgerald's novels were written in beautiful language, and every sentence was as elegant and profound as poetry. If you want to learn rhetoric, there is no better teacher than Fitzgerald. It was late at night when John Hung returned to the mansion, and the conscientious hobbit housekeeper was still waiting for him at the door with an oil lamp. Seeing him come back, she handed him a key with the room number printed on it, and then took him all the way to the room. John Hung inserted the key into the lock, opened the door, and found that it was a suite with a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a study facing the garden where he could write and read. What surprised John Hung even more was that the decoration and design inside were all in the style of the 21st century. In addition to the computer he had asked game for, there were also game consoles and projectors inside, and the sockets on the wall were actually powered. As if knowing what he was thinking, the hobbit housekeeper spoke again. "Each guest room here is different. The manor has always been committed to creating a perfect creative environment for every writer. If you have any other needs, you can tell me at any time. As long as you don't leave the manor, they can be met." After that, she bowed again, left the room, and closed the door. John Hung didn't think about it anymore, and went directly into the bathroom to wash off the dirt and sweat on his body. Then he opened the closet, picked out a set of pajamas from it, turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, John Hung went to the room of the fantasy best-selling female writer first, and had breakfast with the latter. Then, according to the agreement, the fantasy best-selling female writer introduced John Hung to a big man in her mouth. Shakespeare, as the most prestigious and well-known author in human history, has always been entangled with too many mysteries. The 16th century is too far away from now, and people in later generations can only try to restore the legendary life of this writer from a few words in history. However, even the most accepted version of Shakespeare today still has many people questioning its authenticity. However, in this copy, Shakespeare was sitting in front of John Hung, eating fruit while watching two girls playing in the water not far away. Chapter 1419. Not disappointed. Shakespeare was very particular about eating fruits. Not only did he use a golden fruit plate, but he also had a special maid serving him. Feeding grapes into his mouth, and catching the fruit cores, he spit out with both hands. John Hung initially thought that it was the maid assigned to Shakespeare by the manor, until the fantasy best-selling female writer greeted the maid-like woman. John Hung realized that the latter was also the author invited to the villa. Shakespeare listened to the fantasy best-selling female writer introducing John Hung in a respectful tone, but he did not react until a moment later. His brows suddenly frowned, and he spit out the grape that had just been fed into his mouth. Sour. The female writer who was serving him at the side couldn't help but look terrified when she saw this. I asked the kitchen to bring 2 new ones. No. That's enough. I've almost finished eating, Shakespeare said as he wiped his mouth elegantly with a napkin. Then turned his head to look at John Hung. Do you want to learn writing from me? I thought about it before, but not now, John Hung said. Shakespeare was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who would refuse his guidance. As soon as John Hung said this, the 2 female writers on the other side also changed color one after another. You know who I am, right? To be on the safe side, Shakespeare confirmed it again. Who was the most famous writer in your time? William Shakespeare. John Hung did not deny it. After hearing this, Shakespeare's stern face eased a little. Then my works, The Merchant of Venice, King Lear, Macbeth, and of course Romeo and Juliet are still popular. Right? That's what I know, John Hung said. Interesting. That's the question. Shakespeare looked at John Hung. I listened to Professor McGonagall's introduction. She said you want to write a popular novel. Is there anyone in the world who is more suitable to be your teacher than me? Without waiting for John Hung to answer, Shakespeare continued. Not to mention, I am one of the 12 judges. The winner of the storytelling every month is selected by me and the other 11 people. You know, people who can come to this villa may lack anything, but not talent. Which means, Shakespeare paused, the competition in the storytelling will be very fierce. Although there are 12 judges, the final victory or defeat may only be a small difference after the decimal point. You are still young, and you probably don't want to stay here like those old ghosts. John Hung could hear the threat in the man's mouth. However, his expression did not change. He just bowed slightly and said, Goodbye. After saying this, John Hung turned around and left without caring about Shakespeare's reaction. In fact, the last time he bowed, he was not paying respect to the living Shakespeare sitting in front of him, but to the literary giant who left an immortal chapter in the history of literature. The fantasy best-selling female writer who came with him was so anxious that she almost jumped up and down when she saw this scene. She apologized to Shakespeare while speeding up her pace to catch up with John Hung. Although John Hung looked calm, the fantasy best-selling female writer did not believe that John Hung's heart would be as calm as his face. She trotted to John Hung and lowered her voice. I know that the real person may disappoint you a little. But you are not going to live with him. Can't you just pretend to compliment him and get his advice? If you are lucky, you can stay with him for a while and learn a lot. Just think of it as tuition for writing your new work. I am not disappointed. John Hung slowed down a little. He had no ill feelings towards the fantasy bestseller. He knew that the other party was kind enough to introduce him to Shakespeare. After all, the latter's name was too big, and almost everyone in the future knew him. Moreover, he was one of the 12 judges. It would only be good to be able to connect with such a big man. But John Hung has no interest in serving people. To put it bluntly, this manor is so big, and the most abundant thing is talented authors. No matter how good Shakespeare is, he is not irreplaceable. Moreover, John Hung thinks that what Hemingway said before is very good. There is no need to be scared by the reputation of those guys here and give up your own path for chasing stars. In fact, it is not only your own path, but also your dignity and personality. Let him be like the female author next to Shakespeare, revolving around Shakespeare, paying attention to Shakespeare's every move at all times, devoting his body and mind unconditionally, and willing to become a planet next to a star. John Hung believes that he can't do it. Moreover, for the sake of learning, he is willing to pay some tuition fees. But he is not willing to pay some tuition fees. But he was not disappointed as he said, writing good works and being a good person are two completely different things. John Hung knew this from the beginning. Moreover, there were hundreds of years between them. No matter what kind of person Shakespeare was, he would not find it strange. As for the threat from the other party, John Hung didn't take it seriously. He also had a mission failure exemption card. Even if he didn't complete the main mission, he would not suffer any loss. He came to this dungeon with only one goal, which was to finish the book he wanted to write. Nothing else mattered. Seeing that John Hung was not affected at all, the fantasy best-selling female writer was relieved. But she still couldn't help but feel sorry for John Hung. On the contrary, Hemingway, who was carrying a bottle of wine and drinking in broad daylight, gave John Hung a thumbs up after seeing the scene not far away. This American tough guy felt that John Hung was getting angry with him. So after John Hung and the fantasy best-selling female writer separated, he dragged a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and with unusually long sideburns to John Hung. John Hung originally thought that Hemingway was going to introduce Fitzgerald to him, but he didn't expect that Hemingway said to his companion, "Chemist, come and take a look. Are you sure he's not the bionic man in one of your books?" "Boxer, I think the mental illness should be looked at by someone," the man with black-framed glasses replied, and at the same time extended a hand to John Hung, and said politely, "John Hung, right? I've seen you at the storytelling meeting before. You can call me Schwanbaron." John Hung heard the name, and he was surprised. "Didn't you tell a story at the eye-opening storytelling meeting before?" "I think he's probably afraid of fog," Hemingway said sarcastically. "Shut up. I want to stay here for a while longer to understand the technological level of the future," Schwanbaron retorted. "Then you're lucky. This guy was born several decades later than you. You two might be able to communicate more." Hemingway took the opportunity to assist John Hung. "I know it without you telling me." Schwanbaron reported his room number and invited John Hung. "When you have time, come to my room and we can have a good chat." John Hung certainly wouldn't refuse. He didn't expect that after losing Jules Verne, he would gain Asimov. Chapter 1420, Room 515. John Hung didn't spend much effort and quickly integrated into the life of the villa. During the day, he spent most of his time hunting with Hemingway and his friends, talking about poetry and literature, or listening to Asimov chattering about his newly constructed future world. In terms of science fiction writing, John Hung is definitely not as good as Asimov. But because he has experienced the two future copies of The Leaker and The Bodyguard, some of John Hung's descriptions of the future also made Asimov very interested. The latter is also planning to bring together all the science fiction writers in the villa to form a small club. And John Hung, who has been with Asimov recently, was fortunately invited to become the second member of the club. In addition, John Hung accidentally got in touch with another strange group because he solved a burglary case in the villa. Although in the end the burglary case was proved to be a self-directed and self-acted by the group. And it was only after joining there that John Hung learned that such cases would be staged at least once a week, and were arranged by different people. That's right. This club is the Reasoning Club. The Reasoning Club is led by 2 men and 1 woman, 3 masters of mystery novels. It was also in this club that John Hung met Conan Doyle again. However, Conan Doyle had no impression of John Hung at all. It was as if he met John Hung for the first time. He was very polite. However, when he found out that the reasoning method used by John Hung was actually deduction, Conan Doyle obviously became interested and finally handed over his room number obediently. However, in this way, John Hung was also sure that the Conan Doyle in front of him was not the same person who gave him a pen in the previous copy of the deduction method. In fact, after a few months, John Hung had already figured out the details of the guests and service staff in the villa. But the owner of the villa had never shown up. The board writers of the mystery agency were obviously also very interested in this issue. They started research earlier than John Hung and finally came to an astonishing conclusion. The owner of the villa is among us. A lady with a necklace on her neck, curly blonde hair, dignified appearance and sharp eyes. Sitting opposite John Hung, picked up the coffee on the table and smiled. "Why do you say that?" "Because if you are the owner of the villa, you have spent so much effort to gather all the outstanding authors in one place. And it is impossible for you to miss the excitement that will follow. No matter who he is, no matter what his purpose is, he must be somewhere observing us at this moment." The lady with the necklace lowered her voice and took a sip of coffee. The atmosphere suddenly became scary with her words. "Well, who made John Hung sit in front of the queen of detective novels? Agatha Christie? Her detective novels such as Murder on the Orient Express, Murder on the Nile, and then there were none are popular. According to statistics, only the Bible and Shakespeare's works have higher sales in the world. And she is also one of the 3 leaders of the mystery agency. But this time, the Queen of Reasoning was a little wrong. Perhaps John Hung was the only one in the whole villa who knew what the owner of the villa really meant by gathering all the outstanding authors in the world. But even if he told the truth to Agatha Christie on the other side, the other party probably wouldn't believe it, and would probably think he was too conceited. However, John Hung really wanted to meet the owner here again. Not necessarily now, but at least before he left this copy. And John Hung had to admit that although the inferences of Agatha and others were a little off, they were not unreasonable. So he continued to ask humbly, "Who do you think is the most likely person in the manor?" "You," Agatha said without hesitation. "You are the most suspicious because you are the last one to come. And you lived in the later period. No one here has read your novels. And no one knows you. We don't even know whether your identity as a novelist is true or false. But," Agatha changed the subject, "I don't think you are the likely one now. I have also heard about the things between you and Shakespeare. If you are really the owner of this place, it should be unreasonable for you not to know what kind of person he is. And you would not have provoked him from the beginning. Moreover, you made your position clear as soon as you came to the manor, which is not in line with the identity of the owner of the manor. However, it is not ruled out that you deliberately did these things to disrupt our sight when you knew you were the most suspicious. After all, the ending of detective novels often has an unexpected reversal. What about me?" "Room 515. Agatha thought for a while and said, "You should have heard about the room on the 5th floor closest to the end of the corridor. The tenant has never shown up. Food and water are delivered by the waiters here. It is very mysterious. However, in detective novels, such characters are basically a trick thrown by the author to attract the public's attention. In comparison, I am more willing to suspect you. Thank you. If I can't stand it anymore and want to confess, I will come to you first." John Hung thanked Agatha and stood up. When he walked to the door of the refreshment room, Agatha's voice came from behind him again. "It's your turn to arrange the next reasoning game. You did a great job on the mysterious Ripper case before, as if you had experienced it yourself. I look forward to your performance again." After saying goodbye to Agatha, John Hung was invited by a fantasy bestseller writer to attend a popular novel discussion meeting. Originally, John Hung thought that after he and Shakespeare fell out, they would no longer invite him to similar gatherings. But it turned out that he was a little worried. Except for the female author who served Shakespeare before. Most of the authors in the manor also appreciated Shakespeare's works and acknowledged his status in the literary world. But they were far from obedient to him. And his actions were also seen by the people around him. Although those people were not as tough as John Hung, there were many people who were unhappy with him. As a result, no one invited John Hung to Shakespeare's gatherings. But John Hung was invited to private gatherings between several smaller author friends more often than Shakespeare. Therefore, John Hung's writing skills were steadily improving as planned. Although writing is not as easy to train as other skills. With the help of a group of masters, 3 months later, John Hung's writing skills finally broke through level 1. Then he wrote 2 short stories according to Hemingway's requirements and gave them to other authors for comments, including the highlights and problems in them. John Hung then made revisions. This way of growth is the fastest. Chapter 1421 Fried Beef Noodles. Spring went and autumn came. In a blink of an eye, John Hung had spent 3 years in this manner. As early as a year ago, his writing skills had successfully risen to level 2. The same as the best-selling female fantasy writer. It must be said that the environment of this manor is really suitable for practicing writing. After all, the opportunity to live with the best authors in the world can be said to be unique and one of a kind. Although these authors have some minor flaws, such as Hemingway's addiction to alcohol, Mark Twain's sharp tongue, and Fitzgerald's dizziness when seeing women, but their talents are undeniable. And the most important thing is that there is nothing else to do in this manor. They are also happy to answer John Hung's various doubts and help him read his newly created articles. That afternoon, Hemingway was reading a novella that John Hung had just written. After finishing, he put down the manuscript and frowned. "How is it?" John Hung asked. "The technique is impeccable, and I have nothing to teach you. But I always feel that something is missing from this article. Emotion." Fitzgerald on the side hit the nail on the head. "That's right." Hemingway lit a cigar. Although some schools emphasize that the narrator should maintain an objective perspective, this does not mean that there is no emotion in their articles. They just insert these emotions into the characters in the book, and let them show the emotions of the creator. Hemingway paused here. Speaking of which, I have always been a little strange. When I first met you, I thought you were the kind of person who never showed emotions. But after getting along for a long time, I found that you really never seemed to be angry or particularly happy. Have you always been like this? Your spirit rarely fluctuates? Not always. I used to have normal emotions, although they were weaker than those of ordinary people. But because of certain things, my emotions gradually disappeared and became what I am now, John Hung said. No offense, but if possible, I'd pay to have what happened to you happen to me again, Fitzgerald said melancholy. Hemingway disagreed. Without experiencing these fragile moments, you can't write truly strong words. After saying that, he looked at John Hung again. Your problem is troublesome. Although you only pursue rapid popularity, there is no way that there is no emotion in any kind of literary work. It's not completely unsolvable. Marquez on the other side interrupted. If it's just a popular reading material, just fake some emotions and add them in. Although this kid has no emotions, if he reads a dozen novels about emotions, he can copy them. Sorry, I may not have made it clear before. My new book does pursue rapid popularity. But there is another important point. I want readers to really believe the story in the book, John Hung said. A story without a sufficient emotional foundation is hard to convince people, Fitzgerald said. After all, reading for entertainment is one thing, and truly impressing readers is another. You first need to invest your own emotions in it before you can resonate with your readers. His words also aroused the approval of several writers present. However, Hemingway patted John Hung on the shoulder and said, You don't have to worry. After all, there are so many of us here. We can help you come up with a solution by working together. After returning from the author gathering on Hemingway's side, John Hung did not go back to his room directly. Instead, he turned around and came to the kitchen. Since his writing skill was upgraded to level 2, John Hung could clearly feel that it was becoming increasingly difficult to improve further. Otherwise, the fantasy best-selling female writer would not have been here for so long and still not been able to upgrade to level 3. This is not just a matter of skills, but also involves a writer's perception and refinement of his own life, as well as his views on the world around him. John Hung is not short of experience. Or to be more precise, no one in this manner has a richer life experience than him. Even Hemingway, who was a legendary throughout his life, may not be able to compare with the excitement of John Hung in a copy. However, refining and integrating these experiences into one's own writing is not something that can be done overnight, and it requires a process of accumulation. John Hung was not in a hurry. After all, including his extra 24 hours, he only stayed in this copy for less than 1/3 of the time. However, he could continue with the things that he had temporarily put aside before his writing skills reached level 2. For example, the mysterious room 515. It is said that the most mysterious author in the entire manor lives there. No one has ever seen him walk out of his room, and even the windows of the suite are usually covered tightly with curtains. For this reason, some people couldn't help but joke that there was an old vampire who had lived for hundreds of years, while everyone in the Riesling Club firmly believed that the owner of the manor lived in that room. After living in the manor for 2 years, John Hung was more and more inclined to agree with their point of view. The reason was simple. Because John Hung had ruled out other suspects, whether they were residents or service staff. It was like you were doing a multiple-choice question. After eliminating all the wrong options, the remaining one should be the correct answer no matter how bizarre it was. However, John Hung had been turned away several times before. Strictly speaking, there was no response after he knocked on the door and introduced his name and origin, as if no one lived there. So John Hung decided to use a different method this time. He walked into the kitchen and said to the chef there, I want to order a dish. Of course, the manor will meet all the guests' requirements. The chef said respectfully, I want to eat dry fried beef noodles. But the dry fried beef noodles I want are more special. I remember that when I was traveling in Guangdong, I had a bowl of beef noodles in a food stall. It was the best beef noodles I had ever eaten. I want to eat the same taste as the beef noodles I had that day. Faced with this obviously difficult request, the chef still appeared polite. Okay, can you tell me the name of the food stall? No, I have forgotten it. Hearing this answer, the chef finally showed a look of embarrassment on his face. But he was still very respectful. Okay, we can try to make it. But I'm afraid that the number of attempts will be more, and we need you to give us feedback in time. No problem, John Hung said. 2 hours later. Everyone in the kitchen was sweating from the tossing around Zhang Heng, nervously watching him taste who knows how many bowls of beef noodles. Zhang Heng picked up a rice noodle with chopsticks, put it into his mouth with a piece of beef, closed his eyes, and chewed slowly. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Heng put down his chopsticks and nodded. "This is the taste." Suddenly, the whole kitchen burst into cheers, as if the scientists in the institute had just solved a world problem. Chapter 1422, the beginning of the story. Zhang Heng finished the bowl of beef noodles, thanked the chef and other service staff in the kitchen, then stood up and left, and went to the backyard. There, Agatha had already put on a set of waiter clothes that she had just stolen. She also prepared a set for Zhang Heng. She watched the latter change directly, and then pushed a food cart that was also brought from the back kitchen to the mysterious room 515. The two people's plan was simple, since only the service staff who delivered food could enter that room. The two of them dressed up as food delivery staff. Agatha took out her pocket watch and looked at it. After half a month of tracking and research, the Reasing Agency has determined that the delivery time of room 515 is fixed every day, and now there is actually about a quarter of an hour before the dinner is delivered. But there is no way, because if the time is really accurate, the two will definitely run into the real delivery man. Therefore, Agatha and Zhang Heng looked at each other and quickly reached out and knocked on the door in front of them. "Dear guest, your dinner today has been delivered." Agatha imitated the voice of the waiter. There was no response from the room. Agatha couldn't help but get nervous, worried that their simple plan had been seen through by the people in the room. Just as she was thinking about what to say to make up for the time problem, she didn't expect that the door in front of her would slowly open a crack. Agatha's eyes flashed with surprise, but she was worried that if she acted too eagerly, the people behind the door would become suspicious. So she tried to suppress her excitement and stood outside the door and waited patiently for about a minute. However, a minute later, the door with a crack did not open further, and there was no one or sound behind it. Agatha cleared her throat. "We are coming in." After that, she finally stretched out her hand and pushed open the door in front of her that no one had been able to open. Behind the door was a set of guest rooms that looked a bit shabby. According to the Hobbit housekeeper, the guest rooms in the manor would meet the needs of each guest to the greatest extent. For example, Zhang Heng's room was decorated in a completely modern style, and it was fully equipped with various electronic products. For example, the room of the fantasy best-selling female writer was more luxurious than the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. But this room looked a bit shabby. The floor was in disrepair and creaked when stepped on. There were small patches of mold on the ceiling and walls above. The furniture was also very simple and cheap. But surprisingly, the room was clean. It was obvious that someone cleaned it regularly. Agatha pushed the dining cart into the living room and placed it next to the dining table. She did not leave, but looked around curiously, judging from the decoration and furniture of the room. It should be the style of the early 20th century. Agatha was quite familiar with it because she lived in the same era. However, the atmosphere in this room was obviously a bit gloomy, just like the murder scene she had written about. Ordinary people might feel depressed after staying for less than a few minutes. So it was no wonder that the owner here never received any guests. However, neither Zhang Heng nor Agatha were ordinary people, and they looked like they had no intention of leaving. This opportunity was rare, and I didn't know when I would be able to come in again. Although she didn't see anyone in the living room, Agatha was not discouraged. She quickly moved her eyes to the closed door of the study. But before she could get there, a voice sounded from behind her. "What do you want to do?" It was an old lady with wrinkles all over her face and a stern look. Neither Agatha nor Zhang Heng noticed where she came from. She was holding a broom in her hand and looked alert, as if she thought Zhang Heng and Agatha were thieves. "Ah, are you a guest here? We are here to bring you dinner." Agatha pointed to the dining cart beside her and quickly explained. The old lady's hand holding the broom loosened slightly. She didn't comment on what she said, but still said with a stern face, "Just leave the things there, and get out of here." Agatha had no other choice. They had done something wrong by sneaking and wearing the service staff's clothes. Now that the residents were driving them away, they certainly had no reason to stay. But just as Agatha was about to leave, she found Zhang Heng still standing there motionless. He looked at the fierce old lady in front of him and said, "You are not a resident here." "Why do you say that?" Agatha on the side became interested. "Because this is obviously a room where a man lives," Zhang Heng said. "When we first entered the room, There were 2 pairs of shoes on the shoe rack. Judging from the shoe sizes, they were both men's, and there was a high probability that they belonged to the same person. In addition, although the room was cleaned fairly well, there were still cobwebs and dust in the corners and places that were not easily noticed. It was obvious that the cleaner was not careful enough, and it was more likely that it was a man. Finally, and most importantly, Zhang Heng pointed to the window on the left-hand side and said, "Can you see it?" Agatha looked at the window carefully, with a flash of thought in her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly realized, the upper part of this window is not as bright as the lower part because the resident is, well, 6 feet tall, and can only clean the lower part when cleaning. This lady is less than 5 feet tall, and if she steps on a stool, the upper and lower glass should be equally bright. But, Agatha frowned again. If she is not a resident here, then who is she, and how did she get in here? According to the rules of the manor, each house can only accommodate 1 guest. I am his aunt. We have always lived together. I take care of his daily life. I am the only one in the world who really cares about him, the old woman said. Is this why he never leaves the room? Yes. The outside world is too dangerous. People's hearts are unpredictable, and there are traps everywhere. We live well here, and don't need to go out. The old woman stiffened her neck and said, "But do you know that there is a devil living in his heart?" Zhang Heng asked. Unlike Agatha, he knew who lived here as soon as he entered the room, because the feeling was too familiar. It was as if he had returned to that gloomy seaside town, or that underwater palace. Especially now, his connection with that existence was closer than ever before. So when he stepped into the room, the familiar feeling was particularly strong, because he knew that this was the origin of everything, the place where all the stories began. Chapter 1423 Creator. Devil? The old woman was stunned when she heard the word, and then sneered. Aren't you guys who enter other people's homes without permission and pretend to be service staff the devil? Even so, it's much more normal than imagining that your aunt lives with you. Zhang Heng said calmly. You said she was imagined? Agatha was a little surprised, but the Queen of Reasoning also reacted immediately and said suddenly, Yes, this manor only invited the author to come in, and each person has a room. Since the owner of this room is someone else, his aunt can't be here too. This is the most reasonable explanation. When Zhang Heng said that, the old woman opposite fell silent, as if the pause button had been pressed, and there was no movement or expression. When Agatha finished speaking, her figure became fainter and fainter until she completely disappeared. However, after she disappeared, the gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the house did not improve, but became stronger. So strong that other authors living in the same building also felt it. Some authors, who had some mental problems, were infected by this atmosphere, and their emotions suddenly became depressed. Some terrible thoughts flashed through their heads uncontrollably. The pilot man before began to pace around the room. Fitzgerald crumpled up his half-written love letter and threw it into the wastebasket, then hugged his head in frustration on the bed. Even Hemingway, who was always a tough guy, cast his eyes on the shotgun in front of his bed several times, his expression changing. Agatha, who was the first to be affected, felt it even more strongly. Her face changed. How could this happen? After a long silence, Zhang Heng said, I may have guessed wrong before. I thought his aunt was the culprit for his mental problems, because this room is most likely a restoration of where he and his aunt lived before. Only in this way can it explain why it is so shabby here. And at the same time, there is an illusion of his aunt. The Hobbit housekeeper once told me that each guest room will meet the needs of the guests to the greatest extent, and he chose to transform his guest room into a place where he used to live, probably because it can give him a sense of security. You're right. He has been in the manor for so long, but no one has seen him leave his room. He must be an extremely introverted guy. Such a person is most likely to choose a place where he has lived when choosing the style of the guest room, even if it is very simple and shabby. And he could have chosen a better living environment. Agatha paused here. Wait. You seem to know someone who lives here? Yes. He is its creator, Zhang Heng said. Who is the creator of whom? However, Zhang Heng did not answer this question. So Agatha asked again, What about the aunt you mentioned before? I had a preconceived idea. The old aunt we met before showed a strong desire for control. I thought this was the reason for his mental problems. But now it seems that his aunt has been trying to help him and solve his mental illness. The reason why he also imagined his aunt here is to help himself stabilize his mental state. This is also the reason why there has been no problem in the manor for so long. Until we just burst his fantasy. Wait. I still don't understand why his mental problems affect the whole manor, Agatha asked in confusion. It's hard to explain this matter in a short time. He and I have some connections. Can I stay alone with him for a while? John Hung asked. Okay. Agatha saw that John Hung seemed to care about the residents of this room. So she agreed without hesitation and then left. After she left, John Hung closed the door and walked towards the study. He could feel that the gloomy and depressing atmosphere was the strongest in the study. If nothing unexpected happened, it came from there. John Hung had never expected that he had come to room 515 to look for the owner of the manor. But he did not find the owner of the manor, but unexpectedly found the instigator of all this. John Hung knew that the person in this room was the creator of the monster in the Ice City. And since he also had the blood of the monster flowing in his body, in a sense, the other party was also half of his creator. So the next meeting would become very wonderful. John Hung placed his right hand on the faded brass handle in the study, took a deep breath, and slowly turned his palm. The door of the study was not locked, which was normal, because the owner of this house usually kept his door tightly closed, so the study used for work naturally did not need to be locked. After pushing open the door, the scene inside the study was clear at a glance. This place was as simple and shabby as the reception room outside. But there were quite a few books, like a small library, and there were many old newspapers, arranged by date and piled in the corner of the room. In the middle of the house was an old table, and a tall and thin man was typing quickly on a black typewriter on the table with his back to the door. The clacking sound of the typewriter was particularly harsh in the quiet room. The thin and tall man at the desk seemed to have heard the footsteps behind him, but he did not turn around and just said, "Aunt Annie, please eat first. I will go to the living room after I finish writing this article." However, the person behind him did not continue to urge him as usual. The thin and tall man seemed to have noticed something, turned his head from the desk, and saw a strange man standing behind him. The man was squatting down and picked up a piece of manuscript paper from the ground. It was the end of a novel. John Hung noticed the signature Howard Phillips Lovecraft at the bottom of the paper. Then, he quickly scanned the text on the manuscript and handed it back to the man opposite. The latter took his manuscript and stuttered to thank him, then hesitated and asked nervously, "Who are you? Aunt Annie's friend?" "No. I came to see you," John Hung said. "To see me?" Lovecraft seemed very surprised, and then said shyly, "But I don't know you. I usually communicate with my friends through letters. They rarely come to see me. Yes, this is our first meeting, although I have always admired your talent." "Really? This is the first time someone has said this to me." Lovecraft seemed a little excited when he heard this, and a hint of spirit appeared on his originally dull face. Chapter 1420 For the oldest human emotion is fear. John Hung pointed to the half-typed manuscript on the old typewriter. "Is this your new book?" "No. This is not my novel. In fact, it is from a friend of mine. I helped him make some revisions and proofreading. In return, he will pay me some money." Lovecraft seemed a little ashamed when he said this, and hurriedly added, "I usually do these jobs for free. The main reason is that the family situation has been a bit difficult recently. By the way, you said you have read my novel. Was it in the newspaper?" "In fact, they are almost everywhere," John Hung said. Lovecraft was a little confused, but before he could ask, John Hung moved a chair from the side and placed it in front of him. "Let's talk about the novels you wrote." "Oh, okay." Lovecraft changed his previous dullness and restraint when talking about his novels, and immediately became enthusiastic. "The things I'm writing originally originated from the horror stories my grandfather told me. They opened a door for me. Before this, I had never seen other words that could so strongly mobilize human emotions. What's more interesting is that in most horror stories, the atmosphere before the monsters appear is the most tense. So from a very young age, I wondered, what are we afraid of? The oldest and strongest emotion of human beings is fear. And the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown," John Hung said. "That's exactly what I want to say," Lovecraft said excitedly. Imagination. Imagination is the key to all this. In my novels, I have always been committed to creating an atmosphere that can mobilize imagination to the greatest extent, rather than directly describing things that bring fear. Because no matter how terrible the things you describe with words are, they will definitely not be more terrible than the readers imagine. In addition, another trick is to make your article look as real as possible, so that readers can combine the novel with their own lives. It sounds very effective, Jong Hung said. I also think it should work. But for some reason, my editor told me that my articles don't have many readers, Lovecraft said embarrassedly. In fact, I can't pay for my aunt and I with my royalties alone. We have moved several times. I didn't like typing on a typewriter before because the noise it made it difficult for me to concentrate. And when I was writing, I was used to making some drafts on the manuscript paper. I couldn't do this with a printer. Lovecraft sighed at this point. But now, in order to get more manuscripts approved, I have also started to try typing on a typewriter. After all, we have moved several times. If we move again, we may have to move to the slums. This will be a good start, Jong Hung said. I hope so. Lovecraft's pale face smiled as he said this. And then he seemed to have thought of something, and opened the drawer of his desk, and took out a half-empty bottle of red wine. I didn't expect to have guests at home, and I didn't prepare anything. This is my grandfather red wine. At that time, my family was still prosperous. We lived in a big mansion, surrounded by servants. But now all I have is this bottle of wine. Lovecraft laughed at himself. Why are there only you, your aunt, and your parents at home? Jong Hung asked. My father suffered from some mental illness. He had a mental breakdown in a hotel in Chicago and died in a mental hospital. My mother lived a little longer, but she also died of illness later. Not long after that, I met my wife in Boston. We lived together for several years. But her hat shop eventually closed down, and we divorced. Then I returned to Providence with Aunt Annie. When Lovecraft said this, there was another knock on the door. Then a strange expression appeared on his face, and he said to himself, Aunt Annie asked me to have dinner again. It's strange. She just called me once 15 minutes ago. Do you want to open the door first? Jong Hung asked, taking a wine glass from Lovecraft. No. Aunt Annie will open the door, Lovecraft said. I just need to focus on my creation. Not long after he finished speaking, there was indeed a sound of a door opening outside. Then a dining cart was pushed in. The waiter who delivered the food seemed to have gotten used to the strange situation in the room. He didn't say a word the whole time. After delivering the food, he immediately pushed the dining cart out of the room and closed the door again before leaving. Come and have some food together, Lovecraft greeted him warmly. As long as you don't mind the simple food in my house. But Jong Hung didn't stand up after hearing that. He looked at the man in front of him and asked, How long have you been suffering from mental illness? Did you inherit it from your father? Lovecraft was stunned for a moment. And after a moment, he showed a somewhat bitter smile. How do you know? After my father died, I did have a period of depression. No, to be precise, my spirit would collapse from time to time during that period. I failed to complete my high school studies, and therefore failed to enter the university I wanted to go to. But now I feel much better. Dr. Green prescribed me medicine, and I have been taking it. Lovecraft pointed to a small medicine bottle on the table. Jong Hung opened it and took a look, but it was already empty at some point. This was not surprising, because judging from Lovecraft's face and living environment, his family had no extra money at the moment. And even the food was almost gone. Of course, there was no reason for him to continue to take the medicine prescribed by the doctor. In the last stage of his life, this horror novelist had reached the end of his rope and had nowhere to go. At the same time, he had been suffering from mental problems and might even have lost the ability to distinguish between reality and illusion. Just like the believers in his works, who were influenced by Cthulhu and gradually lost their minds. Jong Hung suddenly understood how the monsters in the city under the ice were born. He looked at the thin and sickly horror novelist in front of him and said, No need to eat. I have something else to do today. Lovecraft's expression dimmed when he heard this. Although he had been locking himself in the room and not going out, it can be seen that deep in his heart he actually longed for friends. Especially friends who would recognize him. Although he and Jong Hung had only known each other for a short time. When Jong Hung said that he appreciated his talent, he did intend to regard this stranger as his friend. Therefore, when Jong Hung refused his invitation to have dinner together, he felt extremely disappointed. However, before he could say anything, he heard Jong Hung continue. You said you were helping other authors revise their articles. It just so happens that I also have some writing problems. If it's not too much trouble, can I continue to visit you later? Of course, Lovecraft said happily. Chapter 1425 Outline. John Hung handed the outline printed from the computer to Hemingway. Is this the novel you plan to write? After reading the outline, Hemingway handed it to Fitzgerald, who passed it to the next person after reading it. After a round, the outline returned to John Hung's hands. Then John Hung asked, "What do you think?" "It's a very exciting story," Agatha said. "I like it very much. Especially the reversal at the end, which is full of drama. This will be a very popular novel, no matter in which era. I believe it will be welcomed by readers. People will break down the doors of bookstores for it. I don't plan to sell it, but to put it on the internet for as many people as possible to read for free." "What is the internet?" "The internet is like a giant grocery store that is easily accessible to everyone in the world," John Hung explained. "It sounds cool. But, it would be better if writers could make money from it to support themselves," Dickens said. "In my time, some writers can indeed support themselves through their creations on the internet," the fantasy bestseller said. At this time, Fitzgerald also said, "Your outline is great. But how do you plan to solve the emotional problem? We have provided you with several solutions, but it seems that you don't like any of them," Hemingway also said. "Of course, to be fair, these solutions are indeed not perfect. Emotions are like the soul of a story. Without it, your story will never be complete. I have figured out how to get my emotions back." John Hung paused. "At least, in this novel. Then you will get a great story," Fitzgerald said. "A grand adventure epic." Asimov also pushed his glasses. "An unprecedented best-selling novel." The fantasy best-selling female writer sighed. "This is all thanks to your help. If you hadn't taught me how to write and pointed me in the right direction, I wouldn't have been able to do this alone." John Hung put away the outline and thanked the authors. Then he came to the door of room 515 alone. Knocked 3 times. And then inserted a copper key into the door lock and turned it gently. He had done this set of movements countless times, so he was very skilled. After entering the living room, John Hung did not stop and pushed open the door of the study. Lovecraft did not help others revise the text today, nor did he create his own work. The old typewriter was put on the bookshelf beside him, and a small bottle of red wine and 2 glasses were placed on the desk. The bottle of wine from Lovecraft's grandfather had been drunk by the 2 of them, and this bottle was a gift from John Hung 3 days ago. Lovecraft poured the red wine into the glass, just like when they first met. But today he was wearing a suit that he hadn't worn for a long time, and he looked more energetic. When John Hung brought the outline to him, Lovecraft put on his glasses and read it impatiently. After a while, he put down the manuscript in his hand. Although he hadn't drunk his glass of wine yet, he breathed a sigh of satisfaction, as if he had just finished a whole bottle of fine wine. "Do you mind if I use the settings you made before to write a story?" John Hung said with some surprise. "Of course not. I like to have authors help me improve and fill my world. In fact, many of the pen pals I corresponded with before are using this setting to write stories." Lovecraft shrugged. "What about the ending? Can you accept the ending?" John Hung asked. "After all, the ending of the story I created is different from the stories you wrote before. If it was before I met you, I would have felt that this was indeed a bit contrary to my consistent aesthetics. Because in the stories I created, no matter how the protagonists in them resisted, they would eventually be shrouded in greater despair. And you are the first person to write a story after that. Although you borrowed my system, it actually tells a story about a person who is shrouded in despair and knows that he cannot escape, and how he uses all his strength to fight against fate." Lovecraft seemed to be thinking about how to express his meaning more accurately. And after a moment, he continued, "It's like, all the hope in my novels is to welcome the final despair, while all the despair in your novels is paving the way for the last glimmer of hope. This is indeed different from the writing style I am good at. But this does not prevent me from liking your stories very much. I don't know why. Perhaps because hope and despair are 2 sides of the same coin, just like light and darkness. Without either side, the world is difficult to become truly real." Honestly, Lovecraft looked into John Hung's eyes. "I think your new story has helped me fill in the last gap in my setting. For this reason, I should also toast you." Lovecraft raised his glass. John Hung also raised his own glass. "Cheers to the fear of the unknown. Cheers to the courage of mankind to never give in." Lovecraft whispered and drank the red wine in his hand. A quarter of an hour later, John Hung walked out of room 515 with the outline. At this point, his plan had been completed for the most part, and there was only one thing left, which was the emotion he lacked. After bidding farewell to Hemingway, Lovecraft and others, John Hung finally went to find none other than the Hobbit housekeeper. "Is there anything I can do for you?" The Hobbit housekeeper was as polite as ever, and put down the vase in her hand. Her racial talent allowed her to make almost no sound no matter where she went, or what she did. In fact, she had been in the hall just now, but few of the writers passing by could find her. "Yes, I want to see someone," John Hung said. "Who?" the Hobbit housekeeper asked. "I will try my best to meet your needs for meeting guests. But apart from the writers in the manor and us service staff, I can't help you bring in people from outside. But there is one person who can." John Hung didn't keep it a secret and said directly, "I want to see the butler Consile, who received me before I came to this manor. He is also a member of the service staff. You should be able to help me find him. You want to meet him?" The Hobbit housekeeper was a little surprised. "Yes," John Hung said. In 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Consile stayed by the protagonist, Professor Aronnax's side, and accompanied him throughout the entire journey. So, I guess the relationship between Consile and me should not be limited to the first encounter. Chapter 1426, The Most Primitive Game. The expression on the Hobbit housekeeper's face became a little strange. This time, she actually did not agree to John Hung's request out of the blue, but just said, "I will help you send the invitation to Butler Consile, but I can't guarantee whether he will come to see you." As a result, before she finished her words, she found that John Hung's eyes had changed, moving away from her and focusing on a place behind her. There, Butler Consile in a tuxedo was walking slowly from the other end of the lawn. The setting sun cast a layer of afterglow on his body, making him look a little sacred. He waved to the Hobbit housekeeper. "Thank you, Belladonna. I take care of this." The Hobbit housekeeper bowed and left. Then Consile looked up and smiled at John Hung. "We meet again." "Yes. It has been almost a year since we first met," John Hung said. "The deductive method copy from Sherlock Holmes. One of my favorite novels," Consile said. "Although I always think that guy is not really suitable as a roommate. It seems that you get along with him quite well. You gave me that fountain pen when we first met, because you already knew what would happen to me later?" John Hung looked straight into Consile's eyes. "I'm not the god," Consile said. "I mean, I'm a god, but not an omnipotent being. I can't predict the future, but I can indeed lay some foreshadowing at the beginning of the story. As for whether these foreshadowings can be used, to be honest, I don't know. So don't think I'm so powerful. I just knew your identity earlier than others. On the contrary, I'm very curious about how you plan to deal with the current predicament." "The feelings in the story?" John Hung said. "Yes. Since you told Belladonna that you wanted to find me, you must have found a way to solve the problem. Do you have a way to restore the feelings?" "No. But I know where the feelings I lost are," John Hung said lightly. Consile's eyes were originally full of doubts, but after a moment, he seemed to think of something, grinned, and finally showed a hint of realization. "Are you talking about your past experiences?" "That's right." John Hung did not hide it anymore and directly stated his request. "I want to see those old friends again. They have the feelings I once left behind. I will collect these feelings again and write them into my story to complete the final creation." "Is that so?" Consile smiled in surprise. "So this is your final answer? You believe that existence will leave traces?" "No. Wait. The new story you are going to write also has the same theme. Are you ready to accept the arrival of that guy and let your soul be destroyed? This was originally part of my plan." John Hung's expression was still as calm as before, as if the troubles he encountered now were no different from those he encountered in different copies before, and would be solved soon. "I asked Isis and Psyche, and they both said that the soul cannot be restored after being destroyed." "They didn't lie to you." Consile nodded. "But I studied your birth, growth and decline, and realized that there are actually no absolute rules for you gods. What is impossible at this stage does not mean that it is really impossible. As long as many people as possible accept it, new rules will naturally be formed. So you want to create a new rule through novels to help you fight against the existence of the city under the ice?" Consile nodded. "I already knew this when you stepped into this copy, but I don't understand why you must take the risk to accept the advent. Is it because there is not enough time?" "Time is one aspect. With this copy, I can complete the creation calmly in it. But even if I can publish it immediately after the copy is released, I need to leave readers enough time to read and spread my novel. In addition, the most important point is that if my soul cannot be completely destroyed, then I will always be just a mortal. And the fact is that mortals cannot be affected by novels, no matter how popular the novel is. John Hung paused here and continued. Besides that, there are some creative reasons. I need a dramatic ending. I am sure that when other people read the ending of this novel, they will be amazed by the final twist, Consell said. But then, he suddenly changed the subject. I roughly understand what you want to do, but your request is beyond my ability. I can only create the illusion of the author and their novel characters in my copy. I can't bring in the characters from other copies you have experienced. Fortunately, I know someone who can do it. Game? Yes, but as far as I know, he has already paid back the compensation he owed you. Although I know that guy liked you very much. He is an old-fashioned person who attaches great importance to rules. He can't break the rules he set himself and provide you with any help unconditionally. It doesn't matter. Then I will play a game with him again, John Hung said. What game? Consell was curious. The oldest and most enduring game in human history. You want him to play with you? Consell frowned. I already know your request. But where are your chips? I'm trying to help him solve the trouble caused by the guy in the Ice City. Consell frowned slightly when he heard this, and was about to say something when he heard John Hung continue. Also, I know what his real purpose is in creating this game. And I also know that he has been exploring ways to free the gods from the shackles of fate. Maybe I can help with this matter. How can you help? We humans have always had an old saying that crisis is also an opportunity. Game is unwilling to use violence, so he can't really send the gods into his game world. But what he can't do, I can. Or more accurately, the guy who intends to occupy my body can. Do you want to? Consell was really moved this time, with his mouth wide open. Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Game suddenly disappeared because he was disappointed with the new and old gods restarting the war, and at the same time hoped that his departure would allow the gods of the two camps to reunite under the threat posed by the master of the Ice City. In this case, why not take a step closer? As long as Game comes on stage a little later, I can make all the gods willingly enter the game world he created for refuge. The so-called proxy war is just his transition plan, isn't it? The real purpose of his creating that unparalleled game is to create a new home for the gods, so that they can get rid of the shackles of fate and live in peace with humans. Chapter 1427 Visitors. John Hung discovered that his day had 24 more hours a month ago. The first thing that changed was his watch, which was a Seastar Automatic 3 mechanical watch produced by Swiss Tizot, which was given to him by his parents in Iceland on his 18th birthday. The Taobao order was placed very perfunctorily, and the seller shipped the goods, and the address bar was filled in with the wrong class. John Hung put his fingers on the keyboard and typed the first paragraph of the novel. His writing skills have now reached level 3, and he has already finalized the outline. So the next thing is completely natural. Just after he finished writing the story that happened in the cafe, someone suddenly knocked on the door. John Hung stood up, walked to the living room, leaned over the peephole and looked out. He saw the two figures standing outside the door, Ed Wilson and Belle Butler. And in a corner behind the army captain and the explorer, there stood a shy short-haired guy. Unlike the first time they met, he was no longer wearing shorts this time. Perhaps because he was visiting a friend. He also wore a sweatshirt. John Hung opened the door. Welcome. We received your letter, saying that you need our help. Belle smiled. We rushed here immediately, but I have to say that this place is quite mysterious. I just drank a cup of coffee, and when I woke up, I was at the gate of the manor. It was almost the same for me, Ed immediately replied. But my experience was even more bizarre. I still remember that I was very sick. I used all my strength to leave the last golden sentence of life and then lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on the ground with a pit next to me, which looked like my grave. Then, a man stood in front of me, handed me your letter, and told me that he could take me here. Oh, by the way, he also gave me a set of clothes. The guy in shorts was still as silent as before. He didn't say anything, but just nodded after the army captain finished speaking, indicating that his experience was similar to his. After the others finished speaking, Belle looked at John Hung again and said directly, Okay, let's continue the reminiscence when we have dinner. First, tell us what you need us to do for you. It's simple. I'm writing a novel, and I need you to help me finish it," John Hung said. "Novel? So my life-saving tales can finally go where they belong?" The captain's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to do something big. Bell and the others stayed in the manor for about a week. With their help, John Hung finished writing the first unit of his new novel. This unit was created based on his experience in the novice copy. Of course, John Hung also made some artistic processing on this basis to make it more convenient and popular to read. After Bell, Ed, and the guy in shorts left, the second wave of visitors knocked on John Hung's door. Amiko, a Tokyo girl wearing a short skirt and with canine teeth when she smiled, and Tsuchiya Yosuke, the owner of a seafood store wearing slippers and looking like he deserved a beating, walked into the living room together. "Excuse me, Mr. Zhang." Amiko blushed and bowed. "My father and I won a mysterious travel prize, but I didn't know you were here until I got on the plane." "Boy, are you the one behind all this?" "I felt that the prize was a little strange at the time. I have to warn you not to have any strange thoughts about my daughter." Tsuchiya Yosuke was talking halfway when he noticed that Amiko's face looked a little off. So he immediately changed his words and said, "But if you can beat me in racing again, I can accept it. Let's talk about racing next time. This time, I actually need your help." John Hung also bowed and returned the greeting to Amiko. "What is it? You helped us before. It would be great if we could help you too." Tsuchiya Yosuke wanted to show off when he heard that John Hung had something to ask for. But he didn't expect Amiko to have already taken the lead and agreed. "Actually, I'm writing a novel recently, but I encountered some difficulties in the process of creation." "Really? You can also write novels?" Amiko was surprised. "But you just said you encountered difficulties?" "What difficulties?" "My father and I can't write novels, and we don't know if we can really help." "Yes, as long as you can do what I say," John Hung said. "The time flow rate of 1:2400 makes every minute in the real world feel particularly long in the copy." John Hung did not use up all the copy time. He had finished writing the novel on the 2571st day, and around the 2460th day, he sent away the last wave of visitors. But he was not alone, because one of the previous visitors chose to stay. It was also with that person's company that John Hung finished writing the ending of the novel. When he typed the last word on the keyboard, Kansal came to his room again. "Have you finished your story?" John Hung nodded. "But you know that you can't take anything out of the copy, right? No matter if you print out the story or write it on paper, you can't take it out of the copy." John Hung didn't say anything after hearing this, but just took out the Edwards USB flash drive from his pocket. This F-quality small prop can make the user's IP untraceable when inserted into a computer. But many people ignore the storage function of this thing as a USB flash drive itself, although its quality is very low. Only F. It is indeed a genuine game prop, and all game props can be taken out of the copy. John Hung copied the novel he had just written into this USB flash drive. The 8G storage space seems a bit small today, but fortunately it is enough to accommodate a novel. Sure enough, the answers to those seemingly unsolvable problems are often hidden in those inconspicuous corners. Kansal sighed. "I have no questions, but I will remind you one last time. Be careful of Kronos. He hopes to use you to plot against the power of the owner of the Ice City. If he knows what you are doing, he will definitely try every means to obstruct you. It doesn't matter. I have found my messenger. She is completely invisible, harmless to everyone, and has no attack power. No matter which force will notice her or embarrass her, she will help me finish the rest after I die," John Hung said. "It seems that you have arranged everything." Kansal looked at the figure by the window. The latter had been standing there quietly, just like the floor lamp next to him. Not conspicuous at all. But Kansal knew that if he showed hostility towards John Hung, even a little bit, the figure would immediately raise the shotgun at his feet and puncture a few holes in his head. In that case, I have nothing to say. Next, I will leave the remaining 329 days of this copy to you too." Kansal whistled, turned around and walked out the door, closing the door before leaving. Chapter 1428 Out of Control. The killing continued, and the panicked gods were like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fleeing in all directions under the fangs of wild beasts. They wailed and cried, and their twisted faces were full of despair and fear. Once upon a time, they also dominated this land, and each of their names had a series of brilliant legends behind them. But in today's story, they were just supporting roles. I can't stop it. Apollo, covered in blood, had retreated to the front door of the villa. 6 of the 7 strings of his lyre were broken, leaving only the last one. The golden arrows in the quiver on his back had long been shot out. However, this was not the most despairing thing. The most despairing thing was that his opponent was completely unharmed. Not only Apollo, but also the god of electricity, Hades, the god of guns, and others who stayed behind were also in a very bad state. Perhaps the only thing that comforted them was that during the time they blocked the way, other gods had basically evacuated safely. Hades, the god of the underworld, holding the broken staff in his hand, also spoke at this time. We have to destroy the passage. Otherwise, if he also enters the new world, everything will be over. Maybe we can use explosives to blow up the villa. But I need some time to prepare, the god of chemistry suggested. Before he finished speaking, the mustache man standing next to him suddenly said, "Leave it to me. You are almost at your limit. Evacuate quickly, and don't make unnecessary sacrifices." When he said this, Apollo and others breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew their own physical condition better than them. Just like what the mustache man said, they were indeed at the end of their strength. The reason why they were holding on and not evacuating was entirely because of their self-esteem. No one was embarrassed to be the first to leave. Since the mustache man was willing to stay and finish the job, they naturally had no reason to hold on any longer. And they all ran into the villa and pushed open the door to the new world. The mustache man, who had been watching the excitement on the side, finally moved this time. He waved his hand, and a novel flew from the bookshelf in the villa's study to his hand. It was a volume of Star Wars. The mustache man flipped the pages of the book, and the next moment a green-skinned man with pointed ears and a height of less than 0.7 meters appeared in front of him. After his feet touched the grass, he ignored the deep divers around him and bowed to the mustache man first. "Go!" The mustache man also nodded at him. The next moment, a lightsaber appeared in the hand of the pointy-eared green man. The force was injected into the kyber crystal, and a ball of plasma immediately formed a sword under the constraint of the magnetic field. The green-skinned pointy-eared man easily cut a deep divers in half with this sword. There are so many books on the bookshelf, but the mustache man chose Star Wars for a reason. As we all know, most Jedi Knights have strong wills, especially the leader of the Jedi Knights, Master Yoda, whose mental strength is particularly strong. You should know that in the current situation, there are only a handful of novel characters who can normally exert their combat effectiveness. And only dark nemesis like Yoda can move freely. But don't look at him fighting against many people in the deep diver. Just like cutting melons and vegetables. But it is obviously wishful thinking for him to defeat the owner of the Ice City with his strength. In fact, Yoda only lasted less than a minute before he was killed by Zhang Heng, targeted. The next moment, his short body suddenly shook, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Although he was still trying to swing the lightsaber in his hand, his movements were obviously slower than before. It didn't take long for him to reveal his flaws, and he was knocked down by the swarming deep ones. As Master Yoda died, the Star Wars in the mustache's hand also burned. At this moment, he was surrounded by deep ones, and stood alone in front of the gate of the villa. But his face did not show panic like the gods before. But he seemed a little emotional. "Are we finally entering the finale? You came earlier than expected. But fortunately, the time is almost up." Zhang Heng on the opposite side did not answer or react. He acted as if he had never met the mustache man in the previous round of the game. He didn't even pay attention to the mustache man. He just turned his head mechanically, looking for the gods who had fled before. Finally, he set his sights in one direction, and that was where the door in the villa was. I don't know how his eyes penetrated the layers of reinforced concrete. After determining the direction, Zhang Heng started to move again and walked towards the man with a mustache, apparently preparing to get rid of the guy blocking the door first. Seeing their master take action, the deep divers who had been impatient for a long time immediately followed and pounced on the man with a mustache. As a result, the man with a mustache suddenly took 2 steps back, opened the door behind him that he was supposed to defend, and made a gesture of invitation. Then his body became more and more transparent, and finally turned into a stream of light, and flew into a book on the bookshelf. Zhang Heng, ignoring the fly that escaped halfway, he continued to walk forward, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He walked into the villa, and walked all the way to the door without any obstruction. Zhang Heng, without hesitation, He was about to push the door open, but the next moment, the second hand on the starfish in his hand, which had been still, suddenly started to move again. Then came the minute hand and the hour hand, which moved very fast, much faster than a normal watch, and finally stopped at 23:55. This number has a special meaning to Zhang Heng. It is the time when each round of the game starts, and it also represents the beginning of a new extraordinary experience. However, the current Zhang Heng just turned his head and looked at the strange image of the starfish on his wrist. He didn't feel anything. Then he simply tore off the watch and threw it aside. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed open the door in front of him. One step. Only one step left. He can chase into that new world, completely eliminate all troubles, and bring destruction to every corner of the world. However, the next moment, his left foot, which was about to step out, suddenly stopped in the air and could not move. Zhang Heng frowned. Since he took over this body, he had never encountered such a strange situation. The reason was simple. Because this body was originally flowing with his blood and was originally a part of him. He entered this body, called it descending. But in fact it was more like taking back something that should have belonged to him a long time ago. But now, he could clearly feel that he was losing control of his body. Chapter 1429 New Legend. A powerful and terrifying aura rose into the sky, twisting the surrounding space. This was the terrifying power of Cthulhu. And this power also came from the fear of the unknown that all humans have. It looked so irresistible, just like despair itself. The gods outside the villa had proven that even if they joined forces, they were no match for this power. With the help of this power, Zhang Heng now regained control of his body. But the next moment, a string of fishbone bracelets hanging behind the door suddenly trembled. Then a whale roar came from a distant place. The whale roar was drowned in the indescribable horror, and seemed extremely small. But it never disappeared. Just like hope itself, Zhang Heng's body was nailed to the spot again. But this was not what really made him feel incomprehensible. What really made him incomprehensible was that he found that part of the power in his body actually flowed to an unknown place. He could clearly feel that in that place, a brand new soul that made him feel familiar was being born. But how is this possible? The human soul that appeared in this world by accident was completely destroyed by him when he descended into this body. Just like a glass cup that has been restored to its molecular state, which should be impossible to restore. But now, this incredible thing has really happened to him. Although he has only taken over for a few months, Zhang Heng felt that he had adapted to and was familiar with this new body. But at this moment, he found that he had no idea where the new soul was. So he wanted to do it but couldn't find any way. So he could only continue to release that incomparable powerful force, trying to destroy the new soul directly through coercion. But as he continued to increase his strength, Zhang Heng was surprised to find that his loss of power was also increasing. In fact, the power he released was like nutrients, continuously supplied to the new soul, helping the latter to accelerate the whole process of breaking out of the shell. After experiencing 132 days of destruction and darkness, Zhang Heng opened his eyes again. But the world in front of him was not the one he was familiar with. He found himself standing on a burning street. Just like in the dream before, everything he saw was burning crazily. And the remaining humans were wearing crazy smiles, killing each other for fun, as if they were not in hell, but in heaven. On the hill of corpses, another him sat, like a king who ruled the world, looking down at him from a high place, with a rare hint of sarcasm in his eyes, as if saying that everything was too late. Is it too late? Zhang Heng frowned. Did his previous plan go wrong? Did the little girl who was responsible for sending the USB drive to Honlu for publication fail to complete the task? Or did the god of novels fail to put the key items that triggered his rebirth in place? Or did his novel not become popular as expected? Or did something else go wrong that he had not thought of before? Zhang Heng did not have time to think about it, because he saw that the remaining survivors, the half-human, half-fish frog-like deep diver, and the small version of Cthulhu's Star Clan all rushed towards him together. And just when Zhang Heng wanted to turn around to meet the enemy, he found that his body was fixed there again as in a dream. Zhang Heng closed his eyes upon seeing this, as if he had accepted the fate of himself and the world. But then he suddenly said, "It seems that you really can't do anything to me. If this is the only illusion, then you might as well just admit defeat." As he said this, the corpses and monsters around him, as well as the blazing flames, disappeared. Zhang Heng opened his eyes for the second time and found himself in the underwater palace again, facing the huge black shadow there, as big as a mountain, and facing the terrifying breath that made people tremble with fear. At this moment, the world became extremely quiet, as if only this man and this monster were left. I used to think that you grew stronger by devouring the fear of humans. It was not until I saw you, no, our creator, that I knew what really made you. Zhang Heng looked directly at the monster in front of him, and the monster in front of him seemed not to hear his words, dragging its huge body and walking towards him step by step, its thick tentacles dragging on the ground, making a creepy sound, echoing and circling above the palace. However, Zhang Heng in front of it neither ran away nor prepared for any battle. A life of despair and loneliness is the most terrifying thing in the world. But don't worry. Unlike other people in the world who can't understand you and only want to destroy you, I don't intend to kill you. Besides, despair and loneliness themselves cannot be killed. Just like you can never completely kill me, because hope always exists. So, Zhang Heng paused, then continued, next, I'm afraid we will have to share this body for quite some time. As of now, you can use it for about 23 hours and 50 minutes in 24 hours. And I can use the remaining 10 minutes. Don't look so sad. Think positively. At least you won't be as lonely as before. The monster finally paused after hearing this. Although it still didn't speak. Zhang Heng on the opposite side seemed to know what it was going to say. Are you trying to say that 10 minutes is of no use at all? And you will take advantage of the time when I can't control my body to completely destroy the world? Unfortunately, since I have 10 minutes, your original plan can no longer proceed. Next, in my 10 minutes, I will take you into a new world, where all the characters are already in place, except for the final boss position, which is still vacant because they can't find a tough enough character. And this final position is tailor-made for us. Zhang Heng seemed to have thought of something when he said this, and patted his head and added, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to say that although on the surface our time allocation is 23 hours and 50 minutes to 10 minutes. In fact, my day has 48 hours. So strictly speaking, our time ratio is 23 hours and 50 minutes to 24 hours and 10 minutes. This is much fairer. And my day is 10 minutes longer than the average person. So I have no objection. In addition, the speed of time in that world is also different from that in the real world. I hope you won't be too surprised when you enter. Okay, that's all I have to say. There are still many things to do next. I have to make sure you can't escape from that world. Help another guy appease the new and old gods who were deceived into entering. And then prepare for the game world to open again to welcome players. After all this is done, if there is still time, I would like to use the remaining time to meet some old friends. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Next, let's write a new legend together. Chapter 1430. Sorry, this area is not open yet. As more and more gods began to explore the surroundings, more and more people received similar prompts. This time, not only the god of tarot, but other gods also changed their faces one after another. Why is this happening? Is it Game who is doing something? It's already this time. And he is still thinking about plotting against us? What exactly does Game want to do? Does he want to imprison us in this hellhole forever? Where is Isis? Who was close to her before she came in? Who knows where she ran to? The gods were arguing and trying to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, there were a lot of speculations and few useful suggestions. At this time, someone finally noticed Kronos, who had been watching coldly and silently, and said to him, God of Time, do you have any good suggestions for our current predicament? Wait. Kronos opened his mouth and uttered a word. Wait. Wait for what? Hercules frowned and said, The guy in the Ice City is still behind us. I don't know if the god of fiction can successfully destroy the door. We should quickly find Game or Isis, and at least cut off the passage before talking about other things. Kronos snorted coldly when he heard this. He didn't want to explain anymore. But when he saw other gods looking here, he knew in his heart that if he wanted to leave here in the future, he would need the help of others. At the moment, he must unite all the forces that can be united. So he continued patiently. Since Game has done this, and has included all of us, it is impossible that he is unprepared for the situation outside the door. He has a special relationship with the god of fiction. He must have made arrangements both here and outside. And now we are in his territory. There is no other way but to wait. Hercules' brows relaxed slightly. He had to admit that Kronos' words sounded reasonable. But he couldn't help but ask, then how long do we have to wait in this damn place? A day? A week? Or a month? If game doesn't come to us, then we have to wait until the end of time. Although the situation you mentioned is possible, the probability is very small. Kronos said. Game is not a madman like Set. There is a strong logic behind everything he does. Just look at the decoration and layout of this place. And you can see that this is just an area similar to a transportation transfer station. Normally, we won't stay here for too long. As if to confirm Kronos' words. Not long after he finished speaking, the big screen in the center of the waiting room and all the hanging TVs lit up. The gods finally saw that somewhat childish face again after 5 months. The Game appeared on the screen with a pair of sleepy eyes. Looking like a primary school student who had just played games all night and had to get up early to go to school. Although many people were very dissatisfied with Game's behavior of trapping them in this waiting room, Game was still the leader of the gods after all. And his previous prestige was still there. Especially at this point. Cthulhu broke away from his underwater cage and killed people in the world, forcing the gods to hide in the new world, panicking like dogs that had lost their homes. At this time, both the new and old gods missed the days when Game was still here. Some people even burst into tears when they saw Game excited. But the god of games himself looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, adjusted the camera in front of him, and seemed to use this time to organize his words. Finally, he said, Welcome. Welcome to the station. Station? Kronos raised his eyebrows. So, this place is really just a transfer station. But I don't know where the trains in your station will eventually go, leading to the various copies of the game world. The little boy answered quickly as if he could hear Kronos' question. The gods were shocked when they heard this. The previous game world was originally built by them at Game's invitation. But they never knew that there was a place called the station hidden in that game world. Of course, Game had been missing for 4 months. With his strength, he could build a new venue by himself. But if he wanted to connect this new area called the station to various copies, it would involve adjusting the original structure from a structural perspective, which was a very difficult task. Basically equivalent to overturning half of the game and redoing it. Therefore, there is only one explanation for the current situation. That is, this area called the station has been in Game's plan since he started to build the grand game world he envisioned. But he hid it, and no one else knew about it except him. It was not until today that it was put into use and welcomed the first batch of guests. At this time, even Pan, who didn't like to use his brain, reacted. He lowered his head with goat horns and said, Respected Game God Game, why did you leave such an area behind our backs? So that the game could enter the 3rd stage. Game answered every question. The 3rd stage? What 3rd stage? We thought we had agreed that this game was only for human players. Automobile Shinto. The 1st stage is convenient for us to select the agents we like. And the 2nd stage is for those agents to fight and settle the conflicts between us. Abandon those ancient and bloody traditions. And enter the era of civilization. As for the 3rd stage, what is it? Game was silent for a moment. Then spoke again. I'm sorry. I hid something from you before. I'm sure some of you have guessed the real purpose of my building this game. Are you crazy? Kronos said with a sullen face. You may be the most powerful among us. But what qualifications do you have to decide the fate of all of us? Decide where we live. His words were also agreed by a group of gods. However, Game had gradually recovered from his initial shyness. Hearing the question from the god of time, he scratched his head again. Didn't you come to my game world to seek refuge because you were desperate? Kronos. And if you really count it, this is not the trouble you caused. Kronos. You brought that human out of the Ice City, made him your agent, and at the same time concealed his true identity. Chapter 1431. Kronos was speechless. Indeed, he had brought Zhang Heng out of the Ice City in advance, which was equivalent to helping the world solve an imminent crisis. But the gods were now reduced to this miserable situation, which was also related to his later mess. Outside Pluto's mansion, the gods were all mourning for having to leave their homeland. No one was in the mood to settle old scores with him. When they entered the station, everyone was busy figuring out the current situation. So naturally they didn't care about him. Until now, Game, who had been missing for 5 months, appeared again. Everyone regained their focus, relaxed their tense nerves, and began to plan for their future lives. In addition, Kronos took the initiative to bring up the topic, and the gods remembered which bastard had tricked them into this state. So everyone looked at Kronos with unfriendly eyes. Kronos knew he was in the wrong, and he couldn't refute it. In fact, he didn't want to follow the other gods into the new world before. One of the main reasons was that he didn't want to be revisited for his previous actions. However, he had no choice when his life was threatened. Kronos knew very well that the reason why no one bothered him now was because there was a huge shadow of Cthulhu hanging over everyone. Once he got rid of the threat of that monster, he would be liquidated sooner or later. But Kronos didn't expect that this day would come so soon. It was also his own fault. After guessing what Game wanted to do, he was too angry and couldn't hold back for a while, which led to the disaster. He knew that it would be meaningless for him to say anything else, which would only attract hatred to himself. So he wisely chose to shut up and stop talking. However, he also believed that he was definitely not the only one who saw what Kronos wanted to do. With him taking the lead, there would definitely be others who would follow suit. Kronos' guess was correct. Although the gods were very unhappy with what he had done before, they still tried to suppress their anger and shifted their attention back to the current situation. It was still Pan who came forward. After bowing to Game on TV, he asked, "Respected God of Games, can you help me solve my doubts? I believe that you must have your reasons for building such a unique functional area." "Of course." Game nodded and said, "I am also a god. Naturally, I know what the shackles that gods have worn on their necks for a long time are. Each of us has our own destiny, but this destiny is not chosen or determined by ourselves. They have long been written into those legends and heroic poems. Even for new gods like me who were born not too long ago. Our destiny is determined by the common will of most humans. It is related to everyone in this world, but it has nothing to do with ourselves. This is the same for both new and old gods." Game successfully silenced all the gods in the station. Apparently, his words touched everyone's heart. However, after a moment, the somewhat embarrassed Apollo raised his head again and spoke. "This is a curse that each of us is born with, and it is also the source of our strength. We have nothing to complain about. We have been living this way for thousands of years. It's not that no one has tried before, but the facts have proved that we can't change our own destiny. I thought this was already our consensus." "You're right. In this day and age, even my old friend, the god of novels, and the god of new media, can't directly change their own destiny, let alone other people. The only person I know who successfully changed his own destiny also arranged everything when he was still a human," Game admitted. But then he changed the subject. "But that's all in the real world. In the game world, we can act freely. This has been repeatedly proven in previous copies." "Are you referring to the copies we created to select agents?" The goddess of night Nyx stepped forward and said, "There, we can indeed influence the direction of the copies to a certain extent." "So what do you mean? You want us to live in your game forever? But if we continue like this, we will be forgotten by humans sooner or later. For a long time, we have always had a symbiotic relationship with humans. We satisfy their prayers and wishes, and they dedicate their faith and worship to us. So, they certainly need us, but we also cannot do without them. Of course, how can a perfect game only have the existence of indigenous people?" Game paused, and then announced another news. "So, I plan to open the game world to human players again." As a result, his words caused an uproar again. And this time, the uproar was even greater than before. "You are going to open the game world to those human players again?" The god of Lego rolled his eyes. "Wait, maybe I should change the way I say it. You are going to open the game world to those humans who have been mentally polluted by the owner of the Ice City? Why? So that guy can come in and kill us all? Don't worry. The world outside will not be destroyed," Jim said. It would have been better if he didn't say this. But once this sentence was spoken, the gods immediately exploded. Because to put it bluntly, the biggest reason why everyone is willing to stay here and discuss the possibility of living here with Game is because the world outside is about to be destroyed, and they have no choice. Otherwise, as gods who have lived outside for hundreds or even thousands of years, they certainly don't want to give up everything they have on that land. Game seemed to have expected the gods to react like this. He waited patiently for the commotion to subside, and the gods to calm down before continuing. "I said the outside world will not be destroyed, provided that you, including me, stay here honestly." "Why?" the god of sleeping asked. although the situation was at a critical moment. He was still yawning and looked like he could fall asleep at any time. Because I need your help to keep it in this game world. This time, the person who answered was not game. When the gods looked in the direction of the voice, the crowd that had finally calmed down became panicked again. No. To be more precise, it should be panic. And this panic was growing exponentially. Because they saw a figure that they did not want to see at this time. Chapter 1432. The gods in the station were in turmoil again. And at the same time, the crowd in a certain place quickly dispersed to the surroundings, revealing an open space and Zhang Heng standing on the open space. Before, their attention was almost all attracted by game on TV. So no one noticed when Zhang Heng appeared. But after discovering that Zhang Heng also entered the station, many people couldn't help but show despair on their faces. The moment before, they were still dissatisfied with game for concealing the existence of the station and wanting to keep them in the game world. But in the blink of an eye, they found that even this result had become a luxury. It was unknown whether game's arrangement went wrong or the god of fiction was too useless and failed to execute his arrangement, causing the monster named Cthulhu to chase all the way into the game world. What frightened the gods even more was that they found that they had no way to escape. Before, the real world outside was about to be destroyed, and they could still escape to the new world. But once the new world fell, they didn't know where they could escape to. However, when they realized this, the reactions of different gods were different. Some people wanted to fight Zhang Heng, although they knew they were not Zhang Heng's opponent. It was better to die in battle than to surrender and be killed. Some people placed their last hope on game, and some even knelt on the ground and begged game to take action. But in addition, there are a small number of people whose reactions are different from the previous two groups. For example, Ares, the god of war, is a relatively strong god. He has been active in the front line of the battle and has fought with Cthulhu several times. In these battles, Cthulhu has never spoken. In the original setting, this monster is in existence that cannot communicate and can only convey some messy things through dreams and hallucinations. However, just now, they clearly heard Zhang Heng speak. And although his words sounded a little difficult to understand, this difficulty is not in the literal sense. In fact, Zhang Heng's words were clear and coherent. Especially Kronos, who was the most familiar with Zhang Heng. Unlike other gods, the young man standing in front of him clearly gave him a strong sense of familiarity. So the god of time, who had already made up his mind not to speak, blurted out, "Is it you?" "It's me," Zhang Heng said. "Long time no see, Kronos." As he said this, the crowd that was about to get out of control finally calmed down, and the god's eyes were refocused on the figure that they had not dared to look at before. "How is this possible? Your soul should have been completely crushed the moment that guy came," Kronos said in a lost voice. This time, even the slowest person realized that the Zhang Heng in front of him and the Zhang Heng who had chased them outside Pluto's mansion before seemed to be different, although the two looked the same, and Zhang Heng even had blood on his body. It was clear that he had just led the killing party against them. "I have indeed died once," Zhang Heng said. His eyes swept across the gods present, paused, and then continued, "But now I am back again." "How did you do it?" Kronos was puzzled, and he also asked the doubts in the hearts of all the gods present. Zhang Heng did not hide it. "I wrote a novel, a very popular novel, which was uploaded to the internet by a friend of mine after my death. It tells all my experiences. So far, more than 9 million people have read the novel. You should understand what this means. And my return is the ending of the novel." "You gave yourself a resurrection ending in your novel to influence reality?" Kronos was shocked. "Wait, but gods cannot interfere with their own destiny, even through indirect means such as novels and movies. I'm not a god. But humans can't change their destiny through novels. Otherwise all novelists can live forever." The god of code adjusted his glasses and said, "I'm not human either," Zhang Heng said calmly. "I have Cthulhu's blood flowing in my body. How can it be like this?" Osiris, the god of the underworld in Egyptian mythology, was also shocked. But he had to admit that Zhang Heng's situation might be the most special in the world. He was originally the vessel chosen by Cthulhu, and he had completed the blood transfusion early on. If you want to be serious, he was probably an ordinary person with Cthulhu's blood flowing in his body. "So, the monster was killed by you just like that?" The words of the goddess of night Nyx also made the eyes of the surrounding gods light up. But she soon said, No. Cthulhu cannot be destroyed in the original setting. And his story has been popular for decades, and has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is not so easy to change, no matter how good your story is. After all, it has only been published for a few months. If you dare to challenge those rules that have been deeply rooted in people's hearts and minds, the only outcome is that your novel loses its authenticity. And you also lose the only chance to be resurrected. You're right. Zhang Heng nodded. I didn't write him dead. He's still in my body. In fact, we temporarily stopped fighting now. We share this body. To be exact, he took 23 hours and 50 minutes. And I took 10 minutes. As a result, the gods, who had been slightly relieved, suddenly felt their hearts hanging in their throats as soon as he finished speaking. A god, who was standing closer to Zhang Heng, immediately distanced himself from him. The gods looked at him as if they were looking at a time bomb. Don't worry. The speed of time in the station is different from that in the real world. Gamem on TV spoke at this time, calming the tense atmosphere on the scene in time. But there were still many gods clamoring to leave, saying that they didn't want to stay in the same place with Zhang Heng for a moment. As a result, before Gamem could speak, Zhang Heng continued, It's meaningless to leave now. Because once the other guy in my body returns to the outside world, you can't expect me to stop him with my pitiful 10 minutes. At that time, we will all end up together. What do you want us to do? Just tell me. The god of amusement park said. Build a special copy for me, and help me lock up the guy in my body. Zhang Heng didn't keep it a secret. Chapter 1433 Extra 1 The God's Trouble. We are now trapped in this area called the station. Can't we return to the real world and leave you here alone? A god questioned. No. The person who spoke was not even Game or Zhang Heng, but Zeus. In the previous war, he had always been the main force against Cthulhu, and his own artifact Thunder was also destroyed. Therefore, he can be regarded as the one who knows Cthulhu best among the gods. The power of this space is not enough to trap the guy. In fact, if my weapon is still there, I can also destroy this area, Zeus said with a serious look. But what Game can't do, even if we add the strongest area we can create, we can't trap him. Balder, the god of light, said. In theory, it is like this, Zhang Heng said. Except for the underwater city called Raya. There is no area in this world that can completely block his movements. Then what's the point of asking us to help? A goddess in JK said with a bad look. When I and the other guy living in my body use each other's body, the other party is in a sleeping state, which means that they have no perception of the outside world. I discussed a possibility with Game before, Zhang Heng said slowly. What possibility? I want to restore the outside world in a Game copy 1-to-1, Zhang Heng said. I heard from Game that if you want to achieve the same level of perfection as the previous copies, you need all of you to work together. Wait, you are not trying to trick that guy. That copy is the real world, right? Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was also surprised. Even if that guy falls for this trick, it is impossible to deceive him for too long. When he destroys the world and finds that his power has not changed, he will naturally realize that something is wrong. That's right. At this time, we need the existence of the second world. Zhang Heng obviously studied this issue a long time ago and answered quickly. The second world? Athena is the goddess of wisdom. She was just stunned and quickly realized. Do you want to build another 1-to-1 real world outside the 1-to-1 real world? Not another one. To be on the safe side, it's better to build a few more, Zhang Heng said. It's best to stack them like a 1,000-layer cake. But remember to leave a door for me so that I can go in and out when I have time. You only have 10 minutes. What's there to go in and out? The god of the amusement park on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes. As long as the speed of time is changed, 10 minutes can still become very long. And who said I only have 10 minutes to use? Zhang Heng shook the starfish in his hand. Unfortunately, with this watch, the speed of time in that special copy can only be set to 1:1. But it's better this way. It's less likely for him to be suspicious. The gods looked at each other, and they all realized that this solution could indeed work. But after a moment of silence, someone spoke up. Your plan may fool him a few times, but over time, he won't even confirm whether he is in the real world, and will directly use violence to break into the copy. Yes, but that will be at least a year later. It will take at least a year for him to destroy the first two worlds, Zhang Heng said. What about after that? It depends on the players after that, Zhang Heng said. This is why we want to restart the game. Because the new expansion pack will be updated a lot. And the main quest Cthulhu's Awakening will be launched. The ultimate goal of the game is no longer PK between players, but for everyone to find a way to fight Cthulhu together. So many of our gods are helpless. What can a mere human do? Apollo frowned. The point is not what they can do, but to make them believe that they can do it. Zhang Heng emphasized again. This also requires your help. Now the main quest is already there, but the side quests are still very scarce, especially the side quests related to you. In addition, the number of players is not enough. We need to continue to expand. Only when enough people believe in the final ending, then that ending will happen. But this is not the same as breaking the rules. We gods cannot change the fate related to us by any means. The god of tarot questioned. We don't. We just give a main task. As for how to choose, we will return the decision to the players. Aren't you worried that they will destroy the world in the end? Or choose to kill you and Cthulhu together? Didn't they do it once? Kronos suddenly said. Of course I'm worried. But a wise man once told me to have faith in humanity. She showed me the kindness of the world. So I plan to return this kindness to the world, Zhang Heng said. I believe that if they are given enough time, they will find a better solution. Moreover, neither I nor the guy in my body can be killed so easily. As time goes by, Cthulhu culture in my novel will become more and more popular. Of course, if one day we are not so popular, then your troubles will be automatically resolved. The gods fell silent again after hearing this, and then began to talk to each other in groups of 3 or 2. However, Kronos was the exception, although he was now isolated by the gods because of releasing Cthulhu. As an old god, and a very sociable old god, Kronos still had some allies and friends even at this time. But at this moment, he did not gather in groups like the others around him. Why? Don't you plan to consider my suggestions? Zhang Heng asked. There's nothing to consider. Kronos shook his head. Do we have any other choice besides doing what you said? He then sighed. To be honest, if I could have predicted what would happen when I brought you out of that ice city, I might have killed you at that time. You wouldn't. Zhang Heng seemed very calm. You are so conceited that even if you see the result in advance, you will definitely believe that you can change it. What's more, deep down in your heart, you are a gambler. Kronos was not angry for the first time after hearing the last sentence. He just took out another bag of candy from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. You won this time. You can say whatever you want. But I will not give up my ultimate goal. I know. Zhang Heng was quick to snatch the remaining candy from the old man in Tang's suit and threw it into his mouth. I also look forward to fighting with you next time. But if I win again next time, you will probably have to pay a greater price. Then we see. Kronos snorted coldly. Chapter 1434 Extra 2 Courage. It is said that when Chen Fan's parents gave him this name, they hoped that he would be like a sail on the sea, fearless of wind and waves, and move forward bravely. But Chen Fan felt that this name did not suit him at all. He felt that he should be called Chen Fan. In the first 16 years of his life, he had always behaved mediocrely. From kindergarten to junior high school, he was the most ordinary child in the class. His academic performance was neither good nor bad, and his grades were in the middle and lower reaches of the class. He was not one of those key talents that teachers praised every day, but he was not so bad that his parents were called in every other day. Naturally, he did not degenerate into the kind of bad boy who fought all day long, talked about chivalry, and was considered handsome and hormone-producing by many girls. In addition, he did not have any outstanding sports and talent projects, and his appearance was even more ordinary. He felt that he was just a passerby in anime who was used to make up the numbers. Moreover, when the painter wanted to be lazy or the production team was short of funds, they were too lazy to draw the facial features, and just put a whiteboard there to fool the audience, and called it stream of consciousness. Besides, the most important thing is that Chen Fan feels that he has never been brave since he was a child, especially after what happened a few days ago. After entering high school, his life has hardly changed from before, although he has changed to a new school, a new group of classmates and teachers. He still conscientiously plays his role as a passerby, in order to make himself look more sociable. He tries to agree with every word of the people around him, even if he doesn't think so in his heart. Talk about the same sports games as everyone else. Pretend to be a fan of a popular team, even if he doesn't like that team. and talk enthusiastically about which female character in the movie animation has the bigger breasts, and listen to the weird laughter of the boys around him, even though he thinks this is not very polite. Every time he talks about similar things, he will look at the short-haired girl at the table across from him nervously, afraid that she will hear what he said and be disappointed in him. But in fact, Chin Fan himself knows that the short-haired girl doesn't care what he says. Just like the heroine in the animation doesn't care whether the passerby who happens to be in the same frame with her has facial features. However, perhaps every little transparent person who is in a crush has a glimmer of luck in his heart, thinking that as long as he hasn't said those 4 words and hasn't been explicitly rejected by the other party, then there is still a chance. Therefore, even if 3 lanes are broken, the hero counts down, and there is only 1 bare crystal left in the entire base. He is stubborn and refuses to type GG in the chat bar. Chin Fan sometimes feels that he is really stupid for being so neither way up nor down. He is thinking about whether he can just make up his mind and take a big gamble and confess tomorrow. No matter success or failure, at least he can get a result. Even if he dies, he can die clearly. Besides, isn't there a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival? But he prepared a love letter, practiced what to say when confessing in front of the mirror countless times, and even thought about how to make the other party stay after school. But he still didn't have the courage to take that last step. Every time the time came, he would tell himself, tomorrow, go tomorrow. Because for a passerby, tomorrow is always the best time. But from junior high school to high school, and then to college in the future, the tomorrow he was waiting for would never come. Chin Fan felt that he was really isolated from courage, and his parents had given him this name in vain. Recently, a novel called My Day Has 48 Hours has suddenly become popular in the class. In order to integrate into the group, Chin Fan also read it. He originally clicked it just because he thought he could have a common language with everyone. But then Chin Fan unexpectedly found that he didn't hate this novel. He likes the strange stories in the novel very much, and likes the protagonist of the novel, the boy named Zhang Heng. The other party is completely different from him, always so calm and full of courage, no matter how many dangers there are ahead. Even if he is forced into a desperate situation, that courage will not disappear. He is as handsome as a hero. Zhang Heng is like the kind of person Chin Fan has always wanted to be. Mature, reliable. He doesn't even need light and heat, because he can shine by himself. There are still 10 minutes before the teacher on the stage finishes the last class and announces the end of school. Chin Fan is bored and draws some messy lines on his notebook with a mechanical pencil, pretending to take notes. But in fact his thoughts have drifted to 3 days ago. It happened to be their group's turn to do duty that day. Chin Fan, who is a good guy and a passerby, was the last to leave that day. He was still doing homework in the empty classroom for a while. He originally planned to take the bus directly, but when he walked downstairs, he suddenly decided to go to the toilet before leaving. And that was the thing Chin Fan regretted most in his life. If possible, he would be willing to pay any price to change that stupid decision. That day, Chin Fan had already gone downstairs, so he went to the public toilet next to the playground. It had just been built and had a magnificent shape. There were 2 floors. The female toilet was on the upper floor, and the male toilet was on the lower floor. It was once nicknamed the Little Patala Palace. Of course, the girls in the school didn't really like this toilet, although it reduced the risk of being peeped. They had to climb stairs every time they went to the toilet. In the eyes of the school leaders, they probably thought that you young people were energetic and should not care about this little distance. But in fact, for young people, staying up late is okay, but climbing a few more steps may cost them their lives. Chin Fan was thinking about the short-haired girl all the way. He thought about how she had said a few more words to the male monitor today. Chin Fan had suspected that there seemed to be something between the 2 of them, because the short-haired girl and the male monitor had said more than she had said to other boys in total. But Chin Fan comforted himself that one of them was a student committee member and the other was a monitor, so it was normal for them to talk about work. And it was precisely because of his distraction that he did not notice anything unusual when he passed by the basketball court. There were obviously fewer people playing basketball than usual, and they seemed a little absent-minded. Moreover, one of the basketball hoops was empty. You know, this is not an easy sight to see in a high school where people might fight over basketball hoops. Unfortunately, Chin Fan's athletic ability was average, and he didn't play basketball on weekdays. At most, he would run errands for everyone to buy water and gas during class games. So he didn't realize the abnormality on the basketball court until he walked to the toilet and noticed two senior boys standing by the sink. One of them looked fierce and said to him, "Hey, go somewhere else." Chapter 1435. Chin Fan felt a little depressed when he saw the two people in front of the sink, because they didn't look like good people at first glance. They should be the bad boys in the school who didn't study hard, smoked and drank, and had contact with people in society. Chin Fan had seen similar guys blocking people at the door of a class after class, or walking through the corridor with his girlfriend, looking majestic. Although most of them will be quickly eliminated by society and beaten after the college entrance examination. At least during this period of high school, they are indeed at the top of the pyramid. In contrast, Chin Fan, as a passerby, was undoubtedly the floor tiles at the bottom of the tower. So when he heard the other side telling him not to go to the toilet here, Chin Fan did not question why he was not allowed to enter the public toilet, but wisely prepared to leave obediently. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard an excited voice from the toilet. "That ball was a good miss. I didn't hit your hand at all. Everyone around can testify." Chin Fan's body trembled, because this voice was very familiar to him. It was Wang Ruizha, his best friend who grew up in the same neighborhood. Unlike Chin Fan, Wang Ruizha was a little hyperactive since he was a child. In addition, he had grown to 1.77 meters at the age of 16. Although his academic performance was average, his sports performance was always good, especially in basketball. His breakthroughs were sharp, his three-pointers were accurate, and his defense was tough. Every time he appeared on the basketball court, he would immediately attract a lot of attention from the opposite sex. Girls would bring him water from time to time. In addition, his appearance was not bad, just like Rukawa Kid in the comic Slam Dunk. Moreover, this Rukawa Kid is not as cold as in the original work. He is very warm-hearted and popular among the boys in the same class. As for Chin Fan, he has been taken care of by Wang Ruizha since he was a child. Chin Fan still remembers that when he was in junior high school, he was blackmailed by a gangster nearby, and it was Wang Ruizha who stood up for him. Although the two were not in the same class after entering high school, Wang Ruizha would ask Chin Fan about his recent situation from time to time to see if he had encountered any trouble. But Chin Fan didn't expect that he didn't encounter any trouble. But Wang Ruizha encountered it first. As soon as Wang Ruizha's voice fell in the toilet, another sinister voice sounded. "It's okay that you play dirty with your hands, but you also talk dirty. Didn't we ask the people around us just now? Everyone said they saw you hit your hands. That's because they are afraid of you and your things." Wang Ruizha said angrily. But this time, he seemed to be hit by a punch before he finished speaking, and he groaned in pain, still talking stubbornly. "I didn't like you when we played basketball before. You look like Dior, and you deserve to be punished." Chin Fan heard the sound of fists falling inside, mixed with Wang Ruizha's sporadic resistance. But it seemed that two fists could not beat four hands. He just felt his brain go blank and subconsciously clenched his fists. However, he did not stand there for too long. Soon his body was pushed by someone. The bad boy who asked him to go to the toilet somewhere else said again, "What are you looking at? Do you want to go in and get beaten together?" Chin Fan heard this, and his clenched fists loosened again. Countless times afterwards, Chin Fan had hoped that he could be braver at that time. Just a little bit. Even if he did nothing. Just stood there. And was dragged into the toilet by the bad boy who looked very fierce to accompany Wang Ruizha to get beaten. It would be better than being scared and retreating like he did at that time. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed. And there is no if in this world. At that time, Chin Fan was completely surrounded by fear, which was the natural fear of small herbivores at the bottom of the food chain when facing carnivorous predators at the top. The other side saw Chin Fan retreating and looked very proud. "Don't even think about reporting to the teacher or the school guard. I have memorized your appearance. If you dare to tell others about this, we will fight you every time we meet you in the future. Understand?" Chin Fan lost the last bit of courage when he heard this. He felt that all the muscles in his body became extremely stiff. He just nodded mechanically under the action of instinct. However, the opposite bad seemed dissatisfied. "Fuck. Are you dumb? I'm asking you a question." I know. Chin Fan was timid, and his voice was smaller than a mosquito. "Louder," Bad said dissatisfiedly. However, Chin Fan was like being stuck by the neck. He didn't dare to make any sound at all. for fear of being recognized by Wang Ruizha in the toilet. Just when Bad's unhappiness value accumulated more and more and was about to explode. His other companion, who seemed a little easier to talk to, said, "Forget it. He should have known how powerful it is. Let him go." After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan again. "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you get out of here?" After hearing this, Chen Fan felt as if he had been pardoned. He lowered his head and walked past the basketball court again. He was in a daze all the way and had no idea how he got home. He opened his school bag and took out his homework book. He wanted to do his homework, but he couldn't write a single word. The tip of the gel pen was hanging on the blank paper. A strong sense of shame surged into Chen Fan's heart. He just left his best friend behind. The friend who was willing to stand up for him. He let the latter be beaten in the toilet. But he did nothing. Chen Fan didn't know if Wang Ruizha in the toilet recognized his voice, or if someone on the basketball court knew him and told Wang Ruizha what happened before. It was not until then that Chen Fan realized that he might lose his best friend. And this was not the most frightening thing for him. What frightened him the most was that he had to face his cowardice in his heart and admit that he was a person without courage. And this is what really saddened Chen Fan. Chen Fan tightly grasped the mechanical pencil in his hand. The bell for the end of get out of class had already rung, and the teacher on the podium began to assign homework. But Chen Fan no longer had the heart to listen to what he was saying. He packed his school bag, and when the teacher announced that school was over, he was the first to rush out of the classroom. And he didn't even pretend to follow the short-haired girl casually and watch her leave as usual. According to Chen Fan's habit, he usually went home directly after leaving school. But this time he didn't do so. He just wandered aimlessly on the commercial street near the school until it got dark. Like a lonely ghost that was not accepted by the big temple, and the small temple didn't want it, and couldn't find his own grave. In this world, being hated by others is not terrible. But if even you hate yourself, then you are really hopeless. Chen Fan didn't know how he came to a blind box machine. This kind of thing is very popular now. Merchants first come up with some attractive gimmicks, and then put a bunch of worthless gadgets into their own blind box machines. The probability that consumers can actually draw valuable things is lower than the probability of drawing SSR in those Krypton Gold mobile games in the pig farm. Normally, Chen Fan would not pay IQ tax for such things. But today he stopped in front of a blind box machine for some reason, took out his mobile phone, and scanned the payment code on it. Then, a blind box fell from the shelf. Chapter 1436. Chen Fan regretted it when he scanned the code to pay. Although his family conditions were not bad, his parents strictly controlled his pocket money. Basically, the money given to him every week was only enough for him to buy stationery and breakfast. Even the novels and games he liked had to save up for a long time. It was stupid to spend the little pocket money left on such a thing that he knew was a scam. But he had done enough stupid things in his 16 years of life. And this one was not bad. Chen Fan laughed at himself and reached out to take out the blind box that fooled him again. He didn't open it in a hurry, but felt the weight first. It was very light. Was he really taught a good lesson again? Then Chen Fan shook it in his ear again. But there was not even the sound of objects hitting each other. Is it empty? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Although he had a bad feeling when he paid, he was still at a loss to be cheated to this extent. After all, he spent 30 yuan on it. Generally speaking, no matter how unlucky you are, you should be able to win a consolation prize such as a pirated action figure or doll produced in Iwu. At worst, you should get a pair of headphones with free shipping from Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan. What's the matter with the empty one? Did the merchant forget to put something in it? Just when Chen Fan was wondering if there was something wrong with this batch of blind boxes, a couple next to him also scanned the code and got their own box. When he opened it, it was a 128G USB flash drive. Not bad luck, the boy said in surprise. He didn't expect anything from the blind box. He paid for it just to make his girlfriend happy. He didn't expect that the thing he drew could be useful, even if it was just a USB flash drive of unknown brand. It was not a big loss. The two threw the box into the trash can nearby, and then left with the USB flash drive contentedly. Chen Fan was left standing stupidly on the roadside, holding the empty box in his hand. At this time, the street lights on both sides of the road and the neon signs of the merchants were all lit up. The commercial street was still bustling at night, but Chen Fan felt that he was out of tune with this colorful world. There were 3 missed calls on his phone screen. all from his mother. In the past, he would have been home with his school bag on his back by this time. His mother often praised him to her colleagues and friends. Xiao Fan has been very obedient since he was a child. He does whatever he is told to do, and goes home on time after school every day. He never associates with any messy people. Nor does he fall in love early, or go to the internet cafe to play games. This child has grown up without us having to worry about him. Then the aunts and uncles nearby would also echo with envy, and then sigh and say how naughty their children were, and who knows where they went. Before, Chen Fan always felt that being praised was always a good thing. But now, he just felt that the word obedient was more harsh than ever. He thought of that evening, when the two bad boys in front of the toilet told him to get out, and he also obediently got out. For example, now, he got an empty blind box, which was obviously a mistake made by the merchant. He wanted to call the number on the machine to question the other party, but he couldn't help but retreat before he picked up the phone and dialed half of the number. He was worried that the merchant on the other end of the phone would confidently say to him, "Yes, some of our blind boxes are empty. Didn't you read the slogan on it before buying? No refunds or exchanges after sale. Don't play if you can't afford it. If there is someone in this world who can lend me some courage." Chen Fan clenched his fists again in despair. The phone vibrated for the fourth time. Even through the screen, he could feel the anxiety of the person on the other end. Chen Fan was ready to be willful once, but when he thought of his mother working a day and looking for him after get off work, his heart softened again, and he finally answered the phone. So the good kid version of Chen Fan came online again. "Hello? Oh, I'm on duty at school today. It's a bit late. I'm already at the station, and I'm about to catch the bus. I'll be back soon." Chen Fan hung up the phone, took 2 deep breaths, and tried to hide the despair in his heart. He wanted to throw away the empty blind box in his hand, but hesitated when he walked to the trash can, although there was nothing in the box. The outer packaging was still pretty. He could use it as a small storage box. And by the way, it could also remind him how stupid he was. So Chen Fan stuffed the blind box into his backpack and went to the station to take the bus home. When he opened the door, his mother had already prepared dinner, and his father had already come home from get off work. He asked him to wash his hands and eat. The family sat happily at the dinner table. Chen Fan behaved as usual, and did not show any abnormal emotions. His father picked up a piece of pork ribs for him, and then asked him about his school affairs. He only picked out a few irrelevant things to talk about. He never mentioned what happened in front of the toilet that evening, as if that thing had never happened. Unfortunately, even if he could hide it from everyone, he couldn't hide it from himself. When he returned to his room and closed the door, the feeling of powerlessness and regret enveloped him again, as if someone tied a stone to his ankle and sank into the water. The strong suffocation coming from all directions almost swallowed him up completely. I shouldn't have walked away that day. I should have told the teacher immediately. No, I should have rushed in at that time. Even if I would be beaten, I am the worst friend in the world. No one is worse than me. Who can save me and give me some courage? Chen Fan had no intention of doing his homework. He threw his backpack on the bed and sat in the dark with his head in his arms without turning on the light. The next moment, Chen Fan heard a sound of something falling to the ground. He looked back and saw that the backpack he had just thrown on the bed had fallen to the side, and the blind box that had been stuffed inside rolled to his feet. The bow tied on it seemed to be inviting him to open it. Chen Fan then remembered that he had not opened the box since he bought it. Although it should be empty, since he had already spent money, he should at least take a look. Or was he really that inferior that he did not even have the courage to do so? Chen Fan hesitated and opened the lid of the blind box. As expected, the box was indeed empty. The empty walls seemed to be laughing at his stupidity. However, when Chen Fan turned over the lid of the blind box, he found that there was an envelope inside, glued to the inside of the lid. The 6 words, Mr. Chen Fan, were written in beautiful small characters on the envelope. Chapter 1437. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the envelope, and then a sense of absurdity rose in his heart. How is this possible? How could the merchant who bought the box know his name? Did he just happen to meet him by mistake? But the probability of such a thing is too small. Or was his personal information on WeChat leaked when he scanned the code? However, Chen Fan took a closer look at the words on the envelope. He was sure that the words were not printed out by the computer, but handwritten. If you get close, you can even smell the scent of ink. Chen Fan reached out and took the envelope with his name on it off the lid of the blind box. This strange envelope was sealed with red wax, which looked quite formal. The wax was printed with a pattern that looked like a game controller, and below the pattern was a signature called the Game Committee. Chen Fan's pupil shrank suddenly when he saw the signature, and then his hands holding the letter began to tremble. He remembered the novel he had just read not long ago, and his heart began to beat wildly. Could it be that the stories in that novel are all true? The great game created by the gods. The mysterious game point hidden in the city and open only at night. All kinds of magical props with supernatural powers, and a series of magnificent adventures. Chen Fan told himself to stay calm, because in the first 16 years of his life, he was just a passerby without facial features. Even if those heroic stories really existed in this world, they should have nothing to do with him. Although thinking so, Chen Fan still couldn't wait to open the envelope. Dear Mr. Chen Fan, hello. When you open the envelope, you probably guessed the content of this letter. Yes, we sincerely invite you to join an unprecedented great game, where you can gain everything you can think of and can't imagine. Power, growth, friendship, and some interesting gadgets. But it must be stated in advance that this is not going to the amusement park to ride a carousel. In addition to the tempting rewards, there are dangers everywhere. Survival or destruction. It is the eternal theme of this game. And in this world, death is not the most terrible thing. Some things more terrible than death have quietly revived and extended their tentacles to all parts of the world. Please follow your inner will and make your choices carefully, because they will affect the fate of the world. Not only the world in the game, but also the world you live in reality. Finally, with the launch of the new expansion pack Terror Rising, we have also made some optimizations to the invitation mechanism accordingly. Now new players have the right to refuse our invitation. As long as you put down the letter in your hand within 10 seconds after reading this letter, it will be regarded as giving up the player qualification. You will lose all the memories after receiving the envelope and return to your normal life. Once again, you are holding a one-way ticket. Once you set foot on this road, there is no turning back until the final boss is conquered or the world is destroyed. By the way, have fun playing the game. Game Organizing Committee. Chen Fan opened his mouth wide, and his whole body was shaking like he had touched the electric switch. Game Organizing Committee. It was really the Game Organizing Committee. So, the protagonist in the novel, the boy named Zhang Heng, also exists in real life? Although he had a sense of reality when reading the book, he always thought that such a powerful guy only existed in novels. No. Wait. This is not the point now. Chen Fan thought of something and almost threw the envelope in his hand. 10 seconds. He only had 10 seconds to make a decision, whether to step into that magical and dangerous world. Although the story in the novel fascinated him, Chen Fan still had a clear understanding of his own weight. Even a strong person like Zhang Heng needed 48 hours of plugins to pass through the dungeons one after another without any danger. And a high school student like him, who had no special skills, and was extremely timid, didn't look like he could survive the novice dungeon. So, what he got in his hand now was not a ticket to a new world, but an invitation from the god of death. Impossible. No matter how you look at it. I can't live too long. Even if it's a team game, with the help of teammates. But even the kindest and most patient teammates will not be willing to carry a useless burden unconditionally, especially when encountering a competitive dungeon. For other players in the dungeon, he is simply a walking experience bag. Chen Fan felt that he couldn't do it at all, because he was just a passerby who didn't even dare to mess with the bad guys in the school. His life goal was to be an ordinary villager who offered his knees to the heroes after they fought hard to save the world, and knelt down and shouted that the gods were so strong. 666. I have nothing, but I am willing to offer my kidneys to the heroes to drink. So although he was very excited about the adventure, for him now, the most rational thing to do should be to throw away the letter in his hand within 10 seconds. Forget everything, and return to his ordinary life. But Chen Fan didn't know why. He just didn't let go. Was he attracted by those skills? Or was he dazzled by the various game props? No. At this moment, Chen Fan was reminded of the evening 3 days ago, when he stood in front of the toilet and found that his friend was beaten in the toilet. But he could only pretend not to know him, and left with his head down. He was willing to give everything, just hoping to make a different choice at that time. But if he was really given another chance and allowed to go back to that day, would he really make a completely different decision? Or would he be intimidated by the predator at the top of the food chain again and bowed his head again. Chin Fan suddenly understood what he wanted most. So he gritted his teeth and held the letter tightly until 10 seconds later. But nothing happened. Just when Chin Fan was wondering if this was just a prank, his phone vibrated again, prompting him that he had received a new text message. Chin Fan opened the text message from the unknown number. The content was simple, but it made his blood rush to his head. Shideoking Foot Massage Club. Game .609. Tonight at 11 o'clock. Then Chin Fan put down his phone and saw a line of numbers on his arm. He knew that this line of numbers was his player number after reading the novel. And it was after seeing this line of numbers that Chin Fan finally confirmed that he had indeed become a player. Chapter 1438. Chin Fan glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside. It was still 3 hours before 11 o'clock. He then took out his mobile phone and used Gouda navigation to find the foot massage center called Shideoking. He unexpectedly found that the place was very close to the community where he lived, only 2 kilometers away, and it would take less than 20 minutes to walk. This was good news for Chin Fan. After all, this was a place he would go every month in the future. As a high school student, he didn't have much private transportation, although he could take the bus. If it was too late at night, he might not be able to take the bus. As for taking a taxi, he only had so much pocket money every month. So he had to be frugal. So let's walk. Walking is the most environmentally friendly. Anyway, if you don't charge money, most of the game's protagonists only have a pair of shorts at the beginning, running around the village on their own 2 legs. Chin Fan comforted himself like this. But transportation is not the most difficult problem he is facing right now. His real trouble now is actually how to go out. As we all know, high school students do not have complete personal freedom, let alone Chin Fan, who has always been obedient and never caused trouble. Good. The child. If he wants to leave the house in the middle of the night, there are only 2 ways. Either sneak out when his parents are not paying attention, or he must make up some lies to get his parents' consent. Chin Fan's parents usually go to bed very early because they both have to go to work, but they will not go to bed until almost 11 o'clock. During this time before going to bed, they are basically active in the living room, watching variety shows, playing with their mobile phones. If they wait until they wash up and go back to the room before going out, it will obviously be too late, and there is no guarantee that the 2 of them will fall asleep as soon as they touch the pillow. At that time, as long as Chin Fan opens the door a little louder, they will most likely go out to check. It seems that if he wants to slip out, he can only choose the second way. But Chin Fan knows his own affairs best. He is the kind of person who can't help blushing when he lies, and he can't help touching his ears and biting his lips. In short, he can show all his guilty actions. Moreover, he has been holding it in for so long, and he hasn't come up with a reliable reason. Chin Fan held his head and felt desperate. Is he going to be the first player in history to be directly killed by the organizing committee because he couldn't get to the game point on time? No. 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 We can't just give up. There must be another way. Chin Fan took a deep breath. If Zhang Heng was here, what would he do? Well, Zhang Heng has wings and can fly out directly. He can't use this method. But what about other means? Chin Fan seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he came to his desk in a hurry, opened the window, looked down, and then closed the window silently. Each building in the community where Chin Fan lived had 16 floors. Chin Fan's house was on the 10th floor. He originally wanted to see if he could use climbing skills like Zhang Heng to climb down from the window. But let alone that he didn't have climbing skills. Even if he was given Zhang Heng climbing skills, he wouldn't dare to climb down like this, because he started to feel weak in his legs just by looking at it. Not to mention that the distance between the window sills was almost twice his height, and the foothold was pitifully narrow. Chin Fan estimated that if he really tried to climb, he would die on the spot if he was lucky. But if he was unlucky, he would be paralyzed from the waist down and spend his whole life in a wheelchair. Just when Chin Fan was in a state of panic and at a loss, he did not expect that the goddess of fate would favor him once again. There was a knock on the door. Chin Fan hurriedly hid the envelope and the blind box under the bed, and then went to open the door, only to see his father and mother, who were already dressed neatly, standing outside his door. I just received a notice that something happened at work. I have to go and deal with it, father said. Chin Fan opened his mouth wide when he heard this. But before he could speak, he heard his mother beside him continue. The water pipe at your grandma's house burst. Although someone has been sent to fix it. She is home alone now. I plan to go and take a look. It will probably be very late when I come back. So you will be home alone from now on. Do your homework well, and go to bed after finishing it. Don't play on the computer. Oh. Okay. Chen Fan was stunned for half a second before he reacted. He tried to control the joy on his face, and agreed hurriedly. He didn't expect that the biggest problem that bothered him could be solved so easily. This was too coincidental. It happened that his father unit had an emergency, and his mother had to go to his grandmother's house. In this way, when they left, Chen Fan could walk out of the door calmly. But before that, Chen Fan had to do some preparations. He made the quilt look like someone was lying in it, so that when his parents came back, if they wanted to take a look, they would not be exposed. Of course, if the lights were turned on, there would be no place to hide. But he had classes in school tomorrow. And generally speaking, his parents would not wake him up for no reason. In addition, Chen Fan also made some preparations for the first dungeon he was about to face. Although according to the description in the novel, most dungeons cannot be entered with anything other than game props. But Chen Fan still brought a knife and a lighter with him. He changed into sportswear and sneakers like Zhang Heng, and half covered his face with a hood. Chen Fan looked at himself in the mirror, and thought he looked quite like that. At 10:10, Chen Fan turned off the lights and door in his room. He hesitated for a moment, and did not lock it. He felt that this action was a bit guilty, and it might arouse his parents' suspicion after they came back, thinking that he was playing games in there, or doing some small games that boys of this age are likely to do. Then he took his own bunch of keys and left the community. After 10 o'clock, the street was obviously much quieter. Chen Fan lived in the old city, with a strong atmosphere of life, but the business level was average. When it got dark, except for supermarkets and barbecue restaurants, basically all other shops along the street were closed, and there was no nightlife. There were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the street. Chen Fan took 2 steps, and couldn't help regretting it. Although the sportswear hood was very handsome, and allowed him to get into Zhang Heng role, and satisfy his addiction to being the protagonist, the cold wind in late autumn still made him feel the chill. I should have put on a coat earlier. Chen Fan thought so as he passed by a barbecue stall, and saw a middle-aged man dressed like an office worker, drinking beer and eating skewers by himself. The plate of grilled squid in front of him was still steaming, and the cumin and chili powder on the golden squid tentacles made a sizzling sound. This scene was simply a crime in the middle of the night. Would you like one? Just as Chen Fan swallowed his saliva, and was about to look away, and continue walking forward, the middle-aged office worker suddenly raised his head, and grinned at him. Chapter 1439. Chen Fan turned his head, and looked around. But he didn't see anyone else nearby. Then he pointed at himself, and said uncertainly, "Are you talking to me?" "No," said the middle-aged office worker. "I would like to treat schoolgirls to giant squid, but unfortunately I didn't see many along the way." Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would be targeted and chatted up by a strange uncle one day. As the other party said, he was not a beautiful girl, so it shouldn't make sense for him to encounter such a thing. From this point of view, the other party invited him to eat squid just to have fun with him. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that he was a real failure. As if even the middle-aged office worker, who was a social animal, could see through his weakness and bully him when he had nothing to do. No, I have things to do." Chen Fan waved his hand. And then, regardless of what the other party said, he lowered his head and prepared to escape from this place. But the next moment, a word from the middle-aged office worker nailed him there. "Why are you in such a hurry? The game will start in 30 minutes. It should take you less than 10 minutes to get to the designated game point from here," the middle-aged office worker said slowly, and then picked up a skewer of grilled squid from the tray in front of him. Chen Fan looked up, looking at the office worker in front of him with a look of astonishment. He looked ordinary, and behaved ordinary. And the only difference was that the ordinary was printed on his face. "Ah, here it comes. This classic I am a salted fish passerby. Why do I have adventures like the protagonist? Style expression. I really never get tired of watching it," the middle-aged office worker praised, and then took a bite of the squid skewer. You, how did you know that?" Chen Fan looked as if he had seen a ghost. "That's just the beginning. Not only do I know where you are going, I also know your name is Chen Fan. And your address is 1002. Unit 1. Building 4. Mingyuan Community. I know that your best friend was beaten up in the toilet 3 days ago, and you were standing outside the toilet at the time. But you could only pretend that you didn't know anyone and ran away, the middle-aged office worker said. I have to say, this behavior is really too disloyal. Chen Fan's face flushed red. He didn't expect that he was like a naked person in front of the other party. Not only was his name and address exposed, but the other party also knew the most secret in his heart that even the closest people didn't know. Chen Fan didn't know how the other party did it. Could it be that this ordinary office worker, who looked like him, actually had a prop that could read minds? Don't guess blindly. I just did some homework in advance. Otherwise, how do you think you can get that blind box? The middle-aged office worker quickly finished the first string of squid, and then picked up the second string. You? Did you arrange for me to get the player qualification? Chen Fan was just a little lacking in courage. But he was not stupid. He quickly reacted. Wait, then my parents suddenly left home because of you? How about it? Are you satisfied with my one-stop service? Who are you? Chen Fan's heart rate began to soar again. He felt like he was back to the evening 3 days ago, facing the predator at the top of the food chain. But this time the level of the predator was probably more than 100 times higher than those bad students before. The middle-aged office worker did not answer the question immediately, but pointed to the empty seat on the other side of the table and grinned. Can you sit down now? Chen Fan knew that he could not escape this time, so he had to sit down. Then the middle-aged office worker pushed the tray of squid in front of him. Don't be polite to me. Eat more. And please make sure to fill your stomach, because you still have a round of copies to go through next. Chen Fan picked up a bunch of squid tentacles from the tray in a daze. But the grilled squid that originally made him drool was no longer tasteful when he put it in his mouth. Chen Fan just chewed a few bites and swallowed it into his stomach, and then said, Who are you? The god of the organizing committee? But aren't those gods in the game world now? Indeed. Those idiots in the organizing committee were tricked into the game by Game and Zhang Heng. So it seems that there are no agents among the newly invited players. But the middle-aged office worker blinked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know if it was his illusion. With this blink, the pair of ordinary eyes were instantly full of cunning. But I have to say, you are really lucky, my friend, the middle-aged office worker said as he poured Chen Fan another glass of beer. Not all gods are so stupid. And Zhang Heng is not the only one who can play the resurrection trick. Chen Fan's brain was working rapidly at this moment. There were many gods who died in my day has 48 hours, especially after Cthulhu appeared, and lunch boxes were distributed everywhere as if they were free. But if you want to say whose death is the most suspicious, there is only one person, especially with that guy's bad criminal record. Chen Fan took a breath and stared blankly at the ordinary office worker uncle opposite him. Loki. You are Loki, the god of mischief and lies. You are not dead. When Chen Fan read the chapter about Loki's death, he was a little confused. Loki was a first-class god who was as famous as Thor. The things he dropped after his death were too shabby. Leaves full of life, fake, and name, pet wire are 2 items. One F level and the other D level, which are totally unworthy of his status. In addition, in the Valley battle at the end, Shen Cece and Fan Meinan teamed up to stop the goddess of justice Justitia. There was also a hint that Fan Meinan's ability from Loki seemed to be usable again. Chen Fan wondered if the author was too excited to write and forgot all the previous stories. You may not be very courageous, but you are not stupid. Loki, who turned into a middle-aged office worker, snapped his fingers. Very good. I accept everything here, but I don't accept fools. However, Chen Fan felt that his brain was not enough. It was because he knew the identity of the person opposite him that Chen Fan felt more magical. Loki actually came all the way to find him, a useless passerby, and he didn't know how to help him get the player invitation letter, allowing him to step into that magical world. In addition, it seems that the god of mischief, who is like a lie, intends to accept him as an agent next. But why? Chen Fan felt that one of him and Loki on the other side must have a broken brain. Chapter 1440. 1053. A figure wearing sportswear and a hood appeared breathlessly in front of the door of Shideo King Foot Massage Club. Chen Fan rubbed his sore knees. First looked up at the sign of the Foot Massage Club to confirm that he was in the right place. Then looked at the time on his phone. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. Although Chen Fan tried hard to put on a straight face, and tried to make himself look more mature and knowledgeable, the fact was that he had only done foot massages with his parents a few times. And they were all in regular chain stores. And basically every time he felt pain. The Shidaoking Foot Massage Center was obviously different from the ones he had been to before. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Fan was a little uncomfortable with the dim and blurry lights. Then the two beautiful women standing behind the front desk in Chongsam's that outlined their graceful and enchanting figures also made Chen Fan's face turn red again. And then he didn't even know where to put his hands. Although he knew that this was a game point. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the player's identity, all the game points that appeared in the novel were basically hidden in various places that were open for business. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's movements became even more unnatural. He didn't know if the two beautiful waitresses opposite him had noticed anything. But he heard one of them ask with a smile, "Sir, do you want a foot massage?" No. Chen Fan subconsciously agreed, but felt something was wrong halfway through, and waved his hand quickly. I'm here. Chen Fan suddenly got stuck here. He remembered that in the novel, for safety, players had to hide their identities, especially in front of ordinary people. He couldn't tell the waitress in front of him that he was here to play games, but it didn't seem appropriate to make up other excuses. After all, what other purpose could one have in coming to a foot massage parlor besides getting a foot massage? However, the pretty waitress opposite him actually smiled meaningfully when he was hesitant to speak. And then she didn't ask anything else, but just made a gesture of invitation. "Guest, please follow me." Chen Fan followed him in a daze, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly woke up. Wait, did the other party misunderstand something? But then again, if you don't come to a foot massage parlor to get a foot massage, what else can you come for? Thinking of this, Chen Fan's heartbeat began to speed up again. His mouth and tongue became dry. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. He was struggling all the way, but he had already reached the second floor. The receptionist pointed to a room at the end. That's it. Chen Fan could only nod his head and agreed. He decided to wait for the receptionist to leave before exploring on his own. When he came up, he noticed that there was no camera, so it was still relatively convenient to move. However, there was not much time left until 11 o'clock. If he had arrived at the destination, but could not find the game point within the agreed time, it would be funny. However, the receptionist did not leave after she finished speaking, but looked at Chen Fan again. "Did you forget something?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, "Do you have to pay first here?" The receptionist seemed to be amused by his words. "Are you really here for kidney care, little brother?" In fact, Chen Fan reacted immediately after saying that, and rolled up the sleeves of his sportswear with an embarrassed look on his face, revealing the player number on his arm. The receptionist took a look, then leaned over to his ear and breathed, "No problem. Welcome to the new world. I wish you all the best in the next game. If you successfully pass the novice copy, then I can consider giving you some extra rewards." Chen Fan has only lived for a mere 16 years, and as a passerby, he has never seen this before. His ears turned red all the way to his neck, and he almost turned into a boiled shrimp on the spot. It doesn't make sense. Shouldn't those succubi go to the game world with other gods? But if they are not succubi, can human women really be so seductive? Chen Fan had to recall the short-haired girl's smiles and frowns in his mind again and again. And then he calmed himself down again. He felt that he was just like a husband who cheated on his wife, who had worked hard to raise the child, although this wife might not even remember his name. Chen Fan took a deep breath and walked to the room at the end. "Welcome." Pushing open the door, a wave of heat hit him, and then an uncle in beach pants greeted him warmly. "Are you the new player this time? It looks like you are totally out of shape. You probably haven't exercised well at all." But Chen Fan just looked at him stupidly, unable to say a word. Chen Fan felt that his day had been magical enough. First, he found out that the story in the novel was actually true. He also got the player qualification and was fortunate enough to enter this mysterious and colorful world. Then, he was inexplicably spotted by Loki, the famous god of lies and mischief, and invited him to be an agent. However, he still didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. When he arrived at the game point, he actually met another celebrity, although it was the first time they met. This outfit and this look were really classic. The man in beach pants seemed to be used to the expression on his face. He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, Yes, I am the person you think of. Really. Since the novel became popular, I have become famous inexplicably. Ah, John Hung. That guy. Didn't give me any positive description. In fact, those succubi still respect me as a partner, even though they always contradict me. We just love and hate each other in daily life. Yeah. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, looking very much in agreement. But as the saying goes, only people of the same kind know each other best. As a coward, Chen Fan could of course see through the cowardly man in beach pants at a glance. Don't even think about autographs and photos. If everyone makes such requests, I won't be able to handle it. The man in beach pants waved his hand and seriously rejected Chen Fan's request, which he had never made. If you really admire me and earn points, just spend more money with me. Of course. Of course. Chen Fan continued to talk like a chicken. The man in beach pants looked up at the wall clock and said, "Since you have read the novel, you should know the rules. I don't need to talk nonsense anymore. It's getting late. You should enter the game quickly. After the first round of novice copies, you can choose your time freely. If you have any questions, you can ask me when you come back. Come on. Give our number 609 game some face. Although I don't care about that kind of thing." Ha ha ha. Chapter 1441. Chen Fan lay on the booth and placed the alarm clock on his chest as described in the novel, waiting for the game to start. During the waiting time, he couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Although he seemed unprecedentedly decisive when he made the decision, when the time came and he was about to enter the game, he began to be timid again. Although he wanted to be brave and get rid of the life of a background bored passerby, he even imagined that he could learn a lot of skills like Zhang Heng, hold a lot of magical props, and finally be reborn. Successfully ride a white horse to his goddess. Successfully impress the goddess with the most affectionate confession, and win her home, so that a group of passers-by like him could only shed tears and send envy and jealous blessings. But when his feverish head gradually calmed down, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel uneasy again. Although he was very courageous, and being able to marry a short-haired girl was his lifelong dream, it seemed that it would not be worth it if he lost his life, especially since he didn't look like he could survive to the end, even though he had the golden finger given to him by Loki. But a river crab is a river crab. Even if it is equipped with a 6-grid divine suit, it can't make it a hero. At most, it can only be a river crab with a 6-grid divine suit in its life. Some things are written into DNA and are not so easy to change. Chen Fan thought of what the beach pants uncle had just said to him. On the surface, it sounded very enthusiastic, but he gradually came to his senses. He suspected that the other party skipped the routine introduction for newcomers and only let him come back to ask any questions he had. It was just to be lazy. The beach pants uncle had obviously seen through his nature as a passerby and didn't think he could survive the novice copy. So he even skipped the introduction and successfully saved his saliva. Should we say that they are indeed the same kind? Sure enough, the person who knows cowards best in this world is still a coward. But even a river crab has the instinct to survive. Chen Fan silently clenched his fists. Even if he was going to lose, he should at least pass the novice copy. Otherwise, wouldn't he let the guy in beach pants laugh secretly and be proud of his success and slacking off? Maybe he will brag about this kind of thing when he picks up girls in the future, and make his female companions happy as a joke. With the bad character of the guy in the novel, this kind of thing is bound to happen. In addition, Chen Fan also thought of his parents, and how sad they were when they returned home and found that their only son had died. Chen Fan wanted to think more, but the next moment the alarm on his chest rang, and a feeling of dizziness came over him. Player identity verification. Verification passed. Randomly drawing a new player copy for player number 30029. Drawing completed. The current copy is surrounded by enemies. The king has left his throne for a while, and his enemies are beginning to stir. They are coming again from all directions, trying to completely destroy everything he built and left behind. Can this vast sea still accommodate a group of people pursuing freedom? No one knows the answer. But the danger is indeed approaching. Mission objective: survive for 60 days. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 20 days in this game. And after 60 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Chen Fan hurriedly listened to the background introduction of the novice copy, And then before he had time to think about the information points in it, he was immediately stunned by the next mission mode. Although Zhang Heng in my day has 48 hours played solo in the novice dungeon, the book later explained that it was only because he was special. Normally, players would play the game in teams. Teammates were randomly assigned at the beginning. And after the first dungeon, players could continue to play with the teammates they met for the first time, or find new teammates to form another team. Because everyone's day is not 48 hours. The defects of single-player games can be compensated by super long task time. And players with different skills can also make up for each other's shortcomings by forming teams. Besides, Chen Fan has a clear understanding of his position. His only chance to pass the dungeon is to find a big guy, hold his big thick legs tightly, and turn into a leg pendant. The current single-player mode is undoubtedly bad news for him, which means that he can only play the game by his own strength. In other words, it is a dead end. Why is it like this? I am not the protagonist, just a passerby. Why should I suddenly have the treatment of the protagonist at this time? You know, I have never enjoyed the benefits of the protagonist since I was a child. But now I have to face the game difficulty unique to the protagonist. Isn't this too unfair? Unfortunately, the system could not hear Chen Fan's wailing in protest. 5 seconds later, Chen Fan arrived in the game world. He appeared in a cramped cabin, judging from the fishy smell and shaking floor in the house. It would be more accurate to say that he was in the cabin of a ship. Everything in front of him seemed extremely real. Chen Fan could not feel that he was in a game at all, although he had been mentally prepared and had read the novel. He could not help but marvel at it after experiencing it all in person. Game is indeed the head of all gods. And these dungeons are indeed built with the power of all gods. Chen Fan couldn't find any other suitable words to describe his feelings except incredible. However, he didn't have time to look around further, and saw a burly and ferocious black man walking towards him, and shouted in English with a strange voice, "There is another one here." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, grabbed Chen Fan's arm, dragged Chen Fan, who was still standing there, out of the cabin, all the way to the deck, and then threw him into a crowd of people who looked like passengers and sailors. Chen Fan felt that the plot seemed familiar. Was he robbed by Edward Teach, the Blackbeard, at the beginning, just like Zhang Heng in the original novel? Then what he had to do next was to find a way to prove his usefulness, and try to blend into the pirate group. He just didn't know whether Nassau had been recaptured by Great Britain at that time. As if to prove his idea, the noisy pirates suddenly quieted down, and the crowd separated to both sides, making way for one person. The man put the bloody saber back to his waist as if nothing had happened. He first took the celebratory rum from a pirate and took 2 gulps. Then he asked, "Are there any volunteers to join?" Dufresne, "Only 2. I have asked someone to take them to Billy. After all, the Navy has been attacking us now. Even if we don't want to be exploited again, it's not the right time to become a pirate now," the quartermaster said seriously. "Oh, 2 is 2. We want warriors who can really fight. It's useless to recruit cowards and wimps," the man said. But she had just said half of her words when she saw a young man among the captives looking at her with a dull face. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman as a captain?" The woman wiped the blood off her face and grinned. Her long red hair looked like a burning flame in the sunset. Chapter 1442. Annie! It's Annie! When I read the novel before, although Simon was the most popular in the comment area, Chen Fan's favorite female character was Annie. The reason is very simple. Because the red-haired girl has what he desires most: courage. I believe that all readers who have read the novel will find it difficult to forget this handsome and free-spirited girl who bravely pursues freedom. Well, of course, Annie can no longer be called a girl now. Chen Fan has also reacted at this time. The king mentioned in the previous background introduction should refer to Zhang Heng. After all, Zhang Heng had become the Lord of the Seven Seas when he left the copy. He defeated the British Navy several times, and his name has long been a household name. Therefore, the copy time that Chen Fan is experiencing now should be after Zhang Heng left the Black Sails. Although Annie was only in her teens when Zhang Heng and Annie first met, the time span of the Black Sail dungeon is very long. More than 10 years. And Annie is now at least 27 or 28 years old. However, Chen Fan was still very excited to see his favorite female character, and immediately blurted out, "I want to join. I want to join." It's not that he didn't hear what Dufresne said before. that now is not the right time to become a pirate. But the problem is that the pirate group standing in front of him is the one that Zhang Heng built back then. In addition to the red-haired female pirate Annie, there are also Quartermaster Dufresne, Billy, Harry, and other well-known characters. Chen Fan never thought that he would be so close to them one day. If he missed this opportunity, the next time would be in a long time. Annie raised her eyebrows when she heard his words. Do you want to join? Yeah. Chen Fan nodded hurriedly. But the red-haired female captain did not agree immediately, but scanned him from head to toe with her eyes. Chen Fan's face suddenly turned red again. He knew his own business. Due to lack of exercise, his body was not strong among ordinary people, let alone among a group of experienced old pirates. He was simply a chicken standing out from the crowd. Sure enough, he heard the Quartermaster Dufresne say, "What can you do?" "I can." Chen Fan was speechless. Strictly speaking, a high school student in the 21st century would be quite versatile in the 18th century. But if the position was limited to a pirate ship, there would be very little he could do. He certainly couldn't fight, let alone nautical surveying. And he didn't have any cooking skills. But after thinking about it, Chen Fan actually found a job he could do. I can keep accounts. Accounting? Dufresne's expression eased a little. Indeed, accountants are indispensable on all pirate ships. The spoils obtained after each robbery need to be counted and counted. And someone needs to record the withdrawal and use of public funds on the ship. But we don't lack accountants. Old Barry does a good job. He also has an apprentice named Benny. If anything happens to Old Barry, Benny can take over. In addition to accounting, they can also take up weapons and join the battle when there is real trouble. The quartermaster's next words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring cold water over Chen Fan. Sorry, kid. I'm afraid there is no place for you on our ship. Chen Fan stood there, watching the pirates move the valuable goods, bacon, biscuits and wine on the ship to their pirate ship, leaving only about 20 days of water and food for the people on the ship. This is the rule set by the Pirate King. You are on the trade route, and there are still many ships coming and going. As long as you are not too unlucky, these supplies are enough for you to wait for rescue. So thank him for his kindness. After the red-haired female pirate finished speaking, she was about to take her men back to her ship. But at this moment, an urgent voice came from behind her. Wait! The person who spoke was none other than Chen Fan, who had previously volunteered to join the pirate group. Chen Fan ignored the strange looks from the people around him. After hearing that the red-haired female pirate had left them food and water, they seemed to be relieved and not as nervous as when they were first captured. Many of them even had a hint of joy in their eyes, as if they were happy that they could escape from the tiger's mouth. But Chen Fan was not as optimistic as they were. As a veteran coward, he didn't want to gamble his life on the vast ocean. Although according to Annie, this was the main trade route, and there was a high chance that other ships would pass by. What if they were unlucky and didn't encounter any in 20 days? When Chen Fan heard the name of this copy, he couldn't help but feel a chill. He didn't believe that the system would let him complete the task so easily. Moreover, if he really followed this merchant ship back to London safely, he would be in big trouble. When he applied to join Ant's pirate group, he was watched by many eyes. These merchants and sailors suffered heavy losses this time. They might not be able to do anything to Ant and others who were far away, but it was no problem for them to vent their anger on him. A helpless Oriental. Maybe they would regard him as an accomplice of pirates and report him after returning. England's attitude towards pirates is particularly strict now. What awaits him later is probably hanging. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Chen Fan had to join the group of pirates in front of him no matter what. Annie stopped and turned back to look at Chen Fan. Although she did not leave, the look in her eyes was very clear. If Chen Fan did not really call her for something important, she would not mind teaching this kid a lesson. Chen Fan could not help but shudder when he was glared at by the red-haired female pirate. It was only then that he realized that, apart from the added effect of the fan filter, the female pirate leader standing in front of him at this moment had countless blood on her hands, and had fought her way out of a sea of blood. Human life might really not be a big deal in her eyes. But Chen Fan had no way to retreat at this time. He could only bite the bullet and say, I can still fight. As soon as he said this, the pirates on the opposite side burst into laughter. Mainly because Chen Fan's small body and his words had a very strong comedic effect, which instantly heated up the atmosphere. Can you fight? I bet my grandma can fight better than you. Is this guy drunk? Do you want me to help him sober up? Some pirates were even ready to fight. Chen Fan was so scared that he couldn't help trembling. He almost used all his strength to hold on without retreating. Then gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, Give me a knife. I can prove it. Chapter 1443. Chen Fan has never touched a knife, let alone a saber. And the only knife he has used is probably a penknife. But he certainly didn't ask for a knife for the purpose of performing a trick on the spot. In fact, the reason why Chen Fan dared to say that was because of the golden finger given to him by Loki. At the barbecue stall, the middle-aged office worker looked at the very nervous boy in front of him with his chin in hand. Oh, it's really a headache. What kind of ability should I give you? Chen Fan didn't like Loki's look, because he was very familiar with that look. Just like a predator staring at his plump prey. Isn't your agent's ability that magical clay? No, that's not right. I haven't agreed to be your agent yet. Chen Fan instinctively realized that Loki had no good intentions in asking him to be his agent. Well, this kind of thing can be guessed even with toes. After all, the person sitting in front of him is not someone else, but the famous god of lies and mischief. It would be strange if Loki didn't make trouble. But the god of lies and mischief himself seemed to have no self-awareness at all. After hearing Chen Fan's question, he just looked at the boy opposite with a half-smile. Chen Fan soon became more and more guilty under his gaze. You know, he is a salted fish passerby who dares not resist even the school delinquents. Not to mention that the evil god in Norse mythology is sitting in front of him now. Moreover, Chen Fan is not stupid. After blurting out that sentence, he knew that he was stupid again. He had no say in the matter of the agent. Not only because of the disparity in strength between the two sides, but mainly because compared with Loki's need for him, he was the one who needed Loki more. For a passerby like him, if he doesn't have a golden finger at the beginning, he will most likely be defeated as soon as the game starts. The only advantage is that he can be reborn at the speed of light. Chen Fan desperately wondered if Loki came to him to be his agent, because he saw through this from the beginning. Because Loki knew that even if Chen Fan realized that he was holding a sugar-coated poison in his hand, he had no choice but to swallow it. TSK. Not bad. It seems that you have a clear understanding of your situation. Loki smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if it's just to make the game more interesting, I will find a way to make you live longer. And the ability I can give to the agent is not just the disguise of clay. In fact, that is only the most basic ability, and it needs practice to use. Since you are the person I came to find personally, of course, I can't fool you with that entry-level stuff. Loki said while taking another sip of beer. There are less than 20 minutes left before your first copy opens. I have to give you an ability that can be used immediately. Let me think about what I have in stock. I have it. There is no ability more suitable for you than this one. Stretch out your hand. Chen Fan hesitated, but finally stretched out his hand obediently. Loki grabbed a bunch of grilled squid next to him, and stuffed it into Chen Fan's hand roughly, and shouted, Hold it well. Chen Fan seriously suspected that the god of lies and mischief in front of him was just making fun of him. After all, he had never heard of any god who gave his agent supernatural powers with the help of grilled squid on the street stall. Especially the squid was sticky and greasy, and it felt very uncomfortable to touch. But the long-term obedient education played a role again. Although Chen Fan felt that he was like a fool holding the squid at this moment, he still did not let go. Then, he was horrified to find that the squid had melted into his palm little by little. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan almost screamed in fear. He subconsciously wanted to throw away the grilled squid in his hand, but he was horrified to find that the thing seemed to be stuck to his hand. Then it even accelerated the speed of fusion until it was all in Chen Fan's palm. The ability I'm giving you is called the Fox Borrows the Tiger's Might. After you activate the Fox Borrows the Tiger's Might, you can randomly copy a skill from any designated target character. The skill is effective for 1 hour. After 1 hour, it will automatically disappear regardless of whether you need it or not. The Fox Borrows the Tiger's Might can be activated once every 3 natural days. How about it? Isn't this a heaven-defying move? Loki said proudly, ignoring the fact that Chen Fan was immersed in the grief of completing the fusion with the grilled squid. Chen Fan couldn't remember how he came back to his senses from that nightmare. But now he had to admit that the golden finger given to him by the god of lies and mischief was indeed very useful. No preparation or practice was needed, and it could be used directly, just like it was tailor-made for a rookie like him with no strengths. Chen Fan originally wanted to use the fox borrowing the tiger intimidation trick on a gunner pirate, because he knew from reading the original novel that excellent gunners were in high demand on any pirate ship, and no one would complain about having too many of them. Moreover, gunners did not need to fight with others in close combat. They only needed to operate the turrets and shoot. But Chen Fan hesitated before taking action, because the randomness of the fox borrowing the tiger's power was very strong. He could copy a skill from the target, but he couldn't specify what skill it was. In other words, if he didn't copy the gunner's skill from the gunner, but a melee skill. After all, the gunners on the pirate ship could basically join the melee at critical moments, but their combat effectiveness was definitely not as strong as those of the stormtroopers. Then he might not be accepted. So in the end, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and simply aimed at the red-haired female pirate. He didn't know if any god had heard his messy prayers. Anyway, after the fox borrowing tiger power took effect, Chen Fan suddenly saw a level 3 sword skill on his character panel. That's why he suddenly had the courage to ask Annie for a sword. Chen Fan knew this was his last chance to join the pirate group. Annie ignored the ridicule and abuse from the pirates around her, and said to the quartermaster beside her, "Give him a sword." Before she finished her words, another pirate said, "It won't show anything if he just swings it by himself. Why don't I be his opponent?" After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan with a provocative look. Chen Fan was so scared now. As a high school student, the most vicious person he could meet was the dean of the academic affairs office. How could he have the chance to meet a ruthless person who had really killed someone? However, when he subconsciously grasped the British saber thrown by Dufresne, he suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was as if the knife had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1444. Chen Fan held the saber and tried to swing it twice, but a big wave hit him at that moment. The pirates, who have been living on the sea for many years, have long been accustomed to such winds and waves. They stood straight and motionless. In contrast, Chen Fan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. So the pirates burst into laughter again. Life on the sea is boring, and there is no gambling on the ship. There is not much fun to find on weekdays. Now even some pirates, who were not here, were attracted by the laughter. The number of people increased. In the end, except for the pirates who had work and could not leave their posts. Basically all the pirates who could come came. People waved their fists to cheer for the pirate who volunteered to fight. "Toby, kill him. Let him know what a real man is. You'd better end the fight within 3 moves. Look at this poor boy. He can't even stand steadily. It can't be his first time to go out to sea." Listening to the curses and laughter around him, Chen Fan subconsciously shrank his head, and the thought of retreating arose in his mind. Just looking at the guy opposite, the size is almost twice his, and it can be seen that he has been in battle for a long time. This battle can't be won anyway. Chen Fan knew that his old problem had come back. He couldn't help but get scared at the critical moment, even though his swordsmanship skills had reached level 3. If Chen Fan remembered correctly, Zhang Heng's swordsmanship skills when he left the Black Sail dungeon were also level 3. Although there is a gap between level 3 and level 3, especially the real power of what he has practiced and what he has obtained directly by cheating. But the opponent in front of him is not Zhang Heng, but just a passerby pirate. Chen Fan had no impression of the name Toby in the original work. He didn't know whether he joined the pirate group later or had always been a minor character in the pirate group but had no role. In short, his position in the original work was about the same as Chen Fan's. They were just passers-by, which was fair. Chen Fan now had a golden finger in his hand. If he didn't dare to fight in this battle, he might as well just jump into the sea. Therefore, although he was afraid, Chen Fan still put on a posture. With the bonus of the LV3 swordsmanship skill, he looked quite good. Annie narrowed her eyes when she saw his posture. However, Toby on the opposite side still didn't care, and even put the knife back into his waist, indicating that he wanted to play with Chen Fan with his bare hands. As soon as he made this move, he heard Annie say, "Be careful. He is not as weak as you think." Although Toby was a little dissatisfied, he had to stop his funny behavior after the captain spoke, and drew out the sword from his waist again, gestured to the air twice, and then rushed towards Chen Fan without any hesitation. Chen Fan immediately became nervous when he saw this, and his whole brain became blank again. The strategy he had thought of before was thrown behind his head at this moment, and only Toby, who was charging like a bull, was left in his eyes. In the novels I read before, powerful masters all have a strong aura that can suppress their opponents before they start fighting. Chen Fan never thought that an insignificant character like Toby could give him a similar feeling. Could it be that he was really too weak? For a moment, Chen Fan felt that he was going to die. And the pirates watching around him had the same idea, because Chen Fan looked like he was scared and stood there motionless. But the next moment, the cheers stopped abruptly, and the pirates were like someone suddenly grabbed their necks. They all widened their eyes, and couldn't believe what they saw. Chen Fan still stood there, shivering constantly, looking like he was about to be finished. However, the one who was really finished was Toby, who was now lying at Chen Fan's feet, holding his stomach and looking painful. The battle ended as quickly as everyone expected, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing this, several pirates who had a good relationship with Toby were shocked. And then, they all drew their weapons and rushed over to chop Chen Fan to the ground to avenge their friend. But before they could move, they were stopped by Annie. Toby is fine. He was just hit in the stomach by the back of the knife. And we have to abide by the rules of the duel. The pirates quieted down. And then Annie looked at Chen Fan. What a good swordsmanship. I actually misjudged it before. Chen Fan didn't say anything. Not to pretend to be cool, but because he didn't know what to say at all. Because he was really scared just now. And that knife was purely an instinctive reaction of his body after equipping the level 3 sword skill. And it seems that your swordsmanship is similar to mine. Maybe we can have a chance to compete in the future. The red-haired female pirate's eyes lit up, and she felt her hands itching. Chen Fan was shocked. His swordsmanship was originally stolen from Annie by using the ability of Fox borrowing Tiger's power. The owner had already discovered the clues after just one move. If he really fought with Annie, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, the ability of Fox borrowing Tiger's power can only be activated once every 3 days, and each time it is only effective for 1 hour. Chen Fan couldn't guarantee that he would be able to draw the sword skill next time. But no matter what happens in the future, at least he has passed this level. Taking advantage of the fact that all the pirates have arrived, Annie directly launched a vote to accept Chen Fan and the other 2 newcomers. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that Toby was the first to vote in favor. Although this guy looked like a barbarian and had just lost to Chen Fan, he was unexpectedly reasonable and clear about gratitude and resentment. He thought that Chen Fan had shown mercy by only hitting him in the stomach with the back of the knife before. So he returned the favor now, with him taking the lead. The other pirates had no objection to accepting Chen Fan. In the end, Chen Fan successfully boarded the pirate ship and met those familiar names as he wished. The only regret he made was that he did not see the legendary jackdaw. It is said that the ship had dealt with 4 naval warships half a month ago, and finally not only successfully escaped, but also sank a naval warship and sent another naval warship directly back to the dock for repairs. However, as a price, the jackdaw was also damaged to a certain extent and is now being repaired in the pirate's secret base. I once met a man with the same skin color as you in the pirate port. After the vote, Annie did not leave immediately to return to her captain's room, but said to Chen Fan, who had just boarded the ship, "He told me that he was just a passerby, but he did have a purpose for appearing here. What about you? Why do you want to come to my ship so desperately?" Chen Fan opened his mouth and wanted to say that I was trying to survive for 60 days. But he swallowed the words back because he realized that this was a good opportunity. So he changed his words and said, "I have heard of your reputation and know that you are a fearless person. But I am just the opposite. I am a very timid person. I want to learn from you how to be brave." After saying this, he looked at the red-haired female pirate with some trepidation and expectation. However, Annie shook her head when she heard it. "You want to learn how to be brave? Then you have come to the wrong place. The skills of swordsmanship and gunners may be taught, but bravery is something that cannot be taught. I know what you are thinking. Some people think that pirates are very brave because they are not afraid of death, tracking prey on the vast ocean, fighting against wind and waves, and even daring to fight against the navy. Is not fearing death still not brave?" Chen Fan asked in confusion. "Of course not," and said calmly, "Most people are just idiots. They despise their own lives and the lives of others. This has nothing to do with bravery. At best, it can only be regarded as recklessness." "Ah, then what is bravery?" Chen Fan was at a loss. True bravery actually comes from fear. The red-haired female pirate looked into the boy's eyes. Have you ever thought about what you are afraid of? I am afraid of too many things, Chin Fan said embarrassedly. No. I mean what you are really afraid of. All those guys I can't beat? Chin Fan thought for a moment and clenched his fists. If I were as powerful as Zhang Heng and you, I wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Strength is important, but it is not the source of courage. Because no matter how much you train, there will always be stronger forces than you in this world. What are you going to do when you meet them? Kneel down and cry and beg for mercy? It's better than what I'm doing now. Crying and kneeling down to beg for mercy when I meet a random passerby. Chen Fan recalled his embarrassing performance in front of the toilet 3 days ago, and said in frustration, I'm really afraid of being beaten in pain. No one is not afraid of pain. But there are things in this world that are more terrible than pain. And he said, Chen Fan's heart moved, and he remembered his regrets and frustrations in the past few days. They were almost everywhere, filling all the gaps in his life like a tide, and were about to swallow him up. If it weren't for this incident, he might not have accepted the invitation later and risked his life to participate in this dangerous game. Moreover, he knew that Loki had set a trap for him, but he still jumped into it. Even if he had the golden finger of the fox pretending to be a tiger, who knows how many rounds of the game he can survive. Chen Fan didn't think that his luck as a passerby would always be so good that he could draw the skills he wanted every time. The red-haired female pirate's eyes seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. She spoke slowly. Look, this is the price of retreating. Remember your mood at that time. When you want to retreat next time, think about it again and see which hurts more. The enemy's fist or the precious things you will lose if you retreat. Chapter 1445 Extra 3A Hunting. During the time in the literary salon, although Zhang Heng would go hunting with Hemingway almost every week, as he said, he actually found it difficult to have any fun. Besides because he could no longer feel too much emotion. It was also because it was almost no challenge for him. It was like accepting a task to collect a certain number of freshly ripened wild fruits or worn armor. The process of completing the task itself was just a mechanical repetition. If it wasn't for the final task reward, no player would do it. But this hunting was different. Zhang Heng felt the pressure and challenge. He got up early in the morning, dressed, took his hunting rifle and bullets, and walked out of the house. Zhang Heng went to the restaurant to have breakfast first. The sun had just risen, but Hemingway and others had been waiting for him on the lawn outside the house for a long time. Even the fantasy best-selling female writer, who usually had no interest in hunting, came. There were nearly 30 people. This group of people could probably stir up a bloody storm in the literary world no matter what era they were in. Standing on the street, readers who came to ask for autographs could probably line up from the city to the suburbs. But this time, they were not the protagonists, just the audience. And they were discussing the upcoming hunting. Who do you think will win? Gardner? Agatha asked a slightly fat man wearing a cowboy hat and glasses. We have all seen Zhang Heng's shooting skills. It can be said that he can hit the target every time. No prey can escape his gun. So, I choose that girl. Gardner, who is also a member of the Reasoning Club, thought for a while and said, since she is Zhang Heng's shooting teacher, her shooting skills must be better. He originally thought that Agatha would agree with his opinion. But unexpectedly, the Reasoning Queen shook her head. My opinion is exactly the opposite of yours. I think Zhang Heng can win. Why? Gardner also became interested. Is it because we haven't seen a girl shoot before? So you don't believe that her shooting skills are better than Zhang Heng? Not because of this. In fact, I believe her shooting skills must be very good. But this competition is not just a competition of shooting skills. Physical strength and strategy are also very important. We all know Zhang Heng's brain. In addition, the girl's biggest disadvantage is her physical strength. It can be seen that she should have received some military training. Her speed, strength and endurance are far beyond ordinary people. But her opponent is also not an ordinary person. There is a natural gap in physical fitness between men and women. Agatha told her reasoning and observation. But Conan Doyle smiled and said, I also think that girl can win. Did you see anything that we didn't see? Gardner was almost convinced by Agatha, and asked again after hearing Conan Doyle's words. It's very simple. Because she is a hunter. Isn't it normal for her to win in this hunting game? Conan Doyle said leisurely. The rules of this hunting competition are very simple. The manor prepared 3 colored ribbons, 10 red ribbons, and 20 black ribbons. 33 wild animals were captured in the forest 2 days in advance with tranquilizer guns, and the ribbons were tied to their bodies. And then these wild animals were released back into the forest. When the hunt begins, getting a colored ribbon will earn you 20 points. A red ribbon will earn you 5 points. And a black ribbon will earn you only 2 points. The person who gets the most points at the end of the hunt will win. However, only 2 people participated in the hunting competition in the end, because the others knew that they would be in vain if those 2 people were there. So they simply gave the stage to the real owner. Even Hemingway, who had the greatest hunting addiction, did not sign up this time. The Hobbit housekeeper walked up to Zhang Heng and said, "She has already drawn lots, and will enter the forest from point A. So you can only go to point B." Zhang Heng nodded. "Okay. The carriage will take you there. The fireworks are the start signal. You can enter the forest when you see the fireworks. When the sun sets, the hunt is over. At that time, you just need to come out from the place where you entered the forest, and there will naturally be a carriage to take you back to the manor. We will count the colors and numbers of the ribbons you get, calculate the points, and decide the final winner. It won't take that long." Zhang Heng checked the shotgun in his hand for the last time, without looking up. "What? I mean, we won't wait until the sun sets. There are 150 points in total, which means the game will automatically end as long as someone gets 75 points. That's the theory." The Hobbit housekeeper couldn't refute. "Then let's get started quickly. I want to come back for lunch," Zhang Heng said. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of the forest, where a capital B was marked with red spray paint. Zhang Heng got off the carriage and waited for less than 5 minutes before he saw the fireworks rising into the sky behind him. This also means that the hunt has officially begun. Then the driver saw Zhang Heng's figure disappear from the spot, just like a cheetah rushing into the forest in front of him. Zhang Heng was lucky today. He ran less than 200 meters before encountering a wild boar. You know, this is still the edge of the forest. Generally speaking, wild animals rarely come here, and the wild boar's hind legs are wrapped with a red ribbon. Zhang Heng stopped, aimed the gun skillfully, and then pulled the trigger. The LV3 shooting skill made the battle suspense-free. As the bullet shot out of the gun barrel, the unlucky wild boar fell to the ground. Zhang Heng received 5 points. He untied the ribbon from the wild boar's hind legs, because he was worried about wasting time. He did not do too much processing on the prey's body, and continued to move forward. When Zhang Heng accompanied Hemingway to hunt before, he basically had a good harvest just by paddling casually. But the opponent he faced this time forced him to be very alert, because Zhang Heng knew very well that if he relaxed, he would definitely lose. Although Zhang Heng didn't really care about winning or losing the so-called hunting game. He just remembered that he didn't seem to have any entertainment activities with the girl. So he wanted to go all out to make the girl have fun, even if their first entertainment might be a little strange in the eyes of others. But neither Zhang Heng nor Simon really cared about the eyes of others. Chapter 1446. The wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound. An elk pricked up its ears alertly, but it heard no other sound except the rustling of leaves. Then it tried to move its nose twice, but still smelled nothing. Only then did it calm down again, lowered its head again, and prepared to continue eating grass. But just as it lowered its head, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Then the poor elk died before it could figure out what was going on. Zhang Heng walked forward, half crouched on the ground, and untied the black ribbon on the antlers. Fortunately, he had just encountered a hare with a red ribbon and an elk with a black ribbon. Zhang Heng did not choose to shoot immediately, because no matter who he chose to shoot, the guy on the other side would run away after hearing the gunshot. So Zhang Heng decided to take a risk, took out the dagger at his waist, and used his assassin's stealth ability to touch the hare. The reason why he picked the hare first was very simple, because the points on the hare were higher than those on the elk. If Zhang Heng's plan failed, and he failed to kill the hare with the dagger, he could change the gun halfway and at least get these 5 points. However, the result was much smoother than Zhang Heng had imagined. He chose to approach from the downwind direction. The hare was unaware of the danger, and was still digging a hole peacefully. But the next moment, a flash of knife light appeared, and the hare's head was moved without even feeling the pain. It was probably at that time that the elk on the other side seemed to notice something and raised its head. However, it looked around but could not see Zhang Heng. Finally, it fell under the hunting rifle and followed the hare's footsteps. After untying the ribbons on the antlers, Zhang Heng counted his gains during this period. Only half an hour had passed since the hunting game started, and he already had 2 red ribbons and 3 black silks in his hands, totaling 16 points. His efficiency was amazing. However, Zhang Heng did not get complacent because he knew that as long as Simon was not too unlucky, his gain should be similar to his, or even more. So Zhang Heng did not stop and continued to move deeper into the woods. He decided to walk along the stream in the woods, because places near water sources are usually the areas where animals like to move most, and the probability of encountering prey near them is also greater. Although the forest was not too large, the number of the 33 prey was smaller in comparison, and wild animals were not stationary targets. They would run around, dig holes, hide in unknown places, and some unlucky ones would even be eaten by other wild animals. After all, 10 hours had passed since they were put into the forest, and no one knew what had happened to them in these 10 hours. So in the next 20 minutes, although Zhang Heng encountered many animals, none of them wore scarves. However, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He was still very calm and just continued to move forward according to the plan until he met his opponent in this competition by the stream. It seems that Simon also chose the same strategy as him, and the distance between point A and point B was not too far. So the two met each other an hour after the start of the game. Neither Zhang Heng nor Simon crossed the river, although the stream water just covered their ankles. They did not forget that they were still hunting and were opponents. If they got together, how would they count the prey? So Simon just nodded to Zhang Heng as a greeting, and Zhang Heng waved the shotgun in his hand and asked in the newly learned Finnish, "How did you get it?" "A red ribbon, 2 black ribbons, and a colored ribbon," Simon said. She didn't ask Zhang Heng about his harvest, because the latter tied all the silk scarves he got on his left arm, which was clear at a glance. "Colored ribbon. It seems that you are really lucky. If I find another colored ribbon, you will lose 80% of the time," Simon reminded. Zhang Heng had thought of this a long time ago. After all, there were only 3 colored ribbons, but each one was worth 20 points. As long as they got 2 of them, they would be close to victory, because with their hunting and shooting abilities, as long as they were not extremely unlucky, the number of prey they caught would not be too different in the end, and the 20 points of the colored ribbons would be difficult to make up. But Zhang Heng still said, "Don't be happy too early. The game has just begun." Yeah, I don't know if it was a habit he had developed before. Even though there was no language barrier now, Simon was still very frugal with words. The two of them just had a few simple conversations by the water, and then they separated to look for prey. After a while, Zhang Heng's keen observation skills came into play again, and he found an owl with a silk scarf in the tree hole. To be fair, when the service staff in the manor selected prey, neither Zhang Heng nor Simon was present, so Zhang Heng did not expect that they would choose birds. Fortunately, owls basically sleep in tree holes during the day. Otherwise, if they like to fly around like other birds, Zhang Heng does not know if he can find the ribbon. Zhang Heng didn't even kill the owl this time. He just grabbed it and untied the colorful ribbon from its claws. So he also earned 20 points and stood at the same starting line with Simon again. However, Zhang Heng didn't rush forward, but raised his gun and killed a pheasant in the grass next to him that didn't have a ribbon on it. He had just finished breakfast not long ago, so this shot was certainly not for himself to add to his meal. But after killing the pheasant, Zhang Heng did use a knife to cut open the pheasant's stomach. Then he found a straw rope, tied the pheasant's feet, and dropped it on the branch. After doing all this, Zhang Heng continued to move forward. Zhang Heng had already discovered that it was too luck dependent to find prey by simply walking around with his legs. If he caught up with the previous situation, it was possible that he would not encounter any prey for half an hour. So he decided to prepare for both situations, and spent some time making a simple bait here to see if he could hook the nearby carnivores. He continued to explore the surrounding area. As soon as Zhang Heng finished setting the trap, he heard gunshots from afar. It should be Simon who made another catch. So Zhang Heng also quickened his pace. The silver stream flowed through the forest, shimmering in the sun, and the two best hunters also started a duel in the air on both sides of the stream. Chapter 1447 Extra 4 A Secret. Qi Jia noticed that Bai Qing seemed to have returned to normal recently, and no longer sat in her seat in a daze from time to time. Of course, probably because of her mother's disappearance. Her face lacked the innocent smile she had before, and she seemed to have become more mature and intellectual. which led to more boys confessing to her, not only in her class, but also in other classes. But they were all rejected by Bai Qing on the grounds of concentrating on his studies. Qi Jia heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what. At least Bai Qing seemed to have walked out of the boy's shadow. Strangely enough, although Zhang Heng was not a nobody in the class before, he was not a celebrity either. He studied well, and had above-average sports scores. It was said that his parents and grandfather were both intellectuals, so he was quite elegant. But other than that, he didn't seem to have any other specialties. He was polite to everyone, but kept a distance from everyone. There will be some girls in the class who liked this boy secretly, but it should not impress Bai Qing. And the two did not have much interaction before, until they became desk mates, and gradually became friends. But they were just friends. Qi Jia had no idea how the relationship between the two quickly heated up. When she reacted, she found that her good friend seemed to have fallen in love with Zhang Heng. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Then a terrible change happened in Bai Qing's family. The news said that her father killed her mother. Then, Bai Qing took a leave of absence for a while. Qi Jia didn't know how Bai Qing survived the most difficult time. Fortunately, Bai Qing's father was acquitted, and her mother was changed from dead to missing. But then Zhang Heng was arrested by the police for illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, driving without a license, hitting people in the street, and suspected murder. Qi Jia felt that life had never been so absurd. Zhang Heng was a high school student who looked gentle and polite. How could he be related to these terrifying charges? What surprised everyone was that the police had not been able to catch Zhang Heng until now. No, that's not right. Maybe there was another person who was not surprised by this. That was Bai Qing. She told Qi Jia that Zhang Heng's real identity was actually a superhero who saved the world and left quietly. Qi Jia agreed, but she felt distressed in her heart. She felt that too many things had happened to Bai Qing recently, which made the girl unable to bear it. So she could only choose to numb herself with such lies. Although Qi Jia's mouth was always poisonous, she actually had a sensitive and delicate heart under her carefree appearance. So she did not refute, but followed Bai Qing's words to help her complete this beautiful lie. However, Bai Qing was indeed depressed for a while after Zhang Heng was arrested, and she did not cheer up until 3 months later. Qi Jia was a little confused about this, and didn't know how Bai Qing untied the knot. But anyway, this was a good thing. In order to celebrate her good friends coming out of the haze, Qi Jia also invited Bai Qing to go karaoke together. But Bai Qing kept saying that he couldn't spare the time. Until the winter vacation came, Bai Qing couldn't find any other excuses. So he had to give up the life of going to the library and his home under the coercion of Qi Jia. The two met in the mall, planning to go shopping first, eat lunch and save enough energy before going to sing. Bai Qing arrived 2 minutes earlier than Qi Jia. She was wearing a thick down jacket and a red knitted hat, which covered both of her ears. However, after entering the heated mall, the howling cold wind outside could no longer bark. Bai Qing took off her hat and shook off the snowflakes on it. Then she was slightly stunned, because she saw the KFC on the right. And then she remembered her first date with someone here. It's not accurate to say it's a date, because the person originally asked her to borrow homework, and the two of them agreed to meet here. Then the person invited her to dinner here to thank her. But later Bai Qing found that the guy who claimed to treat her might not have enough money. She thought it was a little funny, but she still took advantage of the guy going out to make a phone call and ordered and paid. In order to avoid embarrassing someone, she pretended not to know what the guy was doing outside. Then the two of them chatted while eating fast food to kill time. It was at this time that Bai Qing realized that he was unexpectedly having a pleasant chat with this boy who usually seemed a little taciturn and not very sociable. What's wrong? Didn't you have breakfast? It's only 10 o'clock now. Are you hungry so early? Qi Jia's voice pulled Bai Qing back from his memories. Oh, no. I just want to know where to eat at noon. Don't worry about this. I make all the arrangements for you today. Qi Jia patted her chest and promised. Really? Okay. Bai Qing took his eyes off KFC and responded with a smile. Then the two of them went shopping as planned, ate Korean hot pot together at noon, and then sang songs. As a star chaser, Qi Jia has chased countless idol singers and knows their works well. But she herself is tone deaf. Perhaps this is in line with the saying that the more you lack something, the more you like it. While Qi Jia was holding the microphone and outputting crazily, Bai Qing pushed open the door of the box and prepared to go to the toilet. As a result, He bumped into an acquaintance unexpectedly just after turning the corner in front of him. Bai Qing recognized that the person who was leaning against the wall playing with his phone was Qingjin, a friend who had grown up with Zhang Heng. Bai Qing had seen Qingjin before when they went to a concert together. Qingjin heard the footsteps and looked up. When he saw that it was Bai Qing, he showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. The two could only say that they knew each other, but they were not friends. The only connection between them was Zhang Heng, and this was a name that made both of them feel complicated. When they saw each other, they would involuntarily think of that person. The air around them was slightly frozen. Finally, Qingjin was the first to break the silence. Have you been doing well recently? Fine, Bai Qing said. How about you? Before Qingjin could answer, a tall, fair-skinned girl came out of the bathroom next to her, wiping her hands and complaining to Qingjin. The hand sanitizer is all used up, and no one is adding it. Let's go back and continue singing. Her voice stopped abruptly, because when she saw Bai Qing in front of her, a hint of vigilance appeared on her face. Your friend? Yeah, I guess so. Qingjin nodded. Bai Qing noticed that the tall girl's hand reached out to Qingjin's waist, as if she was exerting force secretly, causing the latter's expression to change slightly. Ah, I still have something to do. I know. Let's talk later. Bai Qing smiled at the tall girl and walked into the bathroom next to her. Chapter 1448. Bai Qing and Qi Jia howled in the box for nearly 3 hours, until their voices became hoarse. Then they let go of the microphone and slumped on the sofa. Qi Jia drank a sip of juice, looked at the ceiling above his head, and sighed with satisfaction. I haven't been this crazy for a long time. Aren't you always this crazy? It's different. At that time, you were with me, Qi Jia said. I wonder if those boys who like you will write love letters to you when they see you fighting with me for meat in private. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in those things anyway. Bai Qing shook his head. Is it because you're still thinking about him? Qi Jia hesitated, but still asked this question. Bai Qing smiled, but didn't answer. He just picked up the bottle of mineral water in front of him, twisted it open and took a sip. The prelude of the next song, Suddenly Thinking of You, that someone ordered sounded. And Bai Qing put down the water cup. About 2 weeks ago, I had a dream. What dream? Qi Jia was intrigued. At that time, I was studying in the library, and a little boy appeared in front of me. He asked me if I could help him get a book because he was too tall to reach the 6th shelf. Did you agree to it? It was a piece of cake, and I couldn't find a reason to refuse. Then I accompanied him to the shelf of the book, looked up, and saw the book he asked me to help get. Alice in Wonderland. Ah, that fairy tale. Yes, it's the fairy tale about the little girl Alice chasing a talking rabbit with a pocket watch. And then she went into the rabbit hole and started a wonderful adventure. I stood on tiptoe and was about to help him get the book, but I heard him suddenly say to me, "Do you want to see him again?" I was stunned and asked him who the he you were talking about was. As a result, he asked me who the person you wanted to see the most was. I told him it was my mother. He was silent for a moment, and then asked me who the second person I wanted to see was. Qi Jia frowned when she heard this. Did this kid hear about what happened in your family and come here to play a prank? At first I thought so, but then he asked me that the man helped me solve my family's problems and saved me more than once. Now he is in trouble too. Am I willing to lend a hand? Of course, I agreed without hesitation. So the little boy told me that it was great and asked me to go to the reading desk to handle the borrowing procedures for this copy of Alice in Wonderland. You didn't believe him so easily, did you? Qi Jia opened her eyes wide. I didn't. But borrowing this book was not a difficult task for me. Just like I helped the child get the book. It was just a matter of convenience. So I went to the reading desk to complete the borrowing procedures and took the book home. Put it next to my pillow, and read a little before going to bed. And then you dreamed of him when you went to bed at night? Qi Jia looked at Bai Qing with a deep motherly love in her eyes. And she wanted to hug this poor kid in her arms immediately. I have never had such a real dream before. Everything was the same as reality. I was sitting in a carriage and came to a strange manor. There I met him again. He asked me to help him finish a novel. No, to be exact, only a part of the novel. The part related to me. I was very happy because I could finally help him. After that, I stayed there and spent more than a month with him. Bai Qing recalled. Oh, There are other residents in that manor. Basically everyone is a famous writer. They originally lived in different eras. But now they all live there together. I also met J.K. Rowling and asked her for an autograph. She is a very nice person, and not as serious as she looks. Of course, it may also be because of Zhang Heng. Qi Jia felt that her tears were about to fall. She took Bai Qing's hand. Qing. So you still have so many things hidden in your heart. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because it's not a very important thing, Bai Qing said with a smile. And in the dream, I asked him if we could meet again. And he said yes. And he would come back to me after he dealt with the current things. I don't think he was just perfunctory. How can I take the promise in the dream seriously? Qi Jia shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. It seems that singing karaoke alone can no longer heal the trauma in your heart. So I can only use my ultimate move. What ultimate move? Bai Qing looked at Qi Jia, who looked serious. Come and chase stars with me. Only chasing stars can bring real happiness in this world. Adopt a star. Let him become your light and warmth. Become your only one. Help him grow into a superstar step by step. And then, you can also gain unparalleled satisfaction. No. Bai Qing simply refused. It sounds stupid to force your feelings on another person. But isn't that what you do? Qi Jia asked back. I didn't. I always put my studies first. Don't you see I'm studying hard now? You daring witch. You still dare to quibble. Qi Jia shouted and rode on Bai Qing. Bai Qing was not to be outdone, and immediately grabbed Qi Jia's chest with both hands. Then the two women started fighting together, and Qi Jia forgot what she wanted to say. This is the best thing about being young. No matter what troubles and resentments you have, they will eventually be diluted by time. Even if you once loved someone deeply, you will find it difficult to recall his original appearance many years later. Because Bai Qing and Qi Jia live far away from each other. They said goodbye to each other after coming out of the KTV and took their own buses home. Bai Qing had put on her knitted hat again and followed the crowd to swipe her card to get on the bus. It was almost time to get off work, and there were many passengers on the bus. Bai Qing tried to squeeze back as the driver shouted, "Stand back a little and let the people behind get on the bus." Finally, she found a place to stand near the middle of the car. Bai Qing grabbed the handrail. As the bus started again, her body swayed back and gently rubbed shoulders with a guy wearing a mask and a courier uniform next to her. Then a voice came to Bai Qing's ears. After 3 stops, get off at Jiefeng Road and go to Jiayi Video Game City. Chapter 1449. When Bai Qing heard this familiar voice, a look of surprise and joy suddenly appeared on her face. But soon she heard the voice continue. Just listen to me. Don't reply. And don't look at where I am. If you understand, blink your eyes. Bai Qing blinked his eyes quickly. Very good. The office worker playing with his mobile phone about 3 meters away from you at 4 o'clock. And the college girl listening to music with headphones next to him. They are all plainclothes police. Bai Qing first blinked once, then quickly blinked twice. Don't worry. They are coming for me. After all, I am still carrying a murder case. If they can't find my trace, they will definitely monitor the people closest to me. My grandfather and you are their key monitoring targets. So I asked you to go to Jiayi Video Game City. There are many people there, and you can get rid of them without leaving a trace. At the same time, I have a way to avoid alerting them. Bai Qing didn't blink this time. After thinking for a while, he whispered a reminder. Eavesdropping device. Oh, I've checked. You don't have that kind of thing on you. Maybe they secretly installed it before. After all, I'm responsible for a big case. But more than half a year has passed, and they can't maintain that kind of intensive surveillance. In fact, there are no people following you when you go to school and go home normally. It's only when you go out like this that the police will send people to try their luck. Bai Qing blinked again, but didn't ask anything else. The courier wearing a mask on the other side also stopped talking. The two of them were like strangers, who didn't know each other at all, and met by chance on the bus. Bai Qing tried to keep her face expressionless, fearing that the plainclothes officer next to her would notice something. But her hand tightly grasping the handrail still betrayed her emotional fluctuations at the moment. Bai Qing's brain was also becoming a little dizzy now. She didn't expect that the promise made by the person in her dream would come true so soon. When she thought of someone standing next to her now, she wished that the bus would never stop. But on the other hand, she had a lot to say to that person. So she hoped that the next 3 stops would pass quickly, so that she could rush to Jiayi Video Game City earlier. Bai Qing heard the bus announcement in a conflicted mood. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Jiefeng Road. Please get off from the back door. Please swipe your card when you get off. Bai Qing collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about random things. Then, under the surprised gazes of the two plainclothes officers, he moved to the back door. Because there was a large shopping mall nearby. Many passengers got off at this stop. Seeing Bai Qing disappear at the back door, the two plainclothes officers looked at each other and quickly stood up and chased after her. They kept a distance from Bai Qing and just hung behind her and followed her into the mall. Then the two saw Bai Qing walking all the way, ignoring the clothing stores and milk tea shops around him, and walked straight to the Jiayi Video Game City on the 4th floor. Walked in, exchanged about 10 yuan of game coins at the front desk, and then squeezed into the crowd with the 10 game coins. The two plainclothes officers hurriedly followed him, and also exchanged some game coins at the front desk. But when they squeezed into the crowd, they found that Bai Qing was missing. There were many young people in the video game city, but the lights were dim, so it was difficult to recognize people. In addition, the huge noise made by hundreds of game machines made it difficult to talk. The female plainclothes officer pointed in a direction, signaling the two men to search for the person separately. The male plainclothes officer had no objection to this. The two men were not in a hurry at this time. After all, although the arcade was large, there were only 2 entrances and exits. As long as they kept an eye on the 2 entrances and exits, they would always be able to find the person after searching a little bit. Moreover, they did not forget that they were still pretending to be passers-by. They had confirmed from the previous surveillance that Bai Qing had no anti-reconnaissance awareness. But they could not go too far. They still had to have the necessary cover-up. So they pretended to be watching other people playing games while slowly moving forward. On the other side, Bai Qing had just entered the arcade when he was pulled to the racing game area. At this time, Zhang Heng had taken off the courier's clothes, removed the mask, and changed his makeup to a social youth with yellow hair and tattoos on his arms. He handed Bai Qing a silver wig and asked the latter to wear it on his head. Then he took off his jacket and put it on Bai Qing's body, put his arm around Bai Qing's shoulders, and passed by the female plainclothes officer. However, Zhang Heng did not rush to take Bai Qing away from the arcade. Instead, he took her to a camera and kissed her there for a minute. Then took Bai Qing, who was blushing, away. After leaving the house, Zhang Heng immediately apologized to the girl. I'm sorry. I did this just now so that they wouldn't suspect you. I disguise myself as a gangster who often hangs around here. He has a messy private life and likes to find high school girls as girlfriends. This way you have a reason to come to the game city. And after finding out that you have a new boyfriend, the police should stop monitoring you. Bai Qing lowered his head and hummed softly. But he didn't seem to care much about Zhang Heng's explanation just now. Zhang Heng glanced at his watch. I can probably stay here for another 2 hours. Is there anything you want to do? 2 hours. Bai Qing thought for a moment. Then let's go to the movies. Didn't you just say you wanted to pretend to be a couple with me? Then let's do something that couples do. Okay. Zhang Heng nodded. So the two of them didn't leave the mall, and took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. Then the two of them picked a movie that was about to start in 5 minutes, checked their tickets and entered the theater, and sat in the corner of the last row. Zhang Heng apologized to Bai Qing again. Sorry. I still have some work to do, so I can't stay here for long this time. Next time, I try to stay for 2 more days. Next time? Does that mean you come again? Well, if you don't mind. After all, even I need to rest. Although Zhang Heng used most of the 24 hours and 10 minutes every day to think about and arrange how to keep Cthulhu in his cage, he would occasionally contact players and issue tasks. But there will be some remaining time, most of which belong to him for 24 hours. As a reward for continuing to seal Cthulhu, Zhang Heng also obtained the privilege of freely entering and exiting various dungeons from Game, the god of games. Now, as long as he wants, he can go to the designated dungeon world through the station. Bai Qing has stopped talking. As the light in the theater dims, the dragon mark appears, and their lips touch again. But this time, it is Bai Qing who takes the initiative. Chapter 1450 Extra 5 Traveler Cheese. Boss. 1 cup of lonely grass jelly tea. 1 cup of death milk tea. A college-looking boy, urged by his companions, walked to the door of the milk tea shop. looked up and glanced at the menu on the wall, and then mustered up the courage to say to the female manager inside. The female manager, who was smoking, glanced at him sideways and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "You can't have both loneliness and death." "Ah? Then, what should I do?" Although he already knew that the boss here was strange, he still didn't expect that he would refuse the customer's order without hesitation. He stood there in a daze. "You drink mineral water," the female store manager said as she opened the freezer beside her, took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and handed it to him. The male student took the mineral water in a daze. "For yuan. Scan the code yourself with Alipay or WeChat." The female store manager sat back down after saying that. "Ah." The male college student woke up from his dream. "It's so expensive. Isn't it $1 in Nongfu Spring supermarket?" "Yes. But this is a milk tea shop." The female store manager pointed to the sign above her head, perhaps frightened by the female store manager's momentum. The male college student finally paid the money in a daze, carrying a bottle of mineral water and walking back to his companions, causing a burst of laughter from the group of people. This was originally a truth or dare game. They all knew that the owner of this milk tea shop was very strange. In fact, except for the first day of opening, there were still some warriors who went there for discounts. When everyone fully felt the boss's willfulness, the place immediately became deserted. Until now, the only function of the shop is that it is used by nearby students and young people as a great place for adventure and pranks. However, when the group of college students finished laughing, they were surprised to find that another fearless guy had walked into the milk tea shop. And it was a girl with outstanding appearance and temperament. When she walked through the street, the neon signs of the shops around her seemed to become dim. "Give me a cup of anything." The girl sat directly on a high stool after entering the store. The female store manager narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. "If I had known that you would linger like this, I shouldn't have saved you for his sake when I was at sea. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have probably already done it now." The girl spoke in a respectful tone, but not so respectful words. The female store manager narrowed her eyes more and more. And at the same time, the atmosphere in the milk tea shop became more and more tense. Even passers-by seemed to feel something, and they quickened their pace when passing by the store door. But the next moment, the female store manager suddenly spoke again. "Unrequited love Oolong." "What? Didn't you say anything?" "I've thought about it. So I give you an unrequited love Oolong, because the person you like is no longer in this world," the female store manager said sarcastically. The girl shook her head and didn't argue with the woman opposite her on this issue. She just asked, "Why don't you continue to be a bartender?" "Because I told someone that I would never mix drinks again. And I always keep my word," the female store manager said proudly, pouring hot water over a cup of oolong tea. "Then cut 2 lemons and squeeze lemon juice into the tea. Since you didn't come to me to fight, did you really come all the way to take care of my business? As far as I know, most of the gods have left this world and entered the game. And you are one of the few who have not left. So I came to pass on a message to you." "What message?" "The Guardians suffered heavy losses before, but have recently completed their reorganization. But their goal is no longer to prevent the destruction of the world, but to find and hunt supernatural creatures that are still in the world." The girl paused. "And after the first round of voting, I was elected as the vice president. Then do you plan to use my head to improve your prestige in the new organization?" The female store manager raised her eyebrows. "No. On the contrary. I'm here to inform you to be careful. It's best to close the milk tea shop to avoid the limelight. You saved me, although you and those monsters killed my friends. I don't want to attack you unless it's absolutely necessary. I hope you will abide by the laws and rules of the human world in the future." However, before the girl finished speaking, the female store manager interrupted her and showed a sinister smile. "You want to attack me? Go ahead. But it's better to bring more people. Otherwise I'm afraid it won't be enough for me to warm up. I know you are immortal, but sometimes death is not the most terrible thing. In fact, your current abilities and strengths have basically been figured out by the Guardian, and even an accurate numerical table can be made. We may not be able to kill you, but we will no longer be helpless against you," the girl said sincerely. "So, please don't do evil again in the future, especially since your identity is very sensitive. You are the servant of that thing. John Hung spent so much effort to imprison that thing again. I will never let you release it again." The mockery on the face of the female manager became stronger. But before she could say anything, she heard another voice saying, Give me a cup of traveler cheese. For some reason, the milk tea shop, which had always been deserted, had customers coming one after another tonight. The female store manager turned around and looked a little strange when she saw the person coming. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? The person chuckled and asked back. It was also a girl, who looked thinner than the girl sitting on the high stool. She was wearing a pair of jeans with holes and a baseball cap. She placed a 9-headed little snake made of plasticine on the ordering counter, then greeted the girl on the high stool and sat next to her. We're out of traveler's cheese, so I give you a cup of unrequited love oolong. The female store manager sneered. But I don't like lemon. The visitor took off his baseball cap, revealing a pair of particularly lively eyes underneath. I'm leaving soon, and traveler's cheese is more suitable for me. Leave? Where to? To find a guy. Do you know where he is? I don't know, but I look for him in every copy, and I find him one day. The baseball cap girl smiled brightly. This time, the female store manager unexpectedly did not mock them. She was silent for a moment and said, Wait a minute. The girl on the high stool on the other side also looked moved. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. After a while, the female store manager placed 2 cups of different colors but suspicious-looking things in front of the 2 girls. Your drinks? I hope you don't regret your choice. The girl in the baseball cap first picked up the cheese-scented cup in front of her. I never regret my choice. The girl sitting on the high stool sighed softly. Sometimes, I really envy you for being able to completely ignore other things. No. You and I are actually the same kind of people. We only care about the most important things to us. The girl in the baseball cap said. Although I am a little unwilling, I have to admit that you are right. The girl on the high stool also picked up the lemon-smelling cup in front of her. Then I wish you a smooth journey. I wish you a smooth journey too. The girl in the baseball cap tasted the drink in her hand. Although the tea base was slightly bitter at the first sip, she soon tasted the sweetness of cheese. In addition, it seemed that some kind of fruit was mixed in it. At the end of the drink, the refreshing feeling prevailed. The girl in the baseball cap finally knew why this drink was called traveler's cheese. She looked at the female store manager again, but found that she had sat back at the ordering counter, holding a cigarette in her mouth, looking at the moon above her head, and didn't know what she was thinking of.